there's only certain, long cables.
Yeah, this is the one he told us to
Okay.
use.
And so basically, we need to look at the flow in terms of where the tables should be placed and where will you be seated.
So that's
that
where
it's
we'll be
easy.
seating, so I guess we should put them on there. And then I guess once the speaker is done, when they're walking out, that's when we give it to them, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Do you want to do the closing? Do the closing? It's 2 minutes.
What time is it?
2 minutes until 5:15. Yeah. I think we're good though. I do
We'll
think
put
actually-
Audrey's gifts at our chairs, I guess,
You think so?
because otherwise it's going to be awkward to come up here.
Yeah, we should not have taped it like that.
And we don't have any gift bags or anything, right? Just
No.
how we wrap it.
What are we going to do with this right here standing there? And no, she should speak at the podium. I don't know what this microphone
What is
here
this for?
I don't know either. No idea. Or that one there. Actually, I guess we can both go to the sides.
Yeah, let's just take them to the sides.
Do you want that one? I think so. I don't know why they're there.
Sorry, this is my gum.
I think so. I think especially that one is the longest. And this.
You ladies are gonna take care of the t-shirts, like giving them out, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
So you know what you're doing.
Yeah. Yes.
Dana, so do we give Casey these?
Yeah.
Oh, you have yours.
I think only Casey needs one.
Yeah.
So those
Okay.
can stay there, but I might use them like if
Yeah,
people
yeah,
aren't,
yeah,
aren't
yeah.
set up. I also brought a tambourine. You're jingling away?
We can keep it there if you want. But we're not usually here, actually. We're only here in the beginning and the end.
I can just
That's
keep
very
this.
effective. Yeah.
Okay. The doorbells can go.
Yeah, and if we're not good, well, that's all I can do. Last Superwoman, I'm not trying to be. You wanna go over anything else now?
Pardon me? This will be, it's live streamed to YouTube and then we're gonna have it on YouTube. Oh. They're saving it on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's on YouTube. Yeah, the streamed.
That's a good spot right there. Should we bring it closer to us or?
It'll be okay to just kind of stick back here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. It'll be okay.
here.
Okay.
So typically, I'll show you in the back. I don't think you are going to open here because you're sitting right in front. So let me just go to open the program.
Right up in the middle, do you want to test it or you got it for sure? I say test it once before you, yeah, just before you unload a lot of food. Are you gonna? Oh, well, just test it here, just before we hook up more feeders, right? And what mic are we testing? Tap it for me. It looks good, but just tap it for me, please.
1 2 1 2
Wow,
mic check.
pretty low. I think I got it though. Good. You could probably just boost the level up a little in there, or I can do the boost on there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we'll put it over here, if that's okay.
thank you, both of them. Thank you.
Okay, can I encourage you to come in and take your seats and be seated? We have a jam-packed schedule ahead of us today, so it's up to me and our MC Casey to keep it rolling and on time. So people may come in as I start, but we are going to get started on time. So can I ask everybody, please, for a moment of silence? If you haven't already, please make sure your phone or any other distraction is turned off. Settle comfortably into your seats. And I invite you to close your eyes or gaze down with relaxed focus. Guide your attention to your sensations, how it feels to be sitting, supported by the chair, by Mother Earth, how it feels to be present here, how it feels to be here in Vancouver, Canada, the unceded territory of the Coast Salish peoples of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh nations, and with our brothers and sisters who are live streaming with us all around the world. On the count of 3, I'm going to ask us all to take a collective breath inwards, breathing in the energy, the excitement, the potential, the love that's here with us today, and then breathing out loudly all that goodness into the world. 1, 2, 3. I invite you to open your eyes. Thank you for being present here with us today. And now to welcome, acknowledge, and bless us, this land, our ancestors, and the work we are doing, and to create a container of safety and inclusion for all. It is my honor to invite Audrey of Musqueam.
Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to see you all. The room is so full of colors and the most uplifting energy. I was definitely feeling some anxiety this morning, and then even just getting to the door, coming in, could feel like my whole system settling down, and just waiting over here, chatting with a few of you. I feel really steady. I feel really calm. I'm going to start by saying, Sept quathuilam atltana shank minum kanal tamoch tana well I kuniskalawans guns equatsnala hoi huigten gunnasquich tenitzent humathquiam tlama hoi huigten eats lean august thanasit lash. Anybody know what I said? That's the language of the land, the language of my ancestors, the language of the trees. It's Hankaminam. I said, welcome. My name is Hoi Huigten, also Audrey Siegl. I am from Musqueam, and I'm the granddaughter of the late Stephen and Selena August. And it gives me feelings of great joy to be here with you today. I think it's not just important and necessary, but it's so respectful to start things this way. Wherever I am, wherever I travel, I meet the people of the land first. I get their permission to do the work that I'm going to do. If I need to redirect it, if I need to substitute something, I do, and I'm honored. Thank you to you for inviting me, for making it a safe space for me and for each other. I want to take you on a couple-minute journey of what this land used to look like. If you close your eyes, and thank you for your beautiful grounding and visualization. Take a breath, close your eyes, feel the seat beneath your hips, feel the floor beneath your feet. And in your mind's eye, when you look around, you see monstrous cedars, hemlock, spruce. You see moss coating it. You wiggle your bare feet in the earth, and you can feel the softness of those pine needles of the little bits of cedar that have fallen, of the moss. You can smell it. For as far as your eye can see, there are trees that would need over 20 people to circle them. You can hear the ocean in the distance. You can smell the freshness of the air. It's just you and the birds. You can even hear the insects if you stand still. And I invite you to come back to this space whenever you need and recognize that that's what was here before these buildings, before the cement, before the parks, before Vancouver. This is still sacred, unceded lands. Underneath all of it, this energy is still there for us to be able to tap into. Take a breath, open your eyes, come back here. I want to share with you that as a Hwalmwch Sleni, as an Indigenous woman, a woman Indigenous to these lands, I was fortunate enough to be raised by the old-timers born in the late 1800s to 1916. So a very traditional upbringing in a lot of ways. And from the time I wasn't even 5, I was going with my granny because she was in a wheelchair, and my little hands and my little body would go gather plants and medicines for her. And my granny did a lot of healing work in our community and communities all over up and down the coast. People traveled from a long ways to come and see my granny, and there were quite a few other women that my granny would work with. Working with the medicines that are gifts from the land, from the trees. It's Indigenous to all of us. It's Indigenous to all of our ancestors. Doing it in a respectful way, not extracting medicines, not just going out and harvesting, but working with the Indigenous communities where the medicines grow. Bringing our own gifts. My granny would whisper into my hand sometimes and say, "Go put your hand there and then bring me a root from that tree." I have no idea what she whispered into my hand, but it felt powerful. Sometimes she would put different medicines in my hand and say, "Go put that down." So from the very beginning, I learned that before you take, you give. And knowing what these medicines that are now classified as psychedelics, but what we know are our friends and are also Indigenous to lands all over the world, knowing what they give to us and knowing what they provide for us, opportunities for healing and opportunities for reconnecting and reprocessing, for living in not just a free way, but a peaceful way and in an empowered way. I'm honored to be here to recognize that, to bring that grounding, to bring those medicines in place, and to invite my ancestors to say, "Haitsapka kthanasiat wenish, Haitsapka kthanasiat wenish, Haitsapka kthanasiat wenish." Thanking those ancestors, mine and yours. Inviting them to all come in together. I thank you for your time today. I thank you for your open hearts and open minds. That's how we do good work. It is truly how we become one, natsamatst. We are one in spaces like this, with work like this. I'm going to finish with a song that came to me almost 10 years ago now. We were protecting our ancestors who were being unearthed for a condo to be built, 4 intact ancestral remains, 2 adults and 2 babies, ostensibly a family. And I started hearing this song, and I realized it's the old ones singing. It's owl medicine. Owls come to me, a lot of them, after they've passed. I do a lot of work. I was raised as a Buddhist vegetarian, and now I'm becoming proficient in being able to break animals down and create different medicines, fans, and even using like the spine bones for specific medicines and protection. So this song comes from the owl, which is the medicine of holding on to, sharing knowledge and holding on to light in the dark. I'm sure all of us have known dark days, and I'm sure all of us know how powerful it is for someone to come in with some light, with some love, with some magic. So this song grounds in that owl medicine of gentle and quiet and light. because we can never have enough light. We can never have enough forewarning of if things are coming that we need to prepare for. So in whatever ways you pray, in whatever ways you ground, in whatever ways you call in your ancestors, feel free to do that now. If you stand, if you sit, if you sing with me, I'm always happy for it to be interactive. And once again, I say Hatzapka to you, to your ancestors, to your teachings, to your medicines, because every one of you is necessary, and so are your medicines. Hatzapka. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm sending all kinds of magic and leaving all kinds of goodness here, and thank you all for your work. Thank you, Audrey.
Taking a breath. Thank you, Audrey, and welcome, everyone. Welcome to those here in person with us and those joining us around the world on live stream. I think I'm looking at the cameras. And for the much anticipated inaugural Sisters in Psychedelics Summit. I'm Bee Chan, co-founder of SIP.
And I'm Dana Harvey, co-founder of SIP.
Little did Dana and I know when we first posted a casual meetup event in November 2021 and had 15 local women join us for a potluck dinner at my apartment, where we shared our stories of intentional psychedelic use and personal transformation, that a global community and platform were being born. And that we would be here today, less than 10 months later, together with so many of you at our very first summit.
The mission of the summit is to be a driving force in creating a more balanced and gender-inclusive psychedelic renaissance by producing an annual by women, for women, and our sacred male supporters event that elevates, celebrates, educates, and includes women in the psychedelic space.
It has truly taken a village of support to birth this event and drive our mission forward. And we're standing here today just radiating with gratitude because we have so many to thank.
Thank you to our ancestors and women throughout history who have served their communities with plant medicine. And to the women who have played pivotal roles in the psychedelic renaissance and ecosystem as it's been welcomed into the Western world. We have taken inspiration from you.
Thank you to the other individuals and organizations who stand beside us and came before us with shared missions, in particular our partners Chakurna Institute, Moms on Mushrooms, Women on Psychedelics, Women in Psychedelics Network. Together, our voices are louder and our missions stronger.
Thank you to our crew of volunteers. You will have seen many of them with the limited edition Summit 2022 t-shirts on, which are for sale today only at the registration table, limited edition. But there have been many, many more behind the scenes and virtually from all around the world who have been supporting us. So thank you in particular to Diana Villarreal, last name I never get right, and Lindsay Billingsley and Marissa Kosolowski.
Thank you to our plethora of sponsors. We simply could not have done this without your generous support.
Special shout out to our main sponsors, Numinous for the venue and Conscious Mind Clinic for our after party.
And our sister sponsors, Filament Health and Microdrops.
And thank you to our ticket donors who generously provided tickets for our scholarship fund and giveaways. And to our many table sponsors who I encourage you to go and visit during lunch and after the summit until 6:30 this evening.
We have so much we want to share with you while we have the podium here, but our role today is to give the stage over to a circle of incredible women who are serving the greater good in their respective fields within the psychedelic ecosystem.
We have intentionally packed in as much learning as possible today in order to shine a spotlight on as many women's voices and perspectives as we can. So sit back and get ready for a jam-packed, fast and fluid day full of learning and inspiration.
So without further ado, we'd like to introduce our MC for the day, who is a huge advocate and supporter of women in the healing arts, a community builder, and multiple times founder of Solstice Mind and Body Spa, Microdosing for Healing, and the Best Practices Healing Community. Please give a warm welcome to Casey Garrett.
Morning, everybody. Everybody in the back. Hey, hey. So beautiful. My name is Casey Garrett, and I'm with you from recently, newly decriminalized San Francisco. Yes, yes. And wanted to wish warm greetings to everybody who is all watching at home, all around the world on our live stream today as well. So thank you for being here. As Dana said, we have a very fast-packed, fluid day planned. So please do take breaks as you need to. Just to share some logistics with you, if you haven't already seen the restroom area, just head out this door, hang a left and a left if you need to. Phones. If you could please silence your phones. You are welcome to record and take pictures during the day. And please feel free to share on the gram. All of us that you'll see speaking today are on there. And please tag Sisters in Psychedelics so that we can share your words as well. So the only firm break we're going to have today is at lunch at 12:45. So from 12:45 to 1:30, if you could stay relatively close by, that would be great. We're going to start again at 1:30 sharp. So during lunch, we are going to provide some finger foods to all of you. So if you want to hang close to home, visit the table sponsors. They have some goodies for you if you'd like to pick something up at the lunch break. Otherwise, the cafe downstairs is going to be ready for you and the rush to happen at 12:45, as well as there's some local restaurants that you can hit nearby as well.
Casey, I'm just going to add that the cafe downstairs, if you mention you're with the SIP Summit, is a 15% discount on anything.
Oh, sweet. That's sweet. Awesome. All right. And so some of the speakers and panelists are going to have some time for Q&A from the audience. We do ask that if you share or have a question, if you could please limit your share to about 15 seconds or less, just so we could keep the day moving. We would greatly appreciate that. If you do run a little long, we have some little gentle bells. So if you hear the bells ringing, that means wrap it up. So yes, I think that covers all of our day. It's an honor to be with you all today. It's special to be with a room full of women. You know, thousands of years ago, I think we did this all the time, and it's really good to be back. Yes, yes. Beautiful. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to the wonderful Dr. Pamela Kryskow. If you have not met Dr. Pam yet or heard about her work, you will be an immense fan in the next half an hour. All right. Dr. Pamela Kryskow, MD, is a researcher, instructor, and therapist, a founding board member of the Psychedelic Association of Canada, the medical lead of the nonprofit Roots to Thrive Psychedelic Assisted Therapy, and the co-chair of the Vancouver Island University Psychedelic Assisted Therapy Program. Please, everyone, give a warm welcome to Dr. Pamela Kryskow.
Good morning, everyone. I have to admit, I get to speak a lot, and today has been the most relaxed I've ever been, knowing I'm coming to speak in front of all of you. It's fantastic to be back on these lands. I haven't been in Vancouver for a little while, and I've just actually emerged from Burning Man, and yesterday was the first day I got all the playa dust out of my hair, and so it's actually feeling kind of nice. Thank you, Audrey, for that beautiful welcome. I really want to, I feel very privileged and honored to be here as an uninvited guest on these lands, and want to thank the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh. In the rest of my life, I am also an invited guest on the territory of the Kluhus and the Homolko First Nations, where I get to play, live, and work. So I'm going to be presenting a little bit on the landscape, just to open it up, of psychedelics in Canada. And I'm just going to put it out there right away that my bias is, of course, the Western model. And I am not an expert on what came before. I'm learning from my ancestors, my grandmother, who is an absolute firehouse, about our historical roots in Northern Europe, where I think the Remi Lomai, the reindeer herders, were. So that's absolutely amazing to start to hear some of my own story, but I am a settler here. And I have no idea how I advance the slides. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Thank you. Whoever's doing that, gratitude. Thank you. Okay. All right. So as we all know, there was clearly a pre-colonization history of psychedelics in Canada. And interestingly, you know, a lot of that was lost. A good friend of ours, a hereditary chief in Haida Gwaii, has said, you know, keep in mind there were pandemics, there were loss of lineages and knowledge keepers, and some of that may never be known. But fortunately, and I'll come to this a little bit later, the artists of our cultures, and hands out to the artists, you're the ones that preserve what has happened, from cave art to petroglyphs to tapestries and clothing. And we see clearly use of these medicines in Canada. And if you ever get a chance to go to the UBC Museum of Anthropology, there's a beautiful piece of work. And it's not super obvious. I won't tell you where it is. It's your treasure hunt. But there's this beautiful blue mushroom, bright blue mushroom on a piece of clothing. And it's those sort of things that tell us, you know, that these wonderful plants and fungi and other compounds, and there's so many more psychedelic compounds in our environment. You know, we're just babies in this, re-emerging babies in this. And then of course, in the 1950s, you know, we have again documented use of trade of psychedelic medicines because peyote ceremonies are happening in Saskatchewan, and as you know, peyote is a Southern America's, Central America's medicine. So trade, psychedelic ceremonies, and fortunate for us, a camera or two were there and we know about it. From the 1950s to the 1970s, there were thousands of trials and research going on across North America, primarily with LSD and psilocybin. And we see this curve, this upslope, going in all these studies, and then they start to drop with the war on drugs. The war on drugs, the consequences of the war on drugs we should be angry. As a medical doctor, I'm angry. Psychedelics should be boring, should be really boring, because we've had 40 years of not being able to use these medicines, not being able to capitalize on them. Like, these should be in use and boring. And so find that courage to, this is the activism piece, my soapbox. I'm always on soapboxes, I apologize. But, you know, when we talk about, the stigma was bullshit. It wasn't based on anything. It wasn't based on science, and it wasn't based on medicine. So we don't have to worry about the stigma. We can just wipe that aside and say it was an error in history. Let's pick up, let's get going, we're adults. Let's move on. Anyways, I won't go into any more on that. My first degree was criminology, so I was like, already knew this when I went into medicine. Hold on. And the 2000s, the reemergence of medicine. You know, and this is where a lot of us in the medical community started to see a glimmer of hope. Thank you to Johns Hopkins, thank you to NYU and those teams that were tenacious to work with the FDA to get those first trials through, and started to open the doors of us seeing that this might be a possibility. And now, it's going crazy. Okay, next slide. All right, thanks. So there is fantastic research going on in Canada. There are research projects going on coast to coast and more emerging every day. Every time I go on clinicaltrials.gov, there's more. And so right now in Canada, we've got, in psilocybin, we've got TRD, treatment-resistant depression. Sorry, I was telling you out to you short things. Post-traumatic stress disorder, substance use disorders, including opioid use disorders, including alcohol, and some of them are not yet on clinical trials, but we know people are writing protocols coast to coast. LSD didn't find any last night. MDMA, there's multiple sites for PTSD, substance use disorders, disordered eating, and the microdosing our trial that I'm part of, the microdose.me. We just finished version 1 with over 19,000 participants. We've just launched version 2, which is way better. And again, a shout out to women, because over the last year I've been meeting with women's groups all across North America saying, what about us? How come menstrual disorders weren't in there? And I'm like, oops. We're always messing up. That's what psychedelics are about though, right? We mess up and then we pivot and fix our mess. So anyways, there's a lot more in there. Right now, if you go on clinicaltrials.gov, and remember, I'll just a little educational thing. If you want to publish on your results of a clinical trial, you have to register your trial. And that came out of the pharmaceutical companies hiding the negative trials. When their drug didn't work, they didn't publish. Now you're not allowed to publish at all unless you register your trial. And not everybody registers. There's some countries that don't do a lot of registering. So this only picks up the trials that have actually been registered. So right now, if you go on clinicaltrials.gov and you put in psilocybin or psilocin, you'll get 116 studies. The long list in the middle are all the indications that were listed. And at the bottom, the evidence is pretty strong already from published trials that psilocybin is helpful for alcohol use disorders, tobacco cessation, disordered eating, PTSD, and violence mitigation. He's doing great multitasking in there. Thank you. LSD, there's 38 studies. The group in the middle are the ones that are indications, and the evidence is already strong for addiction, anxiety, depression, and alcohol use. MDMA, 122 studies. Evidence is so strong. Stepping back up onto my soapbox, PTSD has been proven. This medicine should be in use for PTSD right now. We do not need another clinical trial saying MDMA helps with PTSD. It works. So the evidence is strong for PTSD, eating disorders, and chronic pain. Ibogaine and iboga, there's 3 studies registered right now, and the evidence is very strong for substance use disorders. There are actually a lot more studies going on this, so just not on clinicaltrials.gov. So sometimes the studies going on in Central America and South America don't make it on to this list. Next slide, please. and ketamine. Ketamine's the only legal psychedelic-like medicine. A lot of companies are using it, a lot of therapy here. And ketamine is an amazing medication. Like when I did my first training, the first use of ketamine was for chronic pain. I was working in South Africa for 2 months, and I would have like a truckload of trauma come in, broken bones all over the place. Everyone got ketamine. I had no idea I was tripping them. I had no idea. But anyways, it's fantastic for chronic pain. It's fantastic for procedures. It's great in the operating room. And it's also great as a psychedelic-like medication. And we have really strong evidence for depression, OCD, eating disorders, addiction, chronic pain, and suicidality. DMT and ayahuasca. A lot of these trials are not listed because they're happening in South America. And when I go down and work with my friends in South America, they're PhD scientists who are also lineage ayahuasqueros and ayahuasqueras, and there's tons of research. And in fact, my friends Eric and Nilda, who have long been in the tradition, both have PhDs in ayahuasca studies, which is what a dream, have a bookcase about the size of 2 of these panels full of books written about San Pedro or Wachuma and ayahuasca. So just because we don't see it over here doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So there's a lot more evidence there. Addiction, anxiety, depression, trauma, and probably much more. In fact, the first time I went to Colombia to study ayahuasca, there was a hospital there where people who had been sent home from the city to die would go to this hospital and have ayahuasca and get better. Why didn't they just go to the hospital first and have ayahuasca? But, that's a problem. And novel molecules. Novel molecules are molecules that have come onto the scene since about the 1970s, generally are lab-derived, and generally are derivatives of other molecules that we already know about, or other plants or fungi we already know about. So they're, psilocybin being methylated or dephosphorylated a different way, some of the analogs, deuterated compounds, et cetera, and we're seeing a lot more of these because these are more easily to take through the patent offices and protect your IP, and so that if you're going to put, $5 to $20 million into a clinical trial, you'll have a product at the end that you might be able to recoup some of those costs. So you're going to see a lot more novel molecules and a lot more companies trying to take the psychedelics out of the psychedelic experience, which is another soapbox I won't even get on. So research in Canada is actually pretty exciting this year because this is the first time we've had the government announce psychedelic research funding. CIHR has a $5 million grant out there for psilocybin-assisted therapy, and right now groups all across Canada are writing up their proposals to get them submitted. I believe the deadline's coming very quickly. And the NIH, for the first time this year, funded a psychedelic trial. So things are changing. We're not the underdogs anymore. This is the wave, so let's start changing our thinking here. There's a lot of work to do, and all are welcome. Research institutes in Canada, I'm gonna just be a little biased and talk about where I work a little bit. Roots to Thrive is a nonprofit, and we have 8 PhD researchers now as a nonprofit researching our program, researching everything that we know right now is just what we know right now, right? How we do therapy, how we do medicines. We have a lot to learn, and so what we are really doing is we're our little research collective, which is constantly growing, is just really looking at open label, looking at what we're doing in the natural world, in the real world, in the clinical setting, without placebos. Because the effectiveness is so high, to us it feels unethical to add a placebo. When you're getting success rates of 78 to 92%, I want my patient to get that treatment because it's better than anything else I have. Come back down. And the reason I actually put that on there was an opportunity to talk to other people here that are in clinics or in therapy. Do research, publish on your case reports, publish on what your clinic's doing. It's important. We can't have all of our research just out of academic centers with placebo-controlled trials. Those are great. It's part of all the evidence we need. We need all the evidence. But we need to know what's working in the community because 99% of healthcare happens in the community, not in the hospitals. So let's make sure we're publishing. You know, if you don't know how, join a group. That's how a lot of our researchers got published, is they joined our group and said, I want to learn. How do you publish? How do you work through this process? And so if you are a researcher, mentor people, grab their hand and help them. It's hard to do it by yourself, but it is uber fun to do it in a group, and that's why our group is publishing so much and studying so much on what we're doing. So I put that there as a promotion, like do it, join a group. If you're interested in studying, find somewhere. There's lots of great research groups that you can join and slowly get mentored up in. The second one is really exciting because this is about to be launched right here in British Columbia. The Nat Sa Mat Research Institute of Psychedelic Medicine, that will be out of Vancouver Island University. And it is going to be a massive collaboration. All are welcome, big tent. And the word is amazing. It's a Coast Salish word that mean, our Coast Salish words that mean working together as one mind and one spirit. And it's led by, and those words come from Elder Geraldine Manson, who is Snenamus. And this institute is being created with the two-eyed seeing approach. So Indigenous knowledge keepers are leading the way on this, so marrying Western and Indigenous ways to make something synergistically better together. So that's pretty exciting. Lots of great places happening across Canada. I apologize if I've missed anything. Please email me and let me know so the next time I do this presentation, we have a better update. But there's a funded research chair at the University of Calgary, Toronto, Queen's University are launching research programs. I think Toronto's into their research program now. And then the other nonprofit, the Psychedelic Data Society, is about open source publishing, open source data. So our microdose study has millions of data points, and that is going into that now. So other researchers around the world, so we have researchers from the Netherlands looking at our data and finding what else can be published, researchers from Australia, and it's open science. Because there's, usually when you do a study, there's a lot more data points, and in fact, myself and a colleague of mine, Dr. Devin Christie, went back into the MAPS data because there was all this chronic pain data in there that nobody had published on, and we got a chance to look at that. So these kind of open data projects are really fantastic. So a shout out to the Psychedelic Data Society. Thank you. Okay, and moving into training. Now, we are going to be legalized. We are going to be regulated. So if you're out there and doing therapy and this is your passion, what you want to do, think about getting accredited, because you're going to need to be accredited eventually, so you might as well get going on this. And you're going to need to be part of some sort of regulation, and you're going to need insurance. This is what's happening. It's best not to fight it. It's best just to find some place nearby where you can train and add to your credentials already. And so the one that actually just launched, again, I'm sorry for self-promotion, but I'm the medical chair of it, is a Vancouver Island University program. The first class started on Tuesday. Multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary Indigenous knowledge keepers, social workers, nurses, doctors, psychologists, therapists, spiritual care, clergy, all in the same program, learning in groups from each other, no hierarchy, better together, learning from everyone. I hope all other programs are doing that too. And you'll get credentials. And you'll be regulated, and you'll have insurance, and I think for the therapy centers out there, these are the people they're going to be looking for. University of Ottawa was out of the gate early with 3 microcredit courses, and they are planning on launching a master's program, so keep an eye on them. Trinity Western has a course, Justice Institute of BC has a course, Queen's will be having something soon, I hope, University of Toronto and UBC. These are all to be announced, and hopefully we'll all have good news by this time next year. There's lots of other programs out there, too, that are fantastic and really help fill in your skill sets with lots of great mentorship. And these are just some of the early ones. There's many, many more. I didn't put this up to be exclusionary to anyone, so if you're not up here, I apologize. But here are some that have been out of the gate for a little while: Atma, Numinous, Theracell, the MAPS MDMA training, Chiron Academy, Gabor Mate's Compassionate Inquiry Online, Groff Legacy Training, which is holotropic breathwork, and the Michener Institute, which was just announced this year in Ontario. Okay, let's get to policy. So how do people get access to psychedelics right now in Canada? Obviously, ketamine is a legal psychedelic-like medicine, which is already ubiquitous throughout all of North America. But if you want to get access to psilocybin, so up until January this year, patients could apply for a Section 56 exemption for access to psilocybin mushrooms. Health Canada stopped that in January, asking all of us to move that to special access program. Section 56 meant the patient could apply, and I just, as a physician, just had to sign it. It was super easy. Now, as SAP, I have to fill in an 8-page form for the patient, so the patient now has to find a physician that will do the form. We also have to find a company that can supply a product that Health Canada will say yes to. And so that means a product that has at least gone through phase 1 safety and likely through phase 2 some efficacy. And fortunately, there are a few companies. I think there'll be very many more. We, at Roots to Thrive nonprofit, were able to put our first 9 patients through group therapy, the first 9 in group. We did others individually with whole mushrooms. The second group got SAP and got synthetic psilocybin. Actually, there was a mix because some of them had Section 56 exemptions. So it was the first time in Canada that we had people journeying on whole mushrooms and people journeying on synthetic psilocybin in the same room, and it's unique to see two different things. I'm going to tell you, the mushrooms are better. Okay. Whoops, go back. One more thing there. So around the special access, so Health Canada has made it very clear to those of us that are applying for these that they want clinical trials. They want clinical trials. They want clinical trials. Lots of communications going on, lots of great conversations, helping bring them up the learning curve. They're a lot more knowledgeable now than they were a year ago. They're lovely people. They're stuck in a bureaucracy. And so it's a gentle dance of being, again, very collaborative and working together, because we're always better when we show up in kindness and love. And I think they see that the physicians and the nurses and healthcare professionals and the underground are trying to do our best. And I really do think they want to work with us, so I don't see them as the enemy at all. They want clinical trials. And then moving on, we think we'll probably have access to MDMA in 2023 as a therapeutic. And of course, in BC, it's already decriminalized. So it's kind of this weird situation. Don't really know where that's going. Thanks. And Health Canada policy, hoping we'll see a change here soon. 2 memorandums of regulatory analysis. These are basically a blueprint of regulations were submitted, one from the Psychedelic Association of Canada and one from Therasil. And these are basically just we handed these to Health Canada and said, here's the regulations. Here's some really good regulations. We looked at how cannabis was done. We got a whole bunch of people together to say, what did we do wrong? How could we do it better? We rewrote it. We got rid of roadblocks. We made it as friendly to patients and citizens and clients as possible, and got the roadblocks out of it. So they have a gift from us, and hopefully that will make their job easier, and they'll bring that in, and we'll see psilocybin at least come in earlier, or easier than cannabis did without some of the mistakes, always learning from the mistakes of the past. And it's an easy win for the health minister and the Minister of Addiction in Health Canada, because if in Canada you have the right to a legalized death, then surely you must have the right to psilocybin. And that's the argument we're making. That's the argument the Nanos poll we did last year came up with. 78% of Canadians support psilocybin at end of life. So it's an easy win. So we're talking with them saying, look, this is an easy win. Let's do this. And then you can see how the winds blow. You can see how Canadians react to that. I think you'll be happily surprised. And more clinical trials. I want more clinical trials. Thank you. The courts. So the courts have been engaged. If you've been following the media, there has been a judicial review asked for, and there has been a court challenge, which will likely go to the Supreme Court, and I think they'll win. So, but it's a long process. I would prefer the government do its job and do the regulations and not let the courts do its job. I think, and that will move faster if they hear from you. So again, back up on the soapbox, they need to hear from you. They need to hear it's safe to do this. Not just your elected representatives, not just the provincial, not just the federal, but both provincial. And the opposition needs to know you support this, because the government is often scared to do things because they're scared of how they'll be beat up in the press. So talk to the opposition. Find out who's going to run against who's in your riding and tell them you want access to these medicines, or you want, or whatever you want. Tell them what you want. Artists. I mentioned this earlier on. The artists in our world, thank you to all of you for preserving what is happening and what is going. There's so many amazing visionary artists in Canada. And these are just three of my favorites. Chris Dyer, who has some beautiful work. Simon's name is spelt wrong. I sent a better version in. It didn't get on. His name is Haiduk, visionary artist, and Autumn Sky. Three beautiful, and they're beautiful, visionary music artists too. But these are the people that preserve our culture and are part of this psychedelic movement. So thank you, because when we're all gone, this will remain. Scroll past that one. Okay, this is the fun part. Okay, so here's Autumn Sky again. Where are we going? I love this photo because these are our hands here. Light work, many hands. We're better together. We're completely better together. This is not news to you. This is why this conference is so amazing. We're coming together. We're better together. Quite often, when we listen to people speak, our speakers, or we're in groups, we're often listening. Our brains are wired to listen for what we disagree with. And so I'm going to put an invitation out to you from now to the rest of the program. Listen for what you agree with and what we can collaborate on. We don't have to agree with everything. That's called diversity. Right? We celebrate diversity and differences. That's okay. But look where you agree, and look where we can work together with each other. That's what we need. We need more of people just saying, okay, I don't like what you said there, but I love this part. Let's work over here. That's where the magic happens. So I invite you for a moment. Close your eyes. Ask yourself, why are you even here today? Are you showing up inspired? Are you showing up in spirit? Thinking ahead, will your descendants look back to you and be proud? Will they be proud of us? Are we moving together towards something with purpose and vision? We all know what's wrong in this world. We all know the problems. We all witness the negativity. We can choose to be in that, telling people what they're doing wrong, beating up on ourselves for what we're doing wrong. But I think that's a lazy route because it's easy. I invite you to think about, what are we doing right? And how can we do it better? What are the ideas? What are your inspirations? What are the solutions? Focus on what you can do. Focus on what lights you up, what wakes you up, what gets you out of bed in the morning. The more lit up you are, the more inspired you are, the ripple effects of that into the world are amazing. I invite you to ripple yourself out. The world deserves that. Lend a hand. Lift others up. share your resources. I'm just going to say it one more time about the negativity. There's enough of that in the world. That's not why we're here. We're here to make a difference. That's what psychedelics are about. Making changes, letting go of our mistakes, letting others let go of their mistakes, letting people become new, better versions of themselves. So I invite you to let others change, let yourself change, walk into the new, better version of yourself. If you're having a problem, get therapy. There's lots of great therapies out there. Do your work. It's important. You are important. Sisters here and allies of sisters here, you're already changing the world. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for Dana and Bia and Deanna and Marissa and Lindsay and all of you for showing up today. This matters. It's important. So take that seriously and have some fun.
Thank you so much. All right. So now I'd love to introduce our very first panel of the day. Please give a warm welcome to Amanda Siebert, Ivy Astrix, Kay Hanen, and Laurie Brooks. Amanda is our moderator today and of a panel called Transformation Stories. Amanda is an author and journalist focusing on the intersections of culture, health, science, and business in both cannabis and psychedelics. She is the author of Sept, 7 Cutting-Edge Psychedelics Changing the World, going to be published in just over a month from now on October 18th, so please follow Amanda and keep your eye out for that. And she's also the author of The Little Book of Cannabis, How Marijuana Can Improve Your Life. She currently writes for Forbes and Leafly.
Thank you so much, Casey. How's everyone doing today? Awesome. I'm so excited to be with you here today to talk about transformational stories. I think it's interesting that this whole collective really came together on that piece, on discussing transformational psychedelic experiences. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our incredible panelists who are going to be really raw and open and real with you guys today. So just recognize that, acknowledge that. Hold some space and some gratitude for them while we're having this conversation. So first, in the center, we've got Laurie Brooks. Laurie is the star of the documentary Dose 2. If you haven't seen it yet, it's a fantastic film. She's one of 4 Canadians who was granted special access to use magic mushrooms to help with anxiety and the fear she experienced after being diagnosed with cancer. This has set her on a journey of personal healing, so we're going to talk about that a little bit today. Next to my left, we've got Ivy Astrix. Ivy is a psychedelic enthusiast. She's a former cannabis executive and a current Web3 expert. She came out as transgender in March of 2020 after being assisted in that journey by plant medicines in 2019. She has spoken at Open Cop, she's been featured in Double Blind magazine, and she's a prolific writer and a friend of mine. And then finally, last but not least, we've got Kay Hanen. Kay's mission is to facilitate celebration. After 13 years of disability and numerous treatments, she was guided to try ayahuasca. We'll hear more about her story a little bit later. She co-owns La Selva Studios, which is a music production studio and event space that promotes access for underrepresented groups and artists. So thank you, all 3 of you, for agreeing to be here and to talk about what we're about to discuss. So I'm going to keep this conversation kind of simple. I'd like to start out by asking each of you a little bit about your pre-psychedelic experience. So maybe we'll start with Kay. What was your life like before you did psychedelics, before you were introduced to ayahuasca? What state were you in personally, and what compelled you to pursue them?
Hi, everyone. So it's hard for me to go back and connect to the person that I was before ayahuasca. It's almost scary to even talk about this because I still have a hard time believing that this miracle could even occur. I remember being really young, like 8, when I saw a bus ad and it was talking about stress. Like, do you need, it was for adults, obviously, but it was like listing the signs of stress and maybe you should see a therapist. It was like an ad for a therapist. And I remember thinking, oh, I must be stressed at 8. And then it just continued on. It was a lot of just existential dread and just really feeling like I needed to make myself as small as possible. I think there's a lot of, especially female people, who have just experienced growing up in a household where there wasn't space for your emotions. And so just becoming small. And you become so small that you can no longer hear your own inner voice. So I think around 13 or 14, I started having like daily panic attacks. I was really in a lot of distress. I was not eating and just a very low mood. Every day was a struggle to exist. I stopped going to school. I experienced a few hospitalizations. I was basically given every medication possible to the point where I was in the hospital and being given like experimental doses of medications, and it's hard for me to remember this time. It was very hard for my parents too. They felt very powerless, and I know that we're still working on that together, but I think it was actually through cannabis that I was guided to find ayahuasca. Cannabis has actually been kind of welcome in my family, thankfully, and the stigma wasn't really present around that. So I started using cannabis around 14 to kind of help with the anxiety and panic, and that was the one thing that allowed me to sleep and eat and be. And so I held on to that, and even through all the doctors saying, oh, you can't mix this with your SSRIs, you have to stop doing this. I was like, no, I need this. And so I went to a conference, the LIFT conference, I think in 2016 with my mom, because she was a big champion for me in my cannabis use. She saw how it helped me. And we, I had been looking for a counselor. I found a counselor there, and more than a counselor. Absolutely, she's a shaman, but this person took me on as a client and immediately said, you need to try ayahuasca and you need to do it now. And at this point, I had tried transmagnetic stimulation. I had been referred to electroconvulsive therapy multiple times, and I just said, no, I can't, not now. There has to be something else. And so I just decided to jump in. I didn't really know anything about ayahuasca. It wasn't really present in my world, and I think that actually helped. I didn't have any preconceived notions about what was supposed to happen. I did, however, go on Reddit and read some things that I kind of wish I didn't beforehand. But that was the bulk of it before. It was a lot of darkness, a lot of days spent wondering, when is this going to end? And just a lot of resistance, just so much resisting and clenching in the body. And so, just welcoming this freedom. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I'm going to pass the mic now to Laurie. So Laurie, if you could share with us a little bit about your life pre-psychedelics. I know the way that you came to them, your story is a little bit different than Kay's.
Yeah, thanks, Kay. One thing you said you don't really connect to the person you were before. And it's funny because I was just thinking the same thing yesterday about the film that I'm in, and there's some footage of us on a family vacation in Maui in 2019, just after I found out that my cancer was back. And I was thinking, I don't recognize that person anymore. First of all, I was still pretending to be a brunette, but the list goes on from there. So it's cool how, even though our stories are so different, there's so many similarities too. So I was diagnosed with colon cancer in 2018, went through all the chemo, surgery, radiation, more surgery, and thought everything was okay, and went back to work in April 2019, and then in probably around June, I started to feel some things that didn't seem right, and started to go for more tests, and found out in August of 2019 that I was back. And so the first thing I did was Google survival rate of colon cancer after 7 months, and he said, the only thing I read was if it comes back in less than 2 years, it's pretty much game over. So I went, close that, and that's about the only thing I've ever Googled about cancer. So yeah, I was feeling a lot of distress and loss and grief, thinking, I'm never going to see my kids get married, have grandkids. Won't be able to, go with my daughters to pick out their wedding dress, and things that you always think about when you're a mom and watching your kids grow up. So it was a really rough time. And a good friend of mine, Dave Phillips, he's a therapist and he's also in the film. We had been getting together with him and his wife and another couple just to get together once a week and have dinner together and watch TV and just laugh. And without that, I don't think my husband and I would have made it through any of it. But anyways, one night, Dave talked to us about psychedelics. He had been looking into it as part of his practice as a therapist, and we watched a documentary from Johns Hopkins called, I can't remember now, it's gone. Anyways, but there was this woman in there that, in the documentary, and she was just radiant, even though she had cancer, and in the end she died. But I saw her and thought, I want what she has. And about a month later, I had my first mushroom experience, and I had no experience with psychedelics whatsoever. But it was done as part of therapy and lots of preparation with my friend Dave. And my first trip was underground because I hadn't been given permission yet by the government, but I wasn't waiting. Besides, it makes me feel like a badass to say that. I'm really not. Yeah, and so immediately the relief that I had, just going through cancer the first year, all the physical challenges, there's no room to deal with any of the emotional stuff because we have to push it down and hang on to it. And I was able to release all of that day. And the next day I saw my cancer in a box on the floor to the left, and that's where it stayed. And it does come out once in a while, and I have to deal with it, but for the most part, I like to say I'm Laurie Brooks, and I'm 55, and I still have cancer, but I'm living like I don't. So.
That's incredible. Thank you so much, Laurie, for sharing that and your honesty. Ivy, I'd like to ask you a little bit about your introduction to psychedelics, the space you were in before you found them, and why you kind of pursued them. Thanks.
All right, well, I will love to tell you. So I will try and keep this short, but basically, I've known I was trans since like 14. This is not a thing where I took shrooms and like, oh, I'm actually trans now, or it like turned me trans. That's not what happened whatsoever. So yeah, I mean, I know there are varying degrees of had a bad childhood, but I'm definitely in the category of had a bad childhood. My family and I pretty much don't talk anymore. And what caused me to pursue them was I just felt there was something missing. There is definitely a point at which I fully transcended to living my best life, but there was a point before that of where, you know, it was pretty good. I had a tech job that was like not my like forever job, but you know, it was good, paid the bills and everything. But there was just something missing, and I thought, oh, I just need to be more social. But like I could never, I don't know, I could never really be myself when being social. Growing up in like Edmonton, which is the liberal bastion of Alberta / Snow Texas, but not by much, not by much. So
That's really good.
Yeah. So yeah, there was just something missing, and I'll keep my journey into cannabis industry super short because like that's a whole saga. But like, I was offered a job by Dan Sutton of Tantalus Labs, and cannot give like enough thanks to him for that or for supporting me when I came out at work. But anyway, I was in the middle of gallbladder surgery as I got the job offer, and I was like emailing Dan from a hospital bed, like, yeah, can I get this like operation before I like drive there? And he was like, yeah, you can probably do that. So, I mean, like, I had tried shrooms a little bit in, like, Edmonton, but, like, as we were talking, I think, recently, the selection in Vancouver and the de facto decrim that's been here for, like, 20 years was a lot better than, like, Edmonton. So, like, I wouldn't even consider what I did in Edmonton a real psychedelic experience. It was like, oh, I took shrooms at this party, and it was cool, whatever. So, yeah, it was 2019. I'd been in cannabis for about a year, and the party scene was kind of ramping up a little bit. So yeah, I took 6 grams of shrooms somewhat accidentally. Like it was destined to be a like large dose, but I didn't think it would be 6 grams exactly. But anyway, so yeah, I like took it, and like we'll talk about that when we talk about the actual experience. But like it was a definite demarcation point, and yeah, the reason that like I tried them was probably because of the people like around me, and you know, can't give enough credit to you and like some of our other friends like Alex Samuelson, Steph Martins, a whole bunch of my cannabis people, which even though, you know, we'll probably talk about that too, my journey into quasi-celebrityness now are like still my friends, even though I have my moments of like princessy, whatever. So I can't thank all of you enough for like putting up with me, but yeah, to like sum all that up, it was just really a journey of like opportunities that came to me because of who I was, even though I was very like restrained and like not my full self. People still saw something inside of me, I guess. And just that Vancouver, I do some work now actually with someone who is a rave journalist, which I was totally floored to find out that's an actual job. But she's been all over the world, and she loves Vancouver. She's like, Vancouver is this awesome petri dish for amazing drug policy, and it like so is. But yeah, that's probably enough on my journey there.
Well, thank you so much, Ivy, and to all of you. I think the really interesting theme through all of these stories, and probably for most psychedelic experiences, is that they allow us to sort of connect with our authentic self. And when you come into contact with your authentic self in that way, it's kind of hard to go back to that person. So I want to now kind of unpack, if we could, the meat, if you will, of your psychedelic experience. So maybe you could share, if you could, and maybe we'll start with Laurie this time, what some of your intentions were, maybe some of the things that you experienced, and some of the insights that you received. Thanks.
Is this on? Okay. Well, I've done had two separate mushroom experiences. So the first year, the first one in 2019, I wanted to know, are my husband and kids going to be okay if I die? And I want my family to know who I am, other than mom or wife or daughter or sister. I grew up in a religious home where we went to church 3 or 4 times a week. I'm not sure why once didn't cover it, but and as an adult, we left that because we just don't agree with where the church has gone and how they treat LGBTQ people and just women in general. Started to feel like this is not the place for me or for us, and we left that, but the guilt and shame of that, not that I was happy, but I felt it from my family, and so I was hiding, really, who I was a lot of the time, and so that was one of my second intention, and it just hit me a few months ago when the film came out. Holy smokes, that was one of my intentions, and look at this. Now there's a documentary. That's crazy to think about. So that was one of them, and then a few others just with different relationships in my life. And excuse me. I came out of that. I remember at one point just hearing somebody wailing and crying and realized it was me. And just that was a releasing of all the grief and anger and fear and everything from going through cancer. And I kept circling around. And I would go through a session of wailing and crying, and then have this time with my friend Dave, who's a therapist. His wife is one of my best friends, and she was in the room too because she's a nurse, and she was there holding space for me. But they had lost their son about 10 years before in a car accident, and I was spending time with their son. And he kept taking me around through this beautiful park, what I thought was a park, but it's like, you're gonna love it here. And then when I would leave, he would tell my mom I love her. And and I didn't even know him when he was alive, but I knew it was him. And then I would see my family, my kids, my husband, and all of my friends, and just what they meant to me and who they were in my life. And all of those people that I saw in my trip are the people over the last 3 years. Some of them, I thought, why did I see this person? I didn't, but they are the people who are around me now, and in my community of people who, just my close community. And so that was that year, and just the relief of being able to see my cancer in a box beside me instead of hanging over me every day. It was like it allowed me to breathe and have space to live. And then the second year I did the next year I did another mushroom trip, and that time I was like, am I gonna be okay? And I definitely saw that day, and all my fear of death was gone. And so it was just it was reassuring, that's the word I have for it. So, yeah.
Wow, what a beautiful image that is, your cancer in a box beside your bed. I think also it's interesting that the second time you went in, it took a second time for you to ask about yourself. And I think oftentimes as women, we put other people's experiences before our own. Is my family going to be okay? Is my husband going to be okay? But I'm glad you were able to revisit that second question. Ivy, I would love to ask you a little bit about your trip, your life-changing transformational trip. Tell us a little bit about your intentions, the set and setting, and what you sort of gained from that experience.
Sure. Okay. So as far as set and setting, I need to kind of set the scene for that, which maybe a little bit of history too. So at the time, 2019, I think the cannabis boom was maybe at its crest, or maybe receding a little bit. I was working for the Tesla of cannabis. Tantalus was one of the best jobs I've ever had. And the party scene in cannabis, I'm sure you can remember, was really, really good. So that's all that stuff's going in my book. So look for that one day. But I would go back to the place in Maple Ridge where Tantalus was nice enough to let me live for 2 years. And I would be suicidal some nights, and probably some nights the closest I've ever been. And you would think what's wrong with you? You have this like quasi-celebrity life, and you're like this now. And like I had no idea. So like I thought, well, everyone here is into like psychedelics, and like me, and like I've heard about like ayahuasca and like the like life-changingness of it. So I thought, yeah, I'll like try some mushrooms. So like whenever I do psychedelics, it's because I'm very femme presenting. Usually when I'm not wearing a mask, I actually do wear makeup sometimes. So like, don't let this be your overall impression of me. But so yeah, I had a lot of that kind of imagery, and through rave culture, EDM, and like dancing, that's where I connect to a lot of my femininity as well. So I had that as the kind of setting. And yeah, I took the mushrooms, had my music playlist was dominated by Kesha, of course, probably still is. And yeah, so one thing about my trips is, and like I've recently resolved this, but like for a while, I'll think the trip is over within like 2 hours, and then that like moment of like, oh, this is where the trip actually starts. So I was like, oh yeah, this is cool, kind of connected to myself, whatever, these shrooms are pretty good. And then the like actual trip started. So like the overall message I got from it was that like, okay, you have the like ability and the privilege to come out, and the rest of your life is kind of awesome. Like, why are you doing a disservice to yourself? And kind of like other trans people, I found I've, not through any like intention of my own, become a like, I don't know, like some trans people have called me their like role model, and I don't know what's wrong with them, but like going into that space in that trip also too, I was like, well, yeah, like I guess I am kind of public facing. My boss really doesn't care what I say on Twitter or like what I say in public. So yeah, I should take up that mantle if I can. And what else happened during the trip? So usually when I trip, if it's a like heroic dose of shrooms or a fairly decent dose of acid, I kind of connect with this ancient feminine being. And like after the trip is over, the like recollection is like kind of hazy, but I do feel it's a real spiritual higher level connection. And yeah, I just kind of like had that conversation with them, and they were like, yeah, this is why you've kind of felt this way, and this is why you kind of have this like idea of like, oh, I want to be this like cannabis socialite, which I was for a while. And you should just like let it go. Like you have the like opportunity. There's like nothing stopping you. You're probably never talking to your parents again, anyway, over like things. And like that was a lot of the trip. I find that like, and like I don't know if like Kay or like Laurie can like disagree with this, or this is a common thing, but like there's a certain quality to the trips if they're kind of a really high level trip that can't really be described other than, I don't know, a vibe of like connecting to things that are both like ancient, like cosmic, and like future. But yeah, that was the overall trip. And like one thing I'll say too is when I did the interview with Double Blind with Nicole Hodges, I told her that like cannabis had always been kind of a band-aid. Like, yeah, it'll deal with the like symptoms, but like psychedelics are kind of a cheat code, and like they will let you see like what it will be like if you put the work in. And that's a whole thing, spiritual bypassing. I won't get off on that rant, but it was really helpful to me, and I think a lot of people who know they're trans, if they could have that experience, would put the work in, and they say, oh, well, like I did not know, because I have bipolar disorder and social anxiety disorder. I did not know how much of that anxiety was wrapped up in like a gender dysphoria. I was like shocked when I really started the whole coming out thing. Like I was like, yeah, wow, it kind of sucks. I didn't know this back when I was like 14 or like 18. Like, yeah, Edmonton and Alberta kind of sucked for trans people then, but like, maybe I would have done it. But yeah, so like to wrap that up, like the overall trip was just really connecting with myself. And like, once again, it wasn't that I think psychedelics, like change you manifestly maybe, but it's that they really give you like freedom to like unlock your potential, and they let you like listen to yourself. There's like so many distractions. As a very online person, it's even more like even back then, like, you know, Amanda, I got that cannabis job because of Twitter, because I've been doing the like live tweeting of like conferences and like that was my thing. It's really easy to get like sucked into the whole like social thing and to be able to really be helped to like turn all of that off and just be like, okay, yo, like you need to really connect with yourself and not waste this incredible opportunities you've been given, was like really, really powerful for me, and I'm like so grateful for it. Yeah, and like probably the last thing I'll say is that one of our other friends, Pantha, I had basically asked her, hey, you know, if you guys ever go to do psychedelics or whatever, I'd really like to, you know, try it out in a like group setting. And she told me about Base Coast, and she thought I would like never get tickets, but I like got tickets somehow, and that was after the trip, and that was really transformational too. And like after the trip, I really connected to the like rave culture more, doing harm reduction, and like as a result now I'm doing harm reduction for New Forms Music Festival, and yeah, so many things have opened up because of that. But anyway, sorry, that's my TLDR of my trip.
Thank you, Ivy. I think it's incredible how it's opened so many doors for you, you know, like really stepping into that authentic self, it's been really, really cool to watch. Kay, I would love to ask you a little bit about your experience as well. I know that, so Kay and I actually met in Circle, and we've gotten to know each other a little bit over the years. And when I heard her story, I was completely floored and blown away. So yeah, please.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned Base Coast, by the way. It's a women-run festival. It's very close to my heart. It's very beautiful. It's really harm reduction forward, and is really a wonderful space for people to be exposed to altered states of consciousness, and to learn about harm reduction. And they just hold space for women in a beautiful way. So check out Base Coast Festival. I came into the experience of drinking ayahuasca for the first time in a very nervous system, like a very distressed state. I was having like hyperventilating panic attacks every day for multiple hours a day sometimes. I would end like in vomiting and very distressed. I remember we did a sharing circle in the beginning, and I didn't say much, but I said, please don't touch me. If I'm in distress, I don't want to be touched. I couldn't imagine having like a stranger have contact with my body. It just sounded painful to even imagine to be connected to someone in that way. There was such a thick wall between me and the rest of the world, of all of these safety features that I designed that were ultimately just hiding me away. One of the most wonderful things about this first ceremony was it was really big, and there was a lot of people there, a lot of very different demographics, different kinds of people. And something about that really made me feel safe. Like nobody really went into depth about what they were dealing with, just the surface level, but I could tell we all had a common thread. And I'd been hiding away in my apartment on disability for 6 years, and just being in a room with just a bunch of other souls who were on this journey was, I want to say, like half of the medicine. Like it was the ceremony itself, beyond the medicine, is huge. For my intention, I kept it really simple. I just said, I want to feel the love of the universe. I decided to just be really clear. And I didn't really think about it a lot ahead of time. I just sat down in front of the guy with the cup, and that's what came. I just said, I want to feel the love of the universe, and I set it into the cup, and I drank it. And what followed was incredible nausea. And just sitting in this space with people just like screaming their guts out, crying, laughing, all of these sounds of being human. That had been missing from my experience, just experience. I was afraid of experience. And so just being in that space of all of this intensity kind of woke something up in me, and created just a sense of safety that maybe, if we do this together, it'll be okay. And at some point, I thought, well, nothing's really happening. It's getting towards the end, and I don't know. I haven't vomited yet. I've just been really nauseous, and this is okay, I guess. And then the purge came. It was a gentle purge, but the moment it ended, I was just enveloped in that love that I had asked to meet. It's hard to describe, like you say. You can't. There's no words. Just a flash of light. It's like an overwhelming, almost like a full body orgasm kind of experience. That completely it's a nervous system reset. Like, we can look at what's happening here. Your neurons are being flushed, and all of these circuits of pain and distress are being flushed through, and there's space made. And the feeling of that space was overwhelming at first. I remember just lying there on the ground and kind of shaking and trembling and trying to figure out how to be in my body. And it took hours of just sitting there and just feeling sensations that I'd been kind of rejecting. All kinds of sensations, negative ones, positive ones, but it wasn't naming them. There was a freedom from judging them as well, which is something that has carried through. So there was actually a message that came through as I was purging, and it was very clear. It wasn't in my voice. There was no voice. It was just a message, and it said, "You're here now. You don't have to try anymore." And I believe it was like they talk about this in kind of the cultures that this medicine is from, but the soul retrieval. The concept that you can lose your soul or lose your connection to your soul through an intense experience of trauma or fright. And so that's what I feel like happened. I met my soul again. It came back. I can't explain it other than that. Actually, since that ceremony, everyone I was surrounded with was strangers. And now, oddly, the person who was sitting directly beside me and the person who was sitting directly across from me have become close friends somehow, just through other ceremonies and happenstance. And a lot of the people that I met there, this is almost 7 years ago now, are still in my life today. And it's hard for me to talk about because I still sometimes don't believe that it could possibly happen this way. It just seems so unbelievable. But thank you for giving me a space to talk about it, because...
Don't thank me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dana, for setting this up.
I'm excited to find more ways to to bring this out into the world. And I know that, we're all kind of on that path now of what's the next step? How do we move on with this and walk with this in our hearts? And I guess that's just it. You just walk with it in your heart, whatever you're doing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We have maybe one minute left for our speakers, and maybe I'll ask you briefly, what's one piece of advice you could share with the audience if they're thinking about looking to pursue an experience like this? Quickly, first thing that comes to your mind. I mean, you've all shared some pretty incredible advice so far, so maybe I won't put you on the spot, but I just really want to take a moment to commend everyone here for being so open, so raw, so real. It's not easy to talk about these things in a small group, let alone to 150 people. So thank you all for holding space for us to have this conversation. I know we're on a quite tight timeline here, so I'll just say thank you and express my gratitude on behalf of the panel, and come and chat with us.
Would you mind, Amanda, if I share one thing?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, so one thing I would say to people, just based on my own experience, is don't get too trapped into the spiritual only model. I think there's a good crossover between for me raves and EDM and ancient.
Totally. There's a spectrum.
So don't be afraid or feel bad if your experiences might tend towards the more recreational. I think you can still get like, do it responsibly. I know people who need to like dial it back, but don't feel like it always has to be a spiritual connecting with God experience, because it might just be you want to go out with your friends to a club and listen to some EDM, and some shrooms make the music sound better and the lights look prettier. And I think that's like totally
I think
valid.
the magic can happen in those experiences too. All right, thank you all so much.
Thank you. Oh, so beautiful. Thank you all so much. All right. Our next speaker is Deborah Servetnick. If you know her, is to love her. She is a glowing little light stick of a human, and she is known as Grateful Deb. She is a psychedelic coach and has met and learned from leaders and luminaries of transformation and psychedelics for over 40 years. She offers high vibration psychedelic preparation and integration to optimize and sustain your results. A master body worker, breath worker, ordained minister, end-of-life doula, and an original Johns Hopkins University psilocybin cancer study participant. Please give an exceptionally warm welcome to Deb Servetnick.
Thank you. Can I just use that one?
You can.
Okay. Thank you. A grateful good morning to everyone, sisters and friends. Good morning. Okay, thank you. Better? Okay, real good. Right? Thank you. Now we're talking. Well, good morning, everyone. You know her? She's a pusher. At 12 years old, I became a pusher, and I pushed for years. I pushed through my period, and I did it for years. For 41 years, I pushed through my periods. I pushed through my period 500 times until chemotherapy took over that job. As a young woman in the 1970s, talking about bleeding was taboo. When I learned about the menstrual hut, I committed to resistance. Agree to be shamed and ostracized? No, I pushed. On the way to bat mitzvah, I discovered my period declared me unclean and kept me segregated. This was the beginning of my pushing against God. I tiptoed back by renaming Spirit Goddess, but the damage had already been done. I disconnected from my body and my inner world. As I entered my teen years and birth control became important to me, I looked for a way to eliminate my period. My period was the epicenter of my world. My connection at the time was, I have it. It's still here. It's finished. I'm gonna get it. And where the hell is it? Familiar? Depo-Provera was emerging, and I was interested. I didn't know the lasting side effects that my younger friends would experience, the difficulty they faced when they desired to conceive a child or simply desired to return to balance. All that pushing was pushing back. There was no Depo or anything better for my peers and me, so we did this. For a moment, allow the wise woman you've grown into to imagine healing your wounded feminine with 5 sick days every month, a paid 6-month maternity leave, and subsidized childcare for all. I was a co-conspirator in Shut the Hut, but that was then, and this is now. I wonder what it would be like to sit in the menstrual hut with my sisters, my mother, my daughter, all of our tribes, getting our period together. Imagine the superpower we'd possess in our home and in our community. allowing our inner and outer worlds to respond intentionally in awareness and prioritization of women's need for safe, private, and closed spaces with proper water and sanitation. I imagine 5 days every month of multi-generational women immersed in support, restoration, healing, and stories of our ancestors. Not serving anyone else, only our sisterhood. I imagine the wisdom in the conversation. In my imagination, these connections are rich. We laugh, we sing, we dance, we pray. We love and honor our bodies at every stage of life. We celebrate. We grieve our losses together. We journey, we heal, and we share freely. Nature lives in us. We gather flowers and food and water, making art and music, and we create ritual. We sleep when we're tired, and we eat when we're hungry, and we work in a job we love. Caretaking in the hut is nursing our babies and getting to really know these beings of light. We design our lives. We joyfully receive this sacred time to connect our inner world to our outer world. At this full moon today, I invite you to connect to your womb wisdom. Acknowledge your inner child who was born with all the eggs you are ever going to have. Celebrate the wise woman you've become through navigating the unknown, moving toward pleasure, and leaning into your longing and discontent. What's your generational story? Does it fill you with gratitude for how far you've come? Have you made the space to forgive a physically or mentally abusive or jealous or addicted mother? Or are you pushing it away? What we resist persists. What if you engage with it through ritual, through psychedelic exploration? Could this be a step toward connecting your inner and outer worlds? Notice the women already in your life who can help guide you to who you really are, and engage with them intentionally. When you give birth to yourself, you transform the feminine wound. Big Pharma would love fertility to remain a woman's problem and responsibility. And in the USA, the majority decision of the Supreme Court wants to shame women for shouldering that. I don't want policy, laws, culture decided by people who are not affected by them. No one else gets to make a decision about my body. And the same goes for my decision to use psychedelics if I choose. And ditto for the psychedelic credentials world. And big thank you to Bea and Dana for envisioning and bringing us the model for psychedelic leadership. By the age of 35, my mom, Ruth, had 4 kids, plus 1 baby she carried to term but never got to bring home from the hospital. She was sedated when she delivered that baby. My father waited in the waiting room. This was all typical in the 1950s. Barely conscious, grief swallowed her in those horrific, surreal moments and never left her. Mom had already been grieving for as long as she could remember. My mom was only 8 when her mother died. By 55, my mom was a widow. What if my mom had psychedelics to help her move through her grief, and then integration, help and practice following that to reconnect her to her inner and outer worlds? She lived to nearly 85. She would have been more than a survivor. And she'd have an aligned community of support. Survivors, pushers, all are believers in something more. I arrived to Earth as the rainbow baby. My purpose is offering opportunities for transformation. Live your purpose, and you transform your feminine wound. Postpartum depression, it's more than hormones. It's more than a biological response. Birth and giving birth, it's an emotional and physical journey. It's an intersection of our inner and outer world. The life of every woman who gives birth is altered following that life-changing moment. We link consciousness to psychedelics. We see life in everything. JHU has data showing the psychedelic journey experienced during their study rates as one of the most significant experiences in a person's life, in their entire life. The birth of a child is another. Psychedelics hold enormous potential for the holistic health of women. Mental health benefits are side effects of the spiritual healing. I experienced the efficiency and effectiveness of 2 guided ketamine experiences in a Pradi training in the MAPS Naropa University Psychedelic Assisted Therapy Certificate Program just last month. Psychedelic assisted therapy begins with a compassionate and skilled guide or sitter holding space. Breast cancer is the most common type of cancer diagnosed in women. And as I hold space for psychedelic psilocybin journeys, I'm researching its effectiveness in navigating and mitigating chemo-brain symptoms in breast cancer survivors. Breast cancer-targeted chemotherapy is known to negatively impact the nervous system more than any other cancer treatment. Healthcare is our right. We transform the mother wound by connecting our inner and outer worlds. We can connect our inner and outer worlds through psychedelic medicine. We know MDMA, which in 1973 was rescheduled to Schedule 1. Need a drink. As a breakthrough, let's drink to not Schedule 1. We know it as a breakthrough in relieving trauma. What if we offered MDMA following miscarriage or helped to alleviate depression and anxiety with ketamine following abortion? And ayahuasca for deeper journeys. What about psilocybin? The safest of the psychedelics? Women, even pregnant women, have been using psilocybin for centuries. Open this conversation with your family, your friends, your facilitators, your clients, your physicians, your therapists, and your patients. Emerging psychedelic facilitator training programs are paving the way for a new approach to holistic health, and I envision breakthrough results for women. Psychedelic training and academic research without a focus on women's health care is incomplete. As Taylor Majewski tells us in her widely acclaimed MIT Tech Review piece, most of modern medicine is built in research exclusively on cisgender men. Women are at greater risk for side effects, their symptoms are dismissed, they're diagnosed significantly later than men. We transform the mother wound by connecting our inner and outer worlds every day. Restricted access to abortion and the trauma of unwanted pregnancy for our sisters calls for each sister in psychedelics to activate her mycelial network. What can you do where you are with what you have? Psychedelic facilitators have the ability to assist women in every stage of fertility. The legal and the underground abortion movement is poised to not only affirm healthcare as a human right, but also to distinctly identify psychedelic medicine as a powerful partner in treatment. We're at the precipice of a new model in consciousness, a guided psychedelic journey in combination with the journey of all stages of womanhood, birth, miscarriage, abortion, fertility treatment, menopause, and end of life is the most life-affirming action we can take. We're all daughters, sisters, mothers, and grandmothers walking each other home. We have time for questions if we do.
I'm going to try and get a mic.
Oh, my last slide, please. Thank you. You can always find me at Deb at GratefulDeb.com as well. Yes. One more time. Which psychedelics have been the most transformational for me? Well, the most recent one I've used is ketamine, and that was a big surprise to me, how efficiently and effectively it did the trick. And because up until my own experience, the only people I knew who used ketamine were people that came to me really desperate because they had already used ketamine and it didn't work, but they didn't have any integration. They didn't have, this was, you know, just like a ketamine mill, right? So I love psilocybin. You know, I grew up in Philadelphia. We had Tasty Cake. We used to say, I love them all. They're all good. That's kind of how I feel about it. I really do love, I love LSD, but, you know, don't forget I'm a deadhead. And I love psilocybin. So I think psilocybin is just so easy to use. You can use it with, you know, for so many things with so many people. And the downloads continue for so long. And they're gentle, the downloads. So that's probably my psychedelic of choice. Any other questions? Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about your experiences at Johns Hopkins?
Well, I'll tell you, it really is 10 years now for me since I've been in the psychedelic psilocybin cancer study. And at the time, I did receive a placebo, so that really speaks to me. And that was the first journey. But of course, the placebo and my victimhood were really good partners. They just were like totally attracted to each other. And when I got the placebo, I went into that whole thing of, you know, I might not even make it till that second journey. Like, where's my, you know, where is this? So where's my opportunity to, like, leave this all behind? But my second journey was really big, and it was a Jesus on the cross journey. And what I heard in that journey was, you're really just addicted to your struggle. It's really time to let it go. Biggie. So, and all this time, you know, I'm still integrating from that journey, believe it or not. Every time I go to Colorado or Northern California, every time I'm in Grass Valley or Nevada City or Netherlands and I'm around the mining towns, I say to myself, it feels like I've been here, and I feel like, wow, I've had lots of really hard lives. There's so many of them. I mean, you know, at one point I thought to myself, I thought, gosh, I wish I had parents that would have really encouraged me to really be more of who I was. And then I thought, oh my God, you picked Jewish parents. Girl, you got it. We're persecuted. We're always going to be persecuted. It's never going to end, persecution. And I thought to myself, this is such a great opportunity. So the Hopkins journey for me, it's not so much, and of course I had Mary Casamano was my guide. I was so fortunate. But the real lesson of that is that the downloads keep continuing because I'm applying that to everything. Is this part of my old belief that says this has to be hard? And it's old. It's ancestor old. It's survivor old. You know, my grandparents came from Russia on a boat. You know, they didn't speak any English, didn't have any money. So I grew up just like we were talking. I had, in the beginning of this, my ancestors were born in the 1880s, like my grandparents, you know. So for me, that was, I've been putting that together all these years, just it can be easy. But what I know about Hopkins is, yeah, we already proved it. It's good for trauma. We get it. Let's go now. It's really good for breast cancer. Like, let's go now. It's really good for vets. Let's go now. It's really good for all kinds of things. Let's do it. Let's roll this out. Thank you, everybody. Lots of love.
beautiful. Next up, we have Brittany Lillegard. Brittany has been in the wellness space for over 15 years and is a certified Wim Hof method instructor. It makes me cold just even saying that out loud. She is a yoga and meditation teacher, as well as an education and content lead for the Dutch organization Microdosing Institute. It's an education, community, and research platform dedicated to providing accessible education on the practice of microdosing and supporting and encouraging research. Personally, Brittany has lived in 5 countries and currently lives full-time in her self-converted van with her pup, Polly. Please give a warm welcome to Brittany Lillegard for Microdosing and Breathwork for Deepened Connection.
Can I take it off to uplift it? Hello, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. I don't know about you, but I am nervous. So I am going to just quickly, before we get into my talk, have you all join me for a co-regulated breath. And if you can breathe some of your calm nerves towards my way, I would be massively appreciative. So if you would like to join me, we'll just take a nice deep inhale through our nose and exhale with a sigh. All right, I feel a little bit more calm, so thank you for that. As mentioned, I'm going to be speaking to you today about 2 entheogenic practices, 2 practices that are very important to me because they have been absolutely paramount and instrumental in helping me manage my own mental health. And those practices are microdosing and breathwork. Now, I know I only have 20 minutes, so we're just barely going to scratch the surface, but I hope that this talk gives you a little bit of inspiration about how these 2 practices can be really, really powerful for deepening connection. Now, why is connection and this concept of connection so incredibly important? You probably know that we are facing a few struggles in the collective, one of those being a global mental health crisis. It's probably no surprise when I tell you that 1 in 5 North Americans currently struggle with a mental health disorder. And a lot of those mental health struggles and challenges are largely due in part to disconnection. Disconnection from ourselves, disconnection from other people, and disconnection from nature. And this disconnection from nature especially is partially responsible for, if not wholly responsible for, a large part of the ecological crisis that we face. So if we can go to the next slide. Dr. Rosalind Watts, maybe some of you have heard of her. She is a clinical psychologist. She is very well known in the psychedelic space. She's actually just released a really beautiful tool to help measure someone's level of connection and what that level of connection might be before and after a specific practice or treatment. And this is a quote of hers and others that was published in October 2019 in a paper. And I thought it was a really powerful quote to start with. As humanity faces a deepening ecological crisis, we urgently need tools that can facilitate connection, foster empathy, and a shared sense of common purpose for protecting and restoring our world. So it is my hope that you can see how these 2 incredibly accessible, simple and powerful tools, microdosing and breathwork, might be one of the solutions to help increase this widening disconnection that we face in our world. We can go to the next slide. So you'll notice at the start that I called these practices, microdosing and breathwork, entheogenic practices. And this term, it was coined in the 1970s, and it is one of the many attempts that we've made to put some language around these mind-blowing experiences that we have on psychoactive substances. I really like this term, and I would like to offer up a broadening of the usage of this term to extend beyond substances. You'll notice that I also called breathwork an entheogenic practice. And the reason I like this is because the term entheogen, it literally translates to generate God within. Now, this term God, I don't mean it in a religious sense, but I mean it in the sense of all that is. So an entheogenic practice is something that can help someone generate all that is within themselves, which is essentially what connection is. It's an understanding of our own selves, it's an understanding of others, and it is a deep understanding and connection to the world, environment, and nature around us. Next slide. So microdosing, I do consider microdosing an entheogenic practice. At Microdosing Institute, we like to use this definition. I won't read all of it here, but microdosing is the practice of semi-regularly consuming very tiny amounts of psychedelic substances. And this last part, this is the part that is not always included in the definition of microdosing, but I think it's really important, with the intention of improving one's quality of life. And I will get to that, and you will see, hopefully, how important this is to the process of microdosing in just a little bit. Before that, though, I want to take an opportunity to bust a big microdosing myth. And this myth was actually partially started by Dr. James Fadiman himself. For those of you who don't know Dr. Fadiman, he is considered the father of modern microdosing, and he has that designation because he released a book about 10 years ago called The Psychedelic Explorer's Guide. And in that book, he describes microdosing as a sub-perceptual practice. He uses that exact term. He has since walked back on using that term, and we like to describe it now instead as a sub-hallucinogenic practice, meaning it doesn't cause visual distortions, it doesn't cause synesthesia, disorientation, a lot of those experiences that we have on higher dose experiences, but it's not sub-perceptual. In fact, microdosing is oftentimes, for a lot of people, very perceptual. Next slide, please. Those changes in perception are oftentimes explained by people. I'm not going to read through this whole list, but this list is the most common microdosing benefits that were experienced based off of a survey by Toby Lee and others. It was a research survey of about 1,800 people. But a handful that I want to point out is that a lot of people oftentimes experience being more present and mindful, which is also just being more aware of your surroundings, as well as increased self-awareness, deepened connection to themselves, an increased connection to others, and nature relatedness. That all sounds pretty spectacular, right? From such a tiny, tiny, tiny dose of psychedelics, we might be able to experience all of these benefits. But does microdosing actually work? You could go to the next slide. So just to cover a little potential elephant in the room, oftentimes when I talk about microdosing, everyone says to me, but Brittany, show me the science. There's not a whole lot out there, and there's these few studies, and I read this one headline, especially recently, that literally said microdosing was nothing more than a placebo, okay? So we are gonna talk a little bit about science. There is science on microdosing, albeit limited, and of course not up to, I think, a lot of the rigorous standards that a lot of us would like to see. That's partially due to legal restrictions, right? Administering a Schedule I substance, kind of hard to do sometimes. And additionally to that, we just learned that microdosing is perceptual. So actually finding an appropriate placebo type of double-blinded setting can be challenging. Even as much so as we see those challenges in a high-dose setting. But before we talk about science, next slide, he's on it. I really like him. Thank you. So before we talk about science, I want to take a moment, and I want to honor microdosing as an ancient practice. So we have a very, very, very beautiful team member at Microdosing Institute. Her name is Soshil Ashi, and she's a 5th-generation Peruvian medicine woman. And we interviewed her recently for our podcast. And on that podcast, one of the questions I asked her was, you know, everyone focuses on high-dose ceremonies. Everyone focuses on the high-dose experience, but do you actually microdose in your lineage? Do you use microdoses as medicine? And without hesitating, she said, Brittany, microdosing has always been around. It is an ancient practice. We just didn't have a name for it, and we didn't have the frameworks that we have today. So, pointing to this direct quote from her, she says, we do need science. It is helpful, but we also need this ancient wisdom. So I want to take a moment, and before we talk about the science, I want to take a moment to honor the ancient wisdom that we have around this practice, and to also honor the suffering that's been endured for that ancient wisdom to remain alive, for us to be able to utilize these tools today. But science is also cool, and we can use both. So I want to point your attention to a study that was published last year. This was published by L.S. Kertner and others in Scientific Reports, I believe. And this study is not without its struggles. It was not placebo-controlled, for example. However, it doesn't mean that it didn't provide some valuable insights. In this study, they looked at the changes in a couple of measurements in microdosers over the course of 4 weeks. And they saw statistically significant improvements in several areas. And I want to especially point out psychological well-being and decreases in depression and anxiety were observed. That's pretty stellar. But also, they saw that social connectedness and nature relatedness were also observed in this group. So again, we're continuing to see that even in these tiny quantities, that psychedelics might be able to increase or deepen our connection to ourselves, to others, and to nature, and that's pretty powerful stuff. Next slide. However, I would be remiss to also not let you know that the researchers concluded that these results were due to nothing but expectation bias. Bummer, right? Wrong, actually, at least in my opinion. So I want to point out an exact quote in the conclusion of this paper. And this quote, the researchers said, "It seems entirely plausible that microdoses function as active placebos, amplifying expectations due to the plasticity-promoting nature of the drug effects themselves." Okay? So 2 things I want to particularly point out here. The plasticity-promoting effects of the drugs themselves. The researchers are saying that it is plausible that even in tiny quantities, microdoses of psychedelics impact our brain. That is especially cool, and we have seen this in other studies. There's an LSD dose-finding study from Beckley Research that showed measured improvements in BDNF, or brain-derived neurotrophic factor. So we actually have some evidence that even in tiny quantities, there are impacts on the brain. Additionally, the second thing I really want to point out, because I think this is the beauty of microdosing in particular, they say that microdoses function to amplify expectations. This is a concept that is readily accepted in the high-dose community. That concept's called set and setting. Whatever mindset and whatever environmental setting I bring into my communion with my psychoactive substance gets amplified. It gets made louder. That happens even in a microdose setting, even in these tiny, tiny, tiny doses, even though I'm not having this mind-blowing, crazy, mind-altering experience, I still can experience some amplification of whatever I bring into my microdosing practice. Whatever intention I bring into my microdosing practice has far more potential of actually being realized. This amplification of expectations, we look at it as expectation bias and we say, bummer, these don't work. I actually look at this and I say, holy cow, if we know this, we can work with this. That's pretty cool. Whatever intention, whatever expectation we bring into our microdosing practice, we have far more potential to realize. Next slide. So I want to leave you, before we start talking about the breath and how am I going to fit this in the amount of time, I'm going to try, but I want to leave you with this one statement about microdosing to sit with, and that is that microdosing psychedelic substances may amplify whatever expectation or intention I bring or you bring into your practice. Cool? So let's sit with that for just a second. Halfway through. All right, so the breath. What does this have to do with the breath? Well, if we know this, we can actually choose supporting practices that our microdosing practice can amplify. We can use our microdosing practice to be more supportive of other practices or tools that we might have in our toolkit in such a way that, in my opinion, the benefits become synergistic, which means the benefits I get from microdosing and the benefits I get from breathwork, when they're combined, are even greater than the two parts separately. It's just a theory, but I think it's a pretty good one. So the breath, the breath. You guys will get to experience some connection with your breath after this session, which I'm very, very, very grateful for. But our breath is also something that we have revered since we've been around. Breathwork in and of itself is also an ancient practice, just like microdosing. And our breath is a very connective tool, so connective, in fact, that in many cultures, the word for breath and spirit are one and of the same. And I don't believe that there's any coincidence with that, right? If so many different cultures in so many different languages think that our breath and our spirit are so seamlessly intertwined, there's got to be something to that, I think. But what is breathwork specifically? Well, in drier terms, breathwork is any intentional manipulation of your breath, okay? So normally, our breath is functioning autonomically. That means that our brain is scanning our environment, and based off of what it perceives, it's telling our breath to do something, which is hopefully to breathe in and out, because we all know we can't live very long without our breath. So that serves us pretty well. And this function, it happens subconsciously without us even thinking about it. But you're also probably aware, 30 seconds, okay. Okay, whoa, okay, we can do this. Let's take a deep breath. Thank you. Keeping me on my toes. So our breath, it happens automatically, but we can choose to consciously change our breath. If I ask you to lengthen your exhale or hold your breath, you can override your brain's ability to subconsciously control your breath. And this is where the power of our breath comes in. Because normally, I'm looking at you all, and my brain is saying, this is scary, this is stressful, we should be nervous, and then my breath responds to that. And my breath becomes stressful and scary and nervous, and it reiterates the story that my brain is creating about this environment. But if instead I choose to breathe in a cool, calm, collected way, I can start to overwrite the stories that my brain makes about the environment. I have more space to choose how I respond to the environment around me. I can intentionally guide and direct the reality space that I exist in. Rather than living from a brain down approach, I can exist from a breath up approach, which is really freaking cool. Like, it's really cool. Next slide, please. So on that note, you can think of your breath as the remote control of your nervous system. And in other words, if you change the input, if you change your breath, you can change the output. Cool. It's a really, really, really powerful concept. Now, just to wrap up here, because this guy's got another sign that's coming out. How did you end up with the hardest jab of the day, I think? Do you have the bell, too? Yeah, okay. Next slide. So In my opinion, these two tools are really, really beautifully supportive when practiced together to increase connection. To increase connection to ourselves, to increase connection to others, and to increase connection to the world around us and our natural environment. And, I'm not gonna go through my last few slides just for time, but I just want to leave you with this little bit of inspiration. That very word, inspiration, inspire, it means to breathe in. So I hope that I have breathed in some thoughts for you to chew on, to breathe on while you leave here, about how these two very simple and accessible tools, and I want to focus on that word accessible, because high-dose journeys are powerful, they're lovely, they're beautiful, they have changed my life, they've changed many of your lives. They're not always accessible for everyone. Microdosing, in the levels that it changes our perception, tends to be a more tangible and a more digestible change in perception than what is often brought up in a high-dose journey. It's also a really beautiful complement to either prepare or integrate a high-dose journey. But when used alongside our breath, we can use our breath to feed the intention into our microdose. And we can use our microdosing practice to deepen our connection with our breath. And then once we've deepened our connection with our breath, I have more control, again, of the intention that I could feed back into my microdosing practice. And all of a sudden, I'm stuck in this really beautiful loop of connection. And if there's any loop to be stuck in, it's one of connection. So, thank you.
Everybody ready for a little practice now? If you want to stretch out a little bit, get back into your animal body, you can stand and stretch. We're going to welcome Shelly Genovese for a practice for about 15 minutes together. So Shelly is a Mesa carrier and shamanic practitioner of the Peruvian Caro lineage. She has 28 plus years of nursing experience in mental health, including inpatient and emergency, and for over 12 years, she has been passionately exploring various healing modalities, including energy work, sacred sexual healing, and plant medicine. Shelly is a mystic at heart and believes the healing of our world starts with learning to love ourselves and remembering who we truly are. Please welcome Shelly Genovese. Thank you. That just felt like getting things set up. So I just can't say enough about how it feels to be here. Kind of freaking out a bit. It's the first time I've ever actually stood up here in front of an audience. But I can't think of a better place to do this. And just looking into your eyes and breathing with Brittany earlier, and Brittany doing such a beautiful lead-in to this, it just fills my heart. So let's start. So I'm going to be guiding us, or just giving a little taste. Okay, I have to stay at the microphone. A little taste of. Okay, I'm just going to. Oh, freedom. Okay, this feels much better. So I'm going to be just giving a little taste of a practice called conscious connected breathing. So this is a gentle practice that really allows us to connect to our bodies with our breath. It allows us to, this practice can be really powerful. And although we'll just be doing a short taste of it, the practice is usually done over 30 to 60 minutes and can be very powerful in helping us to access those altered states of consciousness, just like the medicines. And I've had such powerful experiences. So, and it allows us to, as Brittany shared, it allows us to connect to ourself, to
our folks around us. It helps us to connect to nature. I love your eyes. Thank you. It's really helping me settle. And the world around us, it helps us to access spirit, helps us to access like the support that's always around us. So let me just take a peek. So 3 things to remember with the practice. The breath leads the breath leads the practice. And so we want to focus on the breath. And anytime we get distracted, just come back to the breath. Third thing is felt sense. So we're really learning to tune into the sensations in our body and not get caught in the stories around what that might be, but just notice and be with the sensations. And those are information. And just notice what happens with those sensations when we're focusing on the breath. So the practice actually looks like this. And I'm going to start, and where's my timing guy? Oh! That's perfect. Okay, so the practice actually looks like this. It's a deep, vibrant inhale. And I like to think of it as like a saying yes to life. And just a relaxed exhale. We're just letting the breath fall out of you. So the second thing is it's a relaxed exhale. I think I just said that. So I'll move on to it's a continuous breath. So no pauses between the inhale and the exhale. So continuous circular breathing, and those are the 3 main focus of the practice. And let me see where we are. Okay, so we're actually going to start now. So I invite you to close your eyes and just take a few gentle breaths in and out through your nose. As the actual practice, we will be breathing in and out of our mouth, but just time just to settle into the space. It's a nice gentle breath. Just noticing what's here right now. And then starting to breathe by a deep inhale through the mouth and a relaxed exhale. I'm going to invite you just to keep that breath rhythm. And if at any time it feels too much, just soften your breath. Just let go of the pattern. This is a practice to really listen, to see what's here, to deepen our relationship with ourselves. I'm going to start some music. It's safe to breathe. It's safe to feel my body. Staying with the breath. It's safe to express myself. Feeling that yumminess inside, connecting to those deeper parts of ourselves. Creating the space to access our intuition, our wisdom, that innate knowing, healing intelligence. Connecting to the teacher within. From the first breath to the last breath, we have our breath. So let's use it. Let's use it. Let's create a relationship with our breath. Let's create a love relationship with ourselves through our breath, where we can support ourselves and support each other to remember who we are. And as Charles Eisenstein would say, to remember to create the world, the more beautiful world that our hearts know is possible. So now just letting go of the breath, just being with what's here right now, just being with ourselves, with each other, with the energy in this room. And if it feels right for you, I invite you to just look around. Maybe make eye contact with your neighbor, if that feels right. And just feel into that connection. And how we can support each other. So I just want to leave you with the invitation to, just as you move through the rest of the day, the weeks, just notice your breath. See how your breath can support you. Invite that connection. Thank you. Thank you. Such an honor to be here today. Thanks. I want to do this.
Wow, does anyone else want to hire Shelley to read bedtime stories? She's such a lullaby voice, amazing. So the next panel is one of my favorite topics, feminine leadership. Please welcome moderator Diana Villarreal to host panelists AC Braddock, Barinder Rasode, Lisa Ranken. So I'll share a little bit about Diana. She is a technologist with 15 years of professional experience in business operations, events, and marketing. She is the former head of community and events at the Psychedelic Association of Canada and is passionate about personal development and ecological conservation. Diana is a plant medicine student and advocate who has committed her career to supporting and advancing the efforts for the legalization of psychedelic medicines. Please give a warm welcome to our Feminine Leadership Panel.
Thank you. I want to start by introducing our panelists first. Lisa Ranken is a professional engineer, currently the Chief Operations Officer at Filament Health. Barinder Rasode, she is a plant medicine advocate and co-founder of GrowTech Labs, the National Institute for Cannabis Health, Education, and Heaven Life. And AC Braddock, she is the visionary CEO of Eden Labs. So thank you so much for joining me in this panel. I'm a little nervous, it's my first time, so bear with me, I'm human. AC, let's start with the big question of the day. What is your definition of leadership? What makes a great leader?
Well, everyone leads. I guess I'd start with that. Everyone leads. There's a great little book called Everyone Leads, and it has all these fabulous little quotes in it. And I think what really makes a great leader is great leaders don't create followers. Great leaders create other leaders. And I think that's something unique to female leadership, and recognizing when you can step in and when you need to step back so that somebody else can grow, prosper, make a mistake, learn, and then have your team support that. So yeah, I think it's just, and and when everyone leads, I mean, I love to use the example of going camping. When when you're going camping, everyone goes to a certain role, and that's leadership. They're leading in that thing, no matter what it is. When you're stepping in to do something, to help, to serve, that's leadership. And you just keep building on that, and you keep building on that that level of service, and that's how we create visionary culture.
Maybe I'll just add to that. I totally agree, and I think titles are a little bit antiquated, to be honest, and I don't think that titles have anything to do with leadership. And I think in the organizations that I've worked with, it's really about creating that culture where everybody is a leader. If you can influence other people, then you are a leader. So I think titles are irrelevant. I think it's really about how you behave.
And I think to add to that is not only being authentic, but allowing people in your space to be authentic. And I think that that's something that women are naturally very good at, but it's very hard for us to maintain in power dynamics because so much of our authenticity is questioned at every level. And so I think that nurturing leaders, as AC has said, within our team requires a lot of us allowing them to be authentic and remaining authentic ourselves.
Thank you. That brings me to my next question. What are the challenges of working in the psychedelic industry as a female leader? Lisa, do you want to comment on that?
Sure, yeah. I mean, my background is a little bit unique in that I'm an engineer, so my entire career has been male-dominated, whether or not I was in a leadership role or not. So I actually feel like the challenges in the psychedelic industry are not that different than any other industry, to be fair. I think being a woman in a leadership role especially, or striving to be in a leadership role, there are a lot of challenges. I think once you're in a leadership role, it's even things like equal pay, like making sure that we're paid equally, making sure we get the same opportunities for promotion, because like you said, we don't step forward all the time. We don't apply for something unless we are 110% certain that we are fit for that job, whereas men are very comfortable, to be fair, stepping forward, even if maybe they're not
Scientific
fully.
data on this.
Yeah, it's fact. And so how do we overcome these challenges? I think it's what we've alluded to already, where we can create those opportunities for women within our organization, making sure that there's diversity at all levels of the organization, especially as leaders of our organizations. Something I feel passionately about is mentorship. So because I'm in a STEM discipline, it's working to mentor young engineers and scientists that are going through university that are going to experience a lot of the same things that I've experienced in my career. So I think those are a couple of things that we can do to help overcome these challenges.
I think a challenge that, it's an unfortunate challenge, but it's a reality of the world and business is capital. Raising money is harder for women. When we have founded companies or we're a part of a team working on a fabulous research product, in order to get capital, we have to tell stories that will resonate with investors. Once we have founded and get our company operational, it is very likely that the women will be then moved aside by the people who are then running the company. And so I think that our relationship as women with money needs to change. And it can't be something that we're afraid of or as something that we see as evil, because unfortunately, whether it's a nonprofit, a research project, our homes, or a business, none of it is going to be able to happen without capital. So I think redefining our relationship with money is a very important thing.
Yeah, actually, they have done, there's lots and lots of articles on this, but the New York Times did a thing a few years ago that, women get like 1% of funding, but we are 80% of the consumer base. 80. And so what are we doing with that? Are we actually controlling what we get? Who are we buying from? And I think that's something that we really should think about as far as changing how we also think about money, because the only way it's going to change is if we change it, obviously, because it just isn't happening. And there's no reason for it to change. Like, why would they want, why would other companies want more competition? But the direction, the vision to be able to have more perception of different aspects of life is like crucial to our future. And so we have to support women in business and pay attention to how we're consuming.
Thank you. Barinder, this question is for you. What does it take to get to a position of leadership?
Well, what does it take? It takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of confidence. It takes a community of women who have your back. So it takes a community that is not only going to support you, but also guide you in a way that is going to help you navigate spaces that are unknown. And I think one of the things that for us as women is that we are getting better at creating space in certain industries and within certain organizations, but what we're not good at is holding that space and growing that space. So what it takes is for one of the companies I'm founding now, because I have found that I'm really not good at anything except bringing people together and maybe raising some money. So I like to do that high-level fun work, is we made a rule within the board that before anybody could say, I know a guy, we had to at least twice say we know a woman. And so our lab is now 75% women. Working on the management team, but that's what it's going to take. It's not about excluding anybody who's qualified. It's actually about recognizing people who are qualified who haven't had a seat at that table.
Would you like to comment?
I think she said it very well.
Yeah. I'd like to add to that I think, personally, I think that we need to be courageous and take a step forward if we want to grow and make it to a position of leadership. Yeah. Is anybody with me on that?
Well, I just want to add to that because, today the concept of rippling came up, or we call it the concept of peacocking. And even if we have that as a part of who we actually are, and our psychedelic experiences and journeys are encouraging us to do more of that, we still feel so vulnerable doing it. And so, Deanna, I think courage is really important, but we shouldn't see courage as something that is outside of us or that we have to build up. We just have to recognize the courage we have and allow it to flow.
Thank you.
Sorry. And I think it's really, this is something I keep in mind all the time, and that is, just the yin and yang of nature. And humanity is so out of balance in the male and feminine energies. It is very out of balance. And we can see that in the dis-ease of everything. I mean, the dis-ease causes disease. And so that's always helps me. It's like, I know I have something to say here, and I have vision, and I believe in this, and I'm like, so I am going to stand where my feet are and speak up.
Thank you. Is there something substantially different from female leadership versus male leadership? What do you think, Barinder?
Well, I have a huge list, but I know. I do think women are more ethical. Women are more efficient. Women who are empathetic tendencies create really strong teams. But those are also the qualities that cause us challenges in business, right? Being too righteous when we're being ethical at a board table, always being the naysayer at the table, sort of not, unfortunately, I hate even saying this, but it's true, sort of managing how we're delivering that message becomes a challenge for us. Our empathetic qualities are seen as sensitive, which seem emotional and seem, again, disruptive to building teams and very misogynistic environments, where we don't always have the supporters that we have in the men who are here today. So I think that's something for me that we have to navigate, and it's going to be forums like this that make us better at it as we're building our community of women, and we're relying on not only moral support and mentorship, because we talk about mentorship, but it's also then somebody who's going to be there to help you do the heavy lifting.
I'll maybe just add to that, the yin and yang piece really resonated with me, I think, and I do think it's out of balance. But what's awesome is actually when you do get a table where it is balanced, and the discussions and the outcomes from having that diversity at the table is amazing, and it's because of the differences in the way that men and women approach challenges or issues or concerns, and it's okay to be different, but it's making sure, you have that full representation around the table, because that's really when you get the best outcome, in my opinion.
Thank you. And how do you champion issues? Do you have advice to share for advocating for ideas?
So I would say that advocating for issues or championing issues is a never-ending journey of learning. I don't think I'm an expert by any means, to be fair. But it is a different conversation. Barinder spoke to it beautifully when you're speaking to men versus when you're speaking to women, and the language that you use and how direct you are versus how soft you might be in your messaging. So I do think depending on the audience, you're gonna champion issues in a different way. I think for me, what has worked best in the past is really focusing on the facts, because it's really hard to argue with the facts. And so even if you are, a little bit softer in your delivery or something like that, at least if you're focused on the facts, your message will get through. And I think, to be honest, the more you practice, the better you get at it. So putting yourself in uncomfortable situations and championing issues in that way is just going to make you stronger and better at it.
Well, I'm just going to add, Deborah touched on this a little bit in different words, but it's careful not to create a them and us. It's not about devaluing what you feel or not being assertive about issues and values that are important to you, but in building a community and building a company and building a movement, as we all are now in the psychedelic space, is to be mindful of not creating a them and us, because as much as we want space, we don't want to be excluding others to get that space. We just want to make the table bigger.
Yeah, that is something I definitely practiced as in the extraction world, which is obviously also extremely male dominated, especially in the early days of cannabis. I became CEO of Eden in 2009, which, everything was just getting started. And I spent a tremendous amount of time trying to educate, but part of that was being on panels in the early days of cannabis with a lot of dudes. I mean, serious dudes. And, you know, they just often like to be combative. And, so every time I would go up before we would have a panel, and I would say, look, I don't want to argue about our different extraction technologies or, you know, anything like that. I think, you know, every extraction technology has its merits. I just want to like have us give the audience the education that they came here to hear. And so I am 100% behind listening to everything that you have to say. And, you know, can we just agree to, you know, like, and it just instantly calmed everything down so that we could have a real discussion without the competitive ego edge.
Thank you. I am going to ask you about the values you uphold in your leadership role, and how do you use your voice?
I have an extremely strong humanitarian bent to the point that it's very rebellious, and it's a huge driver for me personally. But I also really love facts, because I think that's how you can back up everything. So science is, especially with, you know, what we do. So I love this quote from Tesla that kind of sums it all up, and that is, science is but a perversion of itself unless its goal is the betterment of humanity. And if you can move through life thinking about that, because you have the morality and you have the science and the facts, and so for me that really centers what I do. And for my company, you know, it's all about, you know, it's about ethics and morality, but mostly it's about sustainability long term in every way. Human, plant, planet, everything. And if you think about leadership and about in a way that it's just about sustainability long term, then that creates morality. It creates something that you can really build your own drive on. And that's that drive, that leadership, and that vision, and you get people who are right there next to you who have that same thing. And there's a lot of people where that is really important, especially now.
I was just going to add that I think in general, and for me especially, women have a very strong moral compass, and it comes back to this ethics piece. And I think in general, that's something that's really important to me as a leader, is to stay true to my ethics and what I believe in. And that actually, as a female, and especially a younger female in a male-dominated space, also being in extraction, can be challenged. You know, you get tested a lot, to be honest, and it can be tiring. And so it's really knowing what your moral compass is and what your ethics are and what you want to stay true to. And I think that's been a learning throughout my career, and will continue to be, I'm sure, because we continue to get challenged.
What is one thing about being a female leader in this space that you believe to be true, yet others would disagree on?
I think we've all touched on aspects of it. And again, you know, it's for me that what seems as a contradiction, but it's not, where you're authentic, but you're still fluid. It's about, you've now created some space. How do you hold that space? How do you get the capital to do what you want to do to make the world a better place? So I do think it's a number of things. And I think one of the things that I believe people don't think is true about women is, you know, we are strong, but in a very different way. We won't be thumping our, you know, fists on the boardroom table. We're not going to take positions that are ultimatums and either ors. And I think that we are by far not only very strong leaders, but we are very astute business people, but our soft skills are not yet recognized, and they won't be until there's more of us out there. So this isn't a message to women, this is a message to the traditional structures that our soft skills are way more valuable than what business is defined in, either in schools or history.
So there's a fabulous TED Talk that Nicola Sturgeon, who's the leader in Scotland, does on this and female leadership worldwide. And it is fabulous, and it brings me to tears every single time I watch it. And I highly encourage you to watch it because it's like everything we're talking about.
Okay. Lisa, where do you seek your knowledge on leadership? You earlier spoke about mentorship. Who do you speak for mentorship?
Yeah, good question. I think it has changed throughout my career, to be honest. I've been very fortunate to work with a lot of very strong leaders who I aspired to be like. And so I've had a lot of exposure to that. And I basically adopted them as my mentors, whether they liked it or not, as I went through my career. I currently, and in the past few years, have been working with a coach who is just incredible. Her name's Rhonda Victor, in case anybody's looking for a professional coach. But it's great to have a person that you can speak to on a professional level who can listen but give you objective, feedback. So I think that's one space, is having these mentors and coaches. And this is a great example of creating a community of people that you can look to and communicate with and empathize with and learn from. So I think things like this are great ways to meet people like that. And then I also do some reading and, TED Talks and things like that. There's one book that I read, I remember early on in my career, called Mindful Leadership. And it's actually pretty old, but it talked all about staying grounded as a leader, and that's actually quite challenging, I found, especially early on as a female, because we get so passionate and we can get so emotional about things when you really need to stay grounded and focus, especially as a leader, because you are the steady state for your organization. So,
and since we're at the psychedelic conference, I will add that utilizing many of the plant medicines that we have to find and to connect with ourselves and truly be where our feet are and be solid in that and really connect, so that we can then expand to understand the universality of everything. And when we are all made out of supernova stardust, everything on this planet, that is what we are. We are universally connected. And I personally have found that very important for me in my leadership position, to be able to really connect to that and understand it, and then also have it be unifying, so that it feels unifying.
I agree, and I think, to build on that, it's, for me, what my psychedelic journeys have done, whether they're, a journey or just microdosing, is to recognize that my experiences are my mentor. Because what I've been able to do when I process those experiences through this, the plant medicine, is that I remove the guilt, I remove the judgment, and I'm able to see things that contributed to decisions that I would have considered to be mistakes. Not necessarily to be mistakes, but to be learning opportunities. So what's the shift for me since I started using plant medicine is that my experiences are an equal mentor to external mentors.
Wow. I love that, thank you. AC, I'd like to ask you a little bit of a personal question. And this question is for everybody, but I'd like to start with her. I'd like to hear from a woman that inspired you and changed your life.
Well, I am extraordinarily lucky. I have known 5 grandmothers. I knew both of my great-grandmothers. My last great-grandmother passed when I was 29. Yeah, And I had a step-grandmother who I knew from 11 until I was, until like 3 or 4 years ago. So I've had an amazing blessing to be able to have that kind of female, matriarchal, strong women leadership. But my great-grandmother, Versi McCreary, one time told me when she was 94, she looked at me and she said, you know, by the time you figured out how to live, it's time to go. And I was like, oh my God, that's so depressing. But that's not how she meant it. I mean, she was stuff she did and the time that she was this business stuff that she pulled off. I mean, my God, she was just such a tower of strength, and she was so diplomatic, and she was a pillar in her church, which was really important to her. She was an extremely spiritual person. She never stopped organizing. And she never stopped taking care of everybody else either. I mean, yeah, she was, I decided early on, I think I was 10 or 11, I'm just like, yeah, she's who I want to be. She was amazing. And, well, her daughter was pretty amazing too, but, and my mom.
I'm going to take a flip to that because that's such a blessed experience. And don't get me wrong, I've grown up in a very safe and loved environment, but I was mentored by the women of my culture because I learned how not to be. Because growing up in a very patriarchal community and in a home with lots of pressures, I watched my grandmothers and my mothers and how they treated me because of their fear and the bounds that restricted them from, having women who wanted to peacock and to ripple, and what they did to stop that. And I noticed those tendencies in myself in the difference between how I raised my boys and how I raised my daughter. And a lot of it slipped by before it damaged her. And that was a big unlearning for me. So now for me, very different than your experience, and not that those women weren't loving and wanting the best for me. My mentorship is from them on how not to be.
Also important to know. I'm sorry. I also, and I didn't finish the thought when I said, well, that's really depressing. Oh. But what she meant was we never stop learning to talk about, we never stop, which is so encouraging.
Yeah. And sorry, just one last point to that. And for all the women in the space, we need to do better, all of us, to recognize the degrees of hardships for women, because Indigenous women, women of color, immigrant women, women of a low socioeconomic status because of circumstances, we are not all equal as women either, and that's important to say as well.
Can I poke you to talk about your experience coming here?
Yes. I shared earlier with them that for me as an immigrant, particularly the first few years, was very challenging to get hired. It's becoming less of a challenge these days, but I've been here now 8 years, and when I first arrived, I didn't have a network. I didn't have a guy that would say, I know a girl, or other women that would bring me on board. That has changed, but it took a while. So what Barinder is saying really resonates with me, because even though as women we all have certain challenges, depending on where we're coming from, our culture, if we were born here or somewhere else, language skills, we have different challenges. And I think it's really important to support each other. And that is one of the things that we really are doing in Sisters in Psychedelics. I feel very supported by my sisters, B and Dana. And when I was part of the Psychedelic Association, I was incredibly supported by Dr. Kryskow. She was one of the leaders that mentored me, and I am where I am because of you, Pam. Thank you. Yeah. So I'd like to start wrapping up this panel with some takeaway questions for our audience, some advice. Lisa, what would be the best advice you would give your past self on leadership and to future generations of leaders that are listening today? No pressure.
I think the biggest piece of advice I would give myself would be to be fearless and put yourself as, I wish I'd done this more when I was young, is to put yourself in situations that are uncomfortable. Use your voice, especially when you're young, because man, you're expected to make mistakes. That is the time. So I think, yeah, really just using your voice, putting yourself in situations where you are uncomfortable, developing those skills so that you can stand up and find your feet and feel comfortable in those uncomfortable situations. I think that would be the biggest thing.
Thank you. Would anybody like to add to that?
I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I've had multiple businesses throughout my career. And I don't know, a decade or so ago, looking back and reflecting, I was like, man, I wish I had just really stood my ground on my intuition. Because looking back, I was freaking right most of the time. And so I still try to keep that in mind today, because I still get a lot of people, want to confront that. And I'm just like, no, I'm, it's not that I know I'm right. It's just like, I know this is right. I know this is the right direction. I know this is the right thing to say. And if I'm wrong, who cares? I mean, we live and learn, and we make mistakes and we learn from them. But listen to your intuition and act on it. That's what I would say to myself. Still do it every day.
And my risk assessment as I'm growing older in life is, am I going to die? And if the answer to that question is no, well then guess what? We'll give it a shot.
I'm trying to think, because I want to answer this question too. And I think my advice is to go for it. Yeah. Just go for it.
Oh, and I will add that, because I got, after 2020, and I was forced to slow down, because I was traveling so much, I was speaking so much, I was working so hard, and the onion layers started to come off, because I'm pretty introverted, actually, as a person, and it took years for me to get comfortable with speaking in front of people. And so I got to a point where I was like, wow, I don't know if I can get out there and do this again. I mean, it's just like, so I read this fabulous book, and I encourage everybody to read it. It's by Eliza Reid, and it's called Lessons of the Sprakkar. And she is the wife of the Prime Minister of Iceland. And Iceland always gets voted to be the best place to be female on the planet. But it's just all about having a voice and how important it is that women use their voice. And I got completely inspired again. And here I am.
And here we are.
I encourage everybody to do it, because no matter what you're saying, no matter what situation it is, we need to have a voice.
Thank you. Okay, so I have 2 more questions, and then we can wrap up. This is for everybody. If you had a magic wand to change or improve something as of tomorrow, as of today in the psychedelic industry, what would that be and why?
For me, it would be fully funded research where we wouldn't have to do the raise and knock on doors and shift our story to get what we need to do to get this medicine to more people. It's access to dollars, whether through government funding, co-op collective type funding, or even the dreaded capital markets funding, to just allow people to do the work first and the promotion last.
I think, No, go ahead. I would add along the same vein, where it's really moving this forward as quickly as we can. It's waking up and there being no stigma around these controlled substances and drugs. Like, half the battle is starting the conversation around psychedelics. Obviously not with this room of people, but it is a challenging conversation sometimes to lead into. And I think, imagine just a world where that wasn't even a thing. Yeah. Like, we can be so much further ahead.
So for me, it would be just having more confidence in what nature has provided and the perfection of it, without having to go in and change it because we think we should for some reason, which ends up being capitalistic generally, is the reason that happens. And it has the very first thing that was was taken out. It was by a guy named Sojourner in like 1850 or 1852 or something, and it was morphine. And look what happened there. It was just sheer devastation, and part of that was what it did to our medical industry. But along those lines, to go back to, for a minute, just think about if science, and particularly women healers, had not been stigmatized, murdered, hung, burned at the stake. Going back hundreds and hundreds of years. So if that had never happened, and then also in the medical industry here too, where all of a sudden you couldn't, practice medicine anymore unless you had a degree. And of course, women couldn't go to college. So think about how much further we would be right now if the medical industry actually was far more controlled by female healers, because that is our natural inclination. And if you look at industries and what industries women are most prominent in, it's medical, a lot of it. So just going forward, that's why it is so important that we have a larger role. It is so important because it's a natural phenomena that this is the way it should have been.
Thank you. My last question is, in what ways can we support women and other underrepresented people to get to leadership positions?
We need to pull out our Rolodexes. We need to interrupt the conversation of, we know a guy, to say, no, we all know women, and we're not as good at it as they are. And so, lots of business gets done in pubs and on the golf course. We don't need to, adopt those methods, but these conferences and these get-togethers get to know women, and next time you need somebody to fill either a position or be an ally, speak loudly about them.
In 30 seconds or less, please.
I think it ties in all the things that we've spoken about, right? It's about being mentors, being leaders, using our voices, not being afraid to speak up and lead on the other women that are around us.
Might I add, encourage other women around us?
Yeah.
Say, hey, it's your turn. Yeah. Take the mic.
I know what you meant that literally. Because somehow you felt like, oh, she's not going to say anything, and I wasn't. Because you all said it beautifully. But yes, mentor, support, hold hand, hug. Everybody who's a feminist, male or female.
And those are our questions for today. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. I encourage everybody to have conversations with these amazing women in the panel. They're all amazing. Thank you.
Way to bring it, women. It was amazing, amazing. So our next topic is a very potent, powerful one for a lot of healing artists and a lot of women, and that is money. So I am proud to welcome Alison Crosswaite. She's going to present on trauma, money, and psychedelics. Alison is a former quantitative equity trader on Wall Street, really, and a former psychotherapist. She has experienced significant healing of her own trauma through psychedelic medicine, and now supports others in creating the lives they want through medicine work combined with an array of other physical and emotional modalities. Please give a warm welcome to Alison Crosswaite.
It is my intention today to support you in your relationship with money. I invite you to experience this talk as you would a medicine journey. Breathe, feel, notice. It's all welcome. All the judgments, all the emotions. Notice what comes up for you. It's all meaningful, it's all important, it's all welcome. So as I start, the invitation is notice how you feel. Money. Money. I love money. I like being able to choose. I like having impact. I like power. I like nice things and being able to afford things that make me feel good. Again, notice everything that comes up as you hear me say this. Quite honestly, I feel like a bad girl right now. I would literally rather simulate an orgasm than say those things in front of you. Analyze that. But I'm doing it because this is not uncommon, that it is so difficult for us to say that we want things, that we have things, that we can have power, that we can have impact, that we can have voice. Women make less, and we have less. Non-dominant groups make less and have less. This has a direct impact on our voice, direct. So that's why this work is really, really important. And that's why I'm willing to be the one who talks about money. And for some reason, life has given me this strange path where it's all about money. Not all, but you know. So I hear things about money all the time, and my practice actually doesn't focus on money, but here's some of the things I hear all the time. There's something wrong with wanting. There's something wrong with having. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough at what I do. This other person is more qualified, or this person's more qualified. I'm not good at making money. There isn't enough money out there. So many others have so little, why should I have anything? So every day in Las Vegas, $60 million on average changes hands, US dollars. There's lots of money out there. There is lots of money. Money is a concept. It's a social contract that we've made that has a ton of friggin' energy. And a lot of that energy is the energy we're all trying to break free of, which is the conditioning, the systemic. But that doesn't mean that money is inherently bad. It's a concept. And what is stopping us from stepping into that flow of the 60 million US dollars a day? A lot of people, when they talk about money, will talk about education, very important. Mindset, very important. Systemic injustice, extremely important. The thing is that we have to go deeper to get at the root of it. Over decades of study of money and of my own experience and watching my clients experience money, I've come to the conclusion that a lot of the issue in our relationship with money is about trauma. It's about trauma. It's about disconnection from our natural life force. And this is great news because we've been hearing a lot in this room about the potential of psychedelics to support us in our healing journey. I want to say in the outset here, I'm generalizing some very nuanced concepts so we get where we're going to go at the end of this talk. There's a lot of nuance here, a lot of deep study and care that I'm always open to having those conversations. So what's trauma? My earring's having trauma. Trauma is when we have an experience that we cannot be present to in our physical bodies. So it's any experience that's too much for us to have the emotion and stay present to it. So we often talk about things, and let me just say, when we're not present to it, that means we're separated from our aliveness, we're separated from our power, we're separated from our ground. So there's the things that are more obvious, like accidents, assault, abuse, shocks, breakups, these types of things, any kind of loss. But the definition of trauma is not the event, it's your experience of it, which is why when we're very little, things that just don't seem like trauma have huge impacts on us. Massive, massive impacts on us when we are so impressionable. So trauma isn't about horrific things. It's anything that we can't be present to, specifically when we're very young. And so what happens then when when something happens? I don't even like to use examples in this case because if someone's dealing with that, it can be very, very triggering. So I'll just say something traumatic happens. What do? Instead of feel it, we might dissociate. We might become paralyzed or play dead. We might numb out. We might run away. We might get distracted and go to other things. We might be really anxious and manic. We might get really flat and depressed. We might try to control everything, try to manipulate everything. We might try to please everybody. These are all common trauma reactions. All of them are not our natural selves. They're attempts to control and manage, but they're not coming from the place of connection to the earth and ourselves that we're so wanting. And so here's the big point. Trauma is actually a disconnection from self-worth. We don't usually think of it that way. We tend to talk about self-worth as a concept, but people with self-worth don't walk around going, I'm the best. That's not how self-worth actually shows itself. It shows itself in the choices we make, in the body languages we enter a room. Self-worth comes from the inside. And when there's traumatic experiences, which pretty much, well, all of us have them. I don't think that's a stretch. When there's traumatic experiences, we aren't able to hold on to our own energy, and so there's a break in our self-worth. This is where it connects to money. So, trauma and money. How does trauma, I like to say trauma repels money. Doesn't always. I'm so glad. Yeah, this has been a very moving and meaningful journey for me. So if I can contribute to yours in any way, I'm thrilled. So I'm going to give you just a few quick ways that trauma repels money, but you'll be able to do your own thinking and analysis. So the first one, interruption of desire. So you're 18 months old. You're at a store and you see something you like. For me, it would have been shiny and sparkly. And you go like this, right? And what happens? Caregiver, with some variation, different energies, pulls it back and says, that's not yours. So this desire, nope. That right in itself, we have to do something with that energy of wanting. We have to do something with it. And some people become angry, some people give up. There's a million different things you can do with that, but in general, our desire is not supported, which is a huge issue in our relationship with money, because somehow we feel that our desires aren't good and then we don't want it, or we hold ourselves back from allowing ourselves to want it. Another way that trauma repels money is the fear of speaking what we know or understand or see in a room. I'm scared right now. And that comes from the experience of having spoken up and it being an extremely painful scenario. There's nothing gonna happen to me here today. I know that. But the fear of speaking and using our voices is very much related to trauma. Overspending and not receiving in order to please others. Another way that trauma hurts us financially. Don't ask for too much. Give all this time and energy without being paid. Inability to say no. This fawning that's become popular to talk about, the people pleasing. This is not good for our bank accounts, that's for sure. A couple others: collapse, inability to focus. You can see how that might hurt us financially. Frozen thinking when we're in fight or flight. It's really tough to be creative and savvy and do what we need to do and advocate for ourselves. So I could go on and on about that, but hopefully you can see that the experience of trauma has a direct relationship on most of our bank accounts. So what do? Everything you know about healing with trauma with psychedelics can be applied to your financial life. So I think this room already has a really strong storehouse of information. It's an application. I see psychedelics as an accelerant of a healing and growth process that's already underway. It really requires our agency, and I know we're gonna talk about integration later. We meet the medicine, so not magic pills, we meet the medicine. Also, I'm about to tell you a little bit about how I see trauma healing with psychedelics, but every time I journey, the fungi are like, it's laughable what you're doing. I'm like, I know, but it's all I can do. And by this, I say we need mental models, we need frameworks, we need to gather, we need to be able to do this work, and there's a huge mystery. And this is just one model I'm giving that I think is helpful and supports you in doing the trauma work with your relationship with money, but I bow to the mystery of my toad and mushroom teachers, and I know little. Okay, so the first piece is let's recognize that trauma's an issue. So it's easy with money to say, oh, it's this, it's that outside, but can we identify what's happening inside that we could potentially heal? Then it's all about titration. So there's something called the zone of tolerance in trauma healing, which is your level of arousal. So if you're hyper-aroused, that's more in the anxious spectrum. Again, I'm doing a broad overview of something very deep here. If you're hypo-aroused, you're flat. What you want to be is in the window of tolerance, which is the zone between those two states of arousal where you can actually be present. When you get triggered, like, I don't know, something happens, you get triggered, we tend to go outside the zone of tolerance. Titration happens from the zone of tolerance. So the first step is having tools to get ourselves into that zone where we can actually be present and work. And then we're taking little bites. And psychedelics gives us the opportunity to take some bigger bites, which is really exciting. We're taking little bites of feeling what we couldn't feel before, and then coming back to the zone of tolerance, and seeing what we couldn't see before, and coming back to the zone of tolerance in a safe setting with intention. This can be full dose journeys. This can be microdosing. This can be life between psychedelic journeys. It's all a continuum. As a result, we come to feel more safe in our bodies. We're not so much disconnected from our experience, but we're actually having our feelings. So I'll give you an example from my own healing. I have some very significant early infant trauma. And it created a disconnection for decades in my desire to be on the planet. Like I just didn't get the desire to be here. And then I went on a journey with infertility. I wanted to have a baby. And I lost my son at 20 weeks gestation. And for the therapists in the room, you can imagine that opened all the cracks of that infant trauma. I can't create life. Not sure I want to be here. Crack. And I approached ayahuasca wanting a child. The first message ayahuasca gave me, sexual awakening. I was like, shit. You've got to be kidding me. Like, what? For 6 months, all ayahuasca would do was show me my sexual desire. Kept showing me, look what it's like when you're out of control with desire. And I was like, I'm friggin' 40-something years old. I really don't need this in my life. It's gonna mess up my relationship. It's gonna mess up this, da, da, da. And it did. But mess would be the wrong word. So what does this have to do with anything? Wanting, connection to wanting. I wanna be here. Like I wanna be here and create this life. This allows me to create a financial reality for myself that has some security, that has abundance, that allows me to have an impact. Because I have things that I desire, very specific goals, things that light me up. This is very, very important. Then, of course, the journey isn't all about sex. I had to do some serious grieving of what was not available to me as an infant. I had to feel the feelings and grieve and feel lonely. I had to feel the sadness. I had to allow myself to reconnect to how I really felt. Releasing what we don't need, which is the grief, like feeling it, allowing it to flow, amplifying our desires, and then we have to direct it. So by directing it, that's where the mindset work comes in. So here's what I suggest if you're like, I want to do this. Take some journaling about your relationship with money. Are you anxiously attached? Avoidant attached? Securely attached? What does it look like? What does it look like? Reach out to someone and unpack this relationship. There's some really good mentors out there. And then do a medicine journey or a microdosing cycle with the attention of abundance. A lot can happen. This is really important work because this is the dismantling of injustice. It's the reclaiming of power. I want everybody in this room to have so much money, however much money you want to have. And that's different for all of us because this is how we are able to make the changes that we want to make. This is the work of getting to the bottom of it all and changing the world. Thank you.
That feel resonant for everyone? Mm-hmm. So we're heading into our final speaker before lunch, and wanted to mention a couple notes for those of you who arrived a little late. We do ask you to stick pretty close for lunch. We're going to have you all back by 1:30 p.m. sharp, please. If you hit the cafe downstairs, remember to mention you are with us, and you get a little discount of 15%. Some of you have been asking about the slides, so we intend to send out the slides tomorrow. I don't want to overpromise. Soon. Soon. You'll receive all of the slides from the presenters today will be sent to each of you. Also, in the flurry of coming to and from lunch, if you leave behind and have a freak out moment that you left your phone or wallet somewhere, it'll be at the registration desk. So that's going to be our collective lost and found today. If you lose something, just circle back there. Or if you find anything, please feel free to take it there. So I think I covered all the bases. I did. Perfect. So our final speaker before lunch is SB Somerset, who will be speaking to feminine concepts for building your psychedelic brand. A bit about SB. She started the first cannabis news desk at the United Nations a decade ago and is currently a UN-based correspondent and global drug policy analyst. Retained by leading psychedelic biotech company Siebert, she serves as the media liaison there. Her additional work covering the psychedelic sector appears in numerous outlets worldwide, from Innovation and Tech Today to Lucid News. She serves on the editorial board of Psychedelia magazine and contributes to Psychedelics Today. Please give a warm welcome to Sarah Brittany, SB Somerset.
Height adjustment. Perfect, thank you. Okay, raise your hand if you have a brand. Excellent. Raise your hand if you've had the brand for more than 1 year. I love it. Raise your hand if you have a publicist. And there we are. So my talk today is about how to get exposure for your brand. And the first thing you want to do is hire a publicist. Well, no. The first thing you want to do is make your brand so ubiquitous that a publicist will come to you and offer to have you as a client. And the way to do that is to approach journalists. And this seems kind of intuitive, but you will not believe how often this gets screwed up because people do not know how to approach journalists. So I'm going to tell you basically how to do that. Everybody here reads? Yes, we all still read when we're not on social media? We have columnists that we like. Okay, so psychedelics is a burgeoning field. And so it's new, it's a new sector. We don't have very many established people who say, I've been writing about psychedelics outside of science for 50 years, 20 years, 30 years. We have people who have just started with emerging psychedelics columns and newspapers and magazines. So they're starting from the ground up. So it's a beautiful opportunity to form long-lasting relationships with people who are looking for things to cover as you're looking to get covered. It's a symbiotic relationship. So there are a few that are very well known. There's Yeji Jessie Lee, who writes for Business Insider. She has a dedicated psychedelics column. There's podcasts like Psychedelics Today, Lucid News. There's Psychedelia magazine. We've only had 2 issues. We just started. All a brand new field. And the best way you can do this is just be very, very genuine. There's no gimmick. There's no used car salesman, tactic. It's just you have to be very genuine. Journalists are looking for stories, and you're looking for your story to be told. And you need to find that match, that symbiotic relationship. And the way to do that initially is you have to define it. Okay, you're not going to take your mushroom brand that you like to make. For example, you have your mushroom tea and pitch that to someone who doesn't cover edibles or food and beverage. You're not going to take your deuterated psilocybin molecule that you've just discovered and pitch it to someone who covers Burning Man. You're not going to think sort of outside the box. You have to stay within your lane, so to speak. And that might seem very minute and finite, but it really isn't, because people are willing to learn and they're willing to discover, but they're not willing to have their time wasted. Journalists can be very persnickety people because we're on very tight deadlines and we have an impossible amount of content that we have to create in a very short period of time. So I was told I'm supposed to look to see what my slides are. That's me, nothing to see yet. Okay. So, for example, you have your brand and you're in your kitchen and you're baking your mushroom heart-shaped chocolates, and you really want to get coverage for that because you think they're amazing and your friends love them, right? So where do you start? You start with people who cover food and cover beverages and cover edibles and cover gourmet. And you go through these columns and you go through these magazines, and it's something as simple as looking them up online, finding their email address, maybe hitting them on social media. What you don't want to do is what I call the inundate. You don't want to send them a tweet, a direct message on Instagram, an email, a telephone call, call their editor. You don't want to stalk the person. Okay, you don't want to send them 5 emails saying, oh, in case you missed my previous 4 emails. No, they got your email, they're very busy. So you want to start with one person, because another thing about media is media begets media. Media has FOMO more than anyone else in the world. If a media person sees that another media outlet has covered a story, no matter how many other outlets have covered that story, that is going to go on the news cycle until you're sick of seeing it and hearing about it. So it's often good to connect with someone who is an expert in their field, who can cover it. Everybody wants New York Times and Wall Street Journal, but maybe your niche is more Psychedelics Today. Maybe your niche is more Lucid News. You know, maybe your niche is more Global Cannabis Times. It depends. You have to sort of finite your vision and sort of tunnel it and tailor it to that message. Okay, so say you're working on a ketamine clinic, and you want to get more people to know that you're working on this ketamine clinic. You might want to hit up Stat News or Nursing Times. If there is something in this world, I can guarantee you there is a publication for it. I promise you. There are dedicated publications that you would never even think of, just dedicated to that. I once recently learned about there's magazines for HR. HR people have their own publications. Mind blown. They read about HR techniques. So what did I do? I pitched that magazine, and I got our head of HR a feature in that publication. You have to think outside of the box, but you also have to stay within your lane. So it gets a little bit tricky. But you start by with what's familiar. Is there a columnist that you really like, a columnist that you read all the time? Reach out to them and let them know. Believe me, even when I wrote for Forbes and a story got over 1 million views, I still believe that nobody was reading anything that I wrote. I'm like, nobody reads my work. My mom reads my work, right? Nobody's reading it. And yet people would come up to me and say, oh, I read your column on such and such, and I really enjoyed it. Let journalists know. We're very lonely people. We like accolades. We're very introverted. So yeah, you read a story and you like it. Maybe it doesn't necessarily pertain to you, but it doesn't hurt to reach out and say, I really like the article you wrote on such and such. I related to it because of this. And you need to just be genuine. A lot of times I get very polished pitches, but I know they're coming from someone who's never read anything I've written. And they just know me as like, oh, it would be really good if I got my client in that column for X amount exposure. And I understand, that's fine, they have a job to do. But if you personally want to build your brand, it starts with connections, and it starts with genuine relationships. And the initial way to begin that is begin a dialogue, but you have to listen to the social cues of someone. You have to pay attention to the social cues of the person you are asking. Because remember, what you're essentially asking for is a favor from someone who is a total stranger that is under no obligation to you. Do not make the mistake to think that just because they are a writer, they were put on this earth to write about you. However, they might want to if you approach them in the correct, disarming way. And so it never hurts to lead with an actual, genuine compliment that you have read something they have written. So that's where you begin. Then you say you reach out to someone on, Twitter. You send them a DM. And they say, I really like your message, but could you send me an email? Pay very close attention to that. When a journalist names the channel they want to be contacted on, that is your communication channel. You don't say, oh, well, I'm just going to hit them up on Instagram. You never want to do what I call level jumping. Level jumping is when you want to skip all the preliminaries and go directly to the now we're going study. It doesn't work that way. You have to court the person that you want the engagement from. And some people take a little bit more time than others, and you're excited, and I know you want to bum rush the gate and you want to get your story on the cover of the New York Times. You have to walk baby steps. You have to start slowly with your friendlies, with people who are in your demographic. So you reach out to a journalist and you say, I really liked your column on Bang chocolates. I'm working on a mushroom chocolate that I think is good for XYZ reasons. They might say, oh, can you send me some? Do this. They might say, oh, well, could you drop some off at my newsroom? Do this. They might say, well, I'm never in the office, so don't send them there because they'll never get to me. You have to listen to these things. If a journalist is giving you ways to communicate and channels in which to proceed on, you're already halfway there because they're paying attention to you. Once you step outside of that protocol, you're kind of lost, to be honest. Oh. I'm supposed to tell someone to click my slides. Hi. click, yeah. Thought I'd have a clicker, sorry. Okay. So, in the immortal words of Shirley Chisholm, she says, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. These are my words to live by, except I've modernized this slightly to say, bring 3 folding chairs. Because 1, they're lightweight, they're easy to stack, they're easy to carry, and you don't want to be the only person in the room. You want to have your squad with you. And it doesn't matter if your squad is not your head of marketing, your head of content, your chief gourmet chef. They don't know that. So, they don't know that, right? So you walk into the room with your squad and you present and you say, this is my team. And your team will give you the confidence to make that pitch. And then you're not the only person in the room and you don't feel insignificant. You feel like you're bringing your team and you've got a value add. So always remember those 3 folding chairs when you're going to present. Now, you have your team in the room and you're ready to make your pitch. And you're nervous and it's hot and there's lights and you're scared. A journalist probably just wants their next cup of coffee and they're ready to listen to you if they say they're ready to listen to you. So don't hesitate. They're short on time. They're looking for their next big idea. Just get in there and tell them, you know what? I'm a mom of 2. I made these mushroom chocolates. I think they're awesome. They're really tasty. I, fair trade source my cocoa from here and there and everywhere. And just tell them your brand story. What sets you apart? What makes you different? What makes your brand special? Why people love it? Why your neighbors love it? Why your friends love it? Why you think if they covered it, lots of other people will love it too. Another thing that's crucial to journalists is engagement. I think we're all social media savvy. We all know what engagement is. They don't want to write about something that nobody's going to read. So it has to be engaging. And the way you do that is you have all your assets ready. The mistake that people make is they try to draw out this dialogue. They think, oh, if I get a journalist to answer me back by email, I want to keep this going indefinitely. No, you don't. You want to send them an email, and once they say, I'm interested in your product, you say, great, can I send you over? You get the product. You follow up one time. I sent you my product a couple of weeks ago. What did you think of it? Oh, you liked it? Oh, that's great. I just happen to have some photo assets here that are high resolution. I'm just going to drop them in your email. You don't wait for them to say, oh, do you have a photo? Can you send me a photo? Oh, do you have a bio? Can you send me a bio? You have everything ready so they can just grab it out of an email and put it in their uploader. Another thing that's crucial that a lot of people don't realize is that journalists get paid per click. A lot of times now, the content model has changed where things are behind a paywall, right? And people complain. I've actually seen people complain to the journalists that they want to cover them, that they're upset that their content is behind a paywall. There is nothing more insulting than that. You're literally telling someone, I want you to help me build my brand, but I don't want to help you build yours. I don't even want to have to buy your content. I understand that, you can't have subscriptions to everything. They add up, they get very expensive. Get a trial. Read as much as you can. Rotate them. Read a few things by one journalist, a few things by another, but when you click on a story, you are literally feeding a journalist. And a lot of times, it's even more difficult because not only is their content behind a paywall, they're paid for new engagement, which means if they've already got a built-in following, they're not making money because they have their built-in readers. So they need more people to come and more eyes on the story. So you need to share that content. You share stuff all day long on Twitter, on TikTok, on Facebook, on everything. Share stories, share journalists' work. Tweet a friend and say, hey, I love this article, what do you think of it? And always, always tag the journalists. Another mistake I see all the time is that you'll write an article in a big outlet. Ooh, I got in Forbes. Oh, thank you, Forbes, so much. I guarantee you that that was self-published. It was not an editorial decision at Forbes. It was the writer's decision personally. Same thing at Business Insider. It's their decision to put you in that publication. So when you tweet, thank you, so-and-so at a media outlet. And you include them in that story. You don't scrub them from the origins of their work. You want to keep them in their work. Hi, you're fine. Love the orange. You want to keep them, you've gotten across the finish line, you've gotten your story published, you're super excited, you want to share it everywhere. Another mistake I see people make is they go, oh, that URL is so long, it doesn't fit with my 140 characters. I'm just going to put it in a tiny URL and chop it down. No. What you're doing is cutting that person's ability to track back. So when a story is published and it has an original URL, every time that URL is forwarded, it counts as a track back, which is monetized by the journalist. So when you change that URL, it's gone, it's off, and they no longer get that revenue. So even if it's, the longest URL in the world, like Amazon or something, keep it in there if you can, because you ultimately want to give that love to the person who published the story about you. Another thing about trackbacks that are very important is if you include that person's editor in that story. You're basically telling that person's boss, I loved this article that someone who works for you wrote. And don't be selfish. Don't always do this with your own stuff. Do this with other people's stuff too. I see this all the time, like, oh, thank you so much for writing about me. Okay, well, thank you so much for writing in general, and I love this piece that you wrote about something that is not related to me, but I still enjoyed reading it. A rising tide lifts all boats. You want to make sure that because the thing is, if a journalist does not get enough trackbacks, if those URLs keep getting cut and that site or that story gets minimum traffic, that translates into no one is interested in this. No one wants to read about this. The next time you want to pitch that editor, oh, now I've gone from my mushroom chocolates to my mushroom bonbons. Well, sorry, no, only 50 people read that story, so I can't cover it again. Oh, what do you mean? When I cut the URL and I posted it into Reddit, 15,000 people read it. Well, fail. So you need to make sure that you're building the engagement, because by supporting the journalist, it shows an interest in the sector. They're going to turn around and they're going to want to cover it more, because it shows that people are interested in it. Slide, please. Hello. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, yes and no, how to pitch. I think I went over that already. Okay, next slide, please. Classic. Javier Haas from Forbes. He wrote an article called Pot Peeves. And it was basically a pure bitch and stitch about everything people do to journalists that drives us absolutely crazy. Yes. If you send me an email once and you send 7 follow-ups, sorry, you're being ignored. We didn't miss the first 6 emails. And what you are doing is you're creating an avalanche and you're blocking the good pitches that we're trying to get to that we can't find because they're buried under an avalanche. Do not think, because you didn't get an immediate response, that you were not heard. I can promise you, if you pitch me CBD for cats and I am not in the slightest bit interested, a year from now, if my editor says, hey, you know what? There was a cat on the morning show today that was on CBD and now we have to cover this, you can guarantee I'm going to go back into that email and go, where was that CBD for cats lady? And I'm going to pull it out. You have to have patience. It's a slow burn. Not everything is going to get immediate gratification. We read our pitches and we file them into like yes, no, maybe at some point. Okay? If you send someone a pitch, they're not always going to immediately respond. We don't always have the time to say, thank you for your pitch. It was really interesting. I don't have a use for it right now. I might get back to you in the future. To do that to hundreds of people all day, we don't have time to write. So just assume you're not being ignored, unless you send multiple follow-ups, then you definitely are. But if you send 1 or 2 emails, it might be filed away for later. I get a lot of, oh, so-and-so is an expert, who can speak to X, Y, and Z. I might not need that right away. Later on in life, I might need an expert to speak to that very thing. I will be culling my inbox looking for that email. So you need to make your original pitch stand out. Another thing that may seem really intuitive that people don't realize is put the word pitch in your subject line. That's the purpose of your email. You are pitching. And by pitching, I mean you're letting a journalist know that you have something that you want them to publish and cover and write about. So when you put your subject line, pitch, CBD for cats. I might not read it then, but I guarantee you it'll be a lot easier for me to find it later on if it's in the subject line. If it's an urgent pitch, you want to use the word breaking, and I encourage you to use this very, very sparingly. You coming up with a new recipe is not breaking news, okay? Thank you. Next slide, please. This is another thing we covered. Yeah. So, weed maps, cutting journalists. Whenever you see journalists being cut from publications, it's because journalists don't have the bandwidth to sustain, don't have the bandwidth to sustain those journalists. Why? Because they're not getting enough clicks. Everything in this world is click-driven. The best way you can support a journalist that you want to cover you or whose work you like, click, share, keep the URL intact. Next slide, please. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. A journalist having to defend himself on Twitter saying, I'm sorry, the decision to keep my content behind a paywall is above my pay grade. That was heartbreaking for me to witness. Okay, whether it's behind a paywall or not, pick your top 3 favorite things that you can afford and buy that content. That's the best thing you can do. And then you can generally read it and get a better sense of what this person covers. And the more you know what a journalist covers, the more you know what their beat is, if you will. Then you know who to approach. And it doesn't have to be psychedelic specific. It can be something psychedelic adjacent, modern wellness, health and wellness, mental health. But you're not going to know who the players are if you don't read their work. And there are tools, there are shortcuts, and thank you, Dana, for making me include this. There are places like Muckrack. There are places similar to Muckrack where they have databases that you can purchase if you want to know where to find journalists en masse. They're not always up to date, but it's a good place to start. But really just doing the legwork in the heavy lifting of reading someone's column and reaching out to them and telling them you like what they write about and you want to be featured by them, and make sure you put pitch in your subject line in a very brief description, not your whole life story. And you can attach a bio and attach images and attach assets, so everything they need is in one neat little package and one email. And before you know it, you might even be published and not even realize it until you get a Google alert hit on your name. The person might not even get back to you, but they might cover you. So that is all the time we have. That was a fast 20 minutes. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I'll be around at lunch. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, everybody, for a beautiful morning. We'll see you back here at 1:30 sharp. We'll see you then.
Hello, hello. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. My name is Aga, and I'm on stage here with some dear sisters sharing the medicine of the drum and the song. And I think it's quite fitting at a summit where we're talking about psychedelics. My background is in Indigenous ceremony with the Shipibo, with the Kofan. And in ceremony, music is such a vital component of working with these plants, working with these medicines. You can't not do it. Even John Hopkins creates playlists on Spotify for you to journey with. But it started with the drum. It started with our voices. And so wanted to bring this to you to remind us, because I think we've all kind of disconnected from the medicine of the drum. This is a very human instrument. And we see it in the First Nations people here. So I want to acknowledge the traditions and the people of this land, the Musqueam, the Tswelatuth, the Squamish, that remind us of this very human instrument that brings us back to our hearts, brings us back to the earth. Because if you tune into your own heart, what is that? It is the first sound you hear in your mother's womb. Women are the original holders and carriers of the drum. What is the blood? It is the rattle. And when we hear these sounds, they remind us of something primordial. They open us up to receive guidance from up above. And spirit comes through, and spirit sings. So these medicine songs, they have a spirit. You're not just singing a song. You're invoking a consciousness that brings in medicine, that guides you and holds you on your journey so that you're never alone. It's not just you and the medicine. There's so much holding you in ceremony. So, I can't do this with shoes on. Yeah, today we're going to share 3 songs with you because I can talk about music, but come on, it's an experience. So we're going to experience the medicine of song and drum today. The first song is called Circle of Women by Nalini Blossom. You can find her on Spotify. And this is a song to acknowledge all the women, the medicine women in this room, you, the medicine women on stage, all the medicine women that have ever come, and all the that have ever been, and all the medicine women that will ever come, and acknowledging Mother Earth, Gaia, the ultimate medicine woman. And may all mothers know that they are loved, and may all sisters know that they are strong, and may all daughters know that they are worthy, that the circle of women may live on, that the circle of women may live on. Wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-hey-ya, wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-hey-ya. And may all mothers know that they are loved, and may all sisters know that they are strong, and may all daughters know that they are beautiful, that the circle of women may live on, that the circle of women may live on. Wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-hey-ya, wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-hey-ya. And may all mothers know that they are loved, and may all sisters know that they are strong, and may all daughters know that they are powerful, that the fire of the goddess may burn on, that the fire of the goddess may burn on. Wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-hey-ya, wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-ya, wa-hey-hey-ya. Thank you. And I forgot to mention, don't clap at the end. But thank you. Yeah, so for this next song, just receive the sound and hold some silence at the end to really feel. Notice what it moves in your body. Yeah.
How? Lynn Thomas, Imachiapi. My name is Lynn Thomas. It is a white name, but I am Métis. My ancestors are from the Lakota tribe of the Great Plains, but I was born and raised in a small town in northern BC where it was shameful to be Native. To be Native was to be lazy, to be unemployed, and to be an alcoholic. And I didn't want to be associated with any of those things or be given that label, so I hid who I truly was for most of my life. I didn't wear my hair in braids because I didn't want to look like a squaw. I didn't wear beads or feathers because I didn't want to look too Native. I dyed my hair blonde so I didn't look too Native. And I remember, even as a teenager, I didn't want to stand too close to the campfire because I didn't want to smell like an Indian. So crazy. And as I look back now, I think that denying who I truly was the catalyst that propelled me into depression and alcoholism for most of my life. And I tried every modality to get better, to feel better. I tried talk therapy, hypnotherapy, antidepressants, AA, holistic medicine, supplements, everything. I tried everything to feel better, and nothing eased my suffering until I found plant medicine. I found plant medicine, I found sacred song, and I found this amazing community. And I can happily say that I'm no longer depressed, and I don't suffer from alcoholism anymore. And so now we would like to share the Woman's Warrior song. This song came through Martina Pierre. She is a Little Lot elder, and it came through her through a sweat lodge. And she has shared this song with everyone. And now this song is shared at many women's marches and gatherings all over the world. And it's an anthem for the missing and murdered Indigenous women. So we would like to share this song with you today for them, for all the grandmothers, the mothers, the sisters, the cousins, and the aunties that are with us here now, and for those who have passed on to the spirit world.
Thank you, Lynn, for sharing your story. You're such an inspiration. I've had front seats to her in transformation. so this next song is called the Smiling Heart Snowflake Prayer Song. I know, that's what it told me to name it. This one came through, I'd say I'm the channel, it came through me one day when I was not allowed to be in sweat. I had my moon, and so I was holding space out in the cabin. And this beautiful song came through. It was a beautiful snowy day where there's no wind and the snowflakes were just spiraling down in their perfect geometric form, like the perfect snowflake, and just falling on my nose and falling on my third eye and in my mouth. And the song came through, and it was a song of celebration, a song of divinity, that this awe and this wonder and this beauty that you see, it's just a reflection of what's in here. Yanna, hey Yanna, Yanna, hey Yanna, Yanna yo, wanna hey Yanna, hey Yanna yo, Yanna, hey Yanna, Yanna, hey Yanna, Yanna yo, wanna hey Yanna, hey Yanna yo, Yanna, 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 hey Yanna yo, Yanna, 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 hey Yanna yo. Celebrate that one. Thank you all so much.
Full moon in Pisces, everybody. Wow. That was beautiful and amazing and could not have been a more perfect foundation for our next panel, which is the Modern Medicine Women panel. So please give a warm welcome to Sarah Hope, who will be moderating our next panel. Sarah is a medicine woman of runic and Celtic ancestry, identifying as a daughter of earth and sky. She holds the vision of the awakening of the ancient medicine woman in modern times through ritual, ceremony, and rites of passage. She guides those experiencing this ancient call. Please give a warm welcome to Sarah and our panelists, Alicia Lucas, Aga Postowska, Tanny Sertansky, and Sarah Salter-Kelly. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm really excited and honored and nervous to be on the stage with some modern medicine women. But as we start, I'd really most like to invite your ancestors. Invite the medicine women who are responsible partly for you being here today, in this life, at this moment, in this world. So I'm going to invite us all to close our eyes. And first we'll breathe. We'll breathe 3 nourishing, meaningful breaths together, because breath is our bridge to the spirit world, and it is our first access to medicine. It's beginning 1. And keeping your eyes closed, allowing yourself to imagine, allowing yourself to breathe yourself back to a time when earth was the only medicine we knew. Take a moment to allow yourself to arrive. Let your breath bring you there. There were women, there were folks. They could listen to the earth. They could look at the stars, and they could know. They could know what they needed to do, know how to heal, and know when it was time to let go. We all have an ancestral medicine woman somewhere way back, way before churches, buildings. We relied on the earth as our only medicine. So I'm going to ask you to rub your hands together. And see if you can feel the medicine women of your past. You can bring your hands to your heart. And if you can feel her, feel free to stand and begin to whisper. Whisper her name, or whisper a name of an ancestor you knew to be a medicine woman. And if you do not know her name, just hum. Just hum to acknowledge that here you are in this moment. Here you are. You have arrived. You are a success of the medicine of the earth. And just begin to breathe once again with your ancestors, for your ancestors, giving thanks to the medicine women who listen to the earth, awakening the ancient code that lives in all of us for the medicine of the earth and the cosmos to wake up inside of us.
The water, the earth, the air, the fire. Medicine woman, we call upon you. Grandmothers, grandmothers, grandmothers. You who work with the elders, you who work with the plants, you who work with the families and the communities, you who steward the heart, you who care for the fire. Grandmothers, we call upon you.
And bringing all well ancestors here into the moment with you. Open your eyes, and take your seat, and we can listen and share our wisdom with some courageous women who have heard the code waking up inside of them and have answered that code without all the information, even when there are breaks in the ties of ancestry. So, let's give them a warm welcome and let them introduce themselves. Let's see. Here's Sarah. Sarah, tell us about yourself.
Hello, everybody. First off, with deep gratitude to Sarah for facilitating this panel for us and for those who've put this conference together. I've come to being a medicine woman naturally and yet reluctantly, as I've learned how to accept my nature and my capacity to utilize ceremony and prayer to action my relationship with spirit and support others in doing so. And so I came to that path through trying to figure out how to metabolize the homicide of my mother and integrate what came to me through that experience 25 years ago. And so a lot of that has been inclusive of ceremony. And when I speak of ceremony, it's not just plant medicine ceremony, but any means that helps us to initiate an altered space, whether that's the beautiful drumming that the women who came here before us were doing, utilizing a journey, utilizing prayer that helps us to connect with the bigger picture and help us to understand who we are. And so a lot of the work that I do is facilitating space for other people who are seeking a means to address trauma through group psilocybin ceremonies. However, I also teach a lot of programs that don't utilize any plant medicine, however, use altered states to help us to build relationship with the land and ourselves and forgive and let go and move forward and become what we came here to be.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you for being here. I need a slide advance to know who's going next. Oh, okay, Tanny. Tell us about your medicine work and your experience of being a medicine woman in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Big question. So I come from a bit of a different background. I'm more sort of from the clinical space. I trained professionally. I'm a registered psychotherapist. So I've been doing trauma therapy for about a decade. Danced around, I use dance. Danced around expressive arts, creative modalities, and of course dance medicine in all of these spaces as well. And more recently trained with Therasil and Atma in a few different psychedelic therapy, more formal trainings. So I weave things in more so from a clinical sense in that capacity. But then in my own, I'm a big proponent of you need to do your own work, and I can't take a client deeper than what I have done myself. And it's not ethically appropriate for me to do that. So I need to dive deep into my own work as well and really understand the terrain that I'm taking people in. So that has looked in many different ways, navigating my own journey with medicine, with the plant medicines, with the various different consciousness medicines, as well as dance. And we've talked about dance. I call it dance medicine as well. And so just weaving in all of these different intentional ways to turn towards the self, turn towards back to the body, and remember that we have that inner wisdom within us. And when I think about the word, the term medicine woman, I don't necessarily, I wouldn't identify myself as a medicine woman, but when I think of that word, what comes to mind for me is someone who can help ignite the medicine that is within each other person themselves. Like each person has their own wisdom, and it's being able to recognize that we have it and turn back towards it. So, yeah.
Thank you, Tanny. Let's see, Aga.
Hi. Well, I'd say I was a closet medicine woman for a couple years. In my early 20s, I started off as a holistic health coach and gut health specialist with fungal infections, candida, with the evil fungus of the world that creates zombie people. And I hid my deep passion for plant medicine, my spirituality from the world. I thought it was not appropriate for me to be spiritual, to be judged, especially in the taboo world of psychedelics. But there have been, I believe, like a deeply in my heart and my spirit for so long. So 5 years ago, I finally came out of the closet. I was like, screw it. This is what I love to do. They are so impactful. And when I introduced medicine to my clients, they just started to blossom and unravel. And so now I work with mushrooms, with kambo, with bufo, breathwork. I call it my altar of medicine. So when someone comes, I can meet them where they're at. And I'm like, okay, where can I meet you to help you unravel, to help you blossom, to get you in touch with your authentic self and your joy. And my passion is creating those sacred spaces, ceremonial, ritualistic spaces that are earth-based, bringing back the earth wisdom and connection to spirit, and let spirit guide the way. So creating those sacred containers for people to really venture into their own magnificent being, to find their own answers inside. So that's what I'm passionate about.
Oh, Mateo, thank you. Alicia.
Hi, thank you.
Oh wait, I did that. I'm sorry. You're going to have to really, really listen to Alicia, because somehow I didn't copy and paste that. Please. Which makes it even better, because there's not writing that can describe what you do and who you are. None of you. None of y'all.
Hello, thank you. My name is Alicia. I've been working with plant and spirit medicines for the last couple of years. I got reawoken to working with Bufo first and then Cambo after. And I was called back to my ancestral land of Mexico by the medicine, not really understanding why or what. And it was there that my ancestors were waiting, asking me, what took you so long, giving me permission to do this work. And it's been life-changing and confusing and empowering and reclaiming my Mexican indigenous roots. And it's through my work with these medicines that I've been able to remember and reclaim what tribe I come from. And I feel a deep connection with spirit when I work with Bufo in particular. And like these two ladies, where we all are saying, teaching and encouraging others to come to their own empowerment is a big part of facilitating and holding space for people. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. So before I ask this big question, the first thing I want to just name is that we're here, but there are so many medicine women that are not represented here today. So the context of us being here at this conference means that really we volunteered to come here and speak in this way, and we were kind of aggregated into a panel that kind of marked us as medicine women, which I feel, a deep connection to, and I think all of you do as well. But before I even ask this question, I just really want to name that we're here on land that was tended by First Nations people, and there are medicine women who tended this land, who spoke to the spirits of this land. There are medicine women all over the world that we don't get to hear from. So we're here in their name as well. So that said, what is a medicine woman?
I'm discovering what that is as I give myself permission to be a medicine woman. And one of the other panelists, I believe, was speaking about that, we're all medicine. We are medicine when we show up connected to our hearts and connected to each other and our spirit and the earth. And I think a medicine woman is someone who is working to embody that herself. She doesn't have to do it. She doesn't have to be perfect. I'm not. Sometimes I act out of my trauma conditioning and my lack mentality and, have doubts. But, I'm trying. Every day I show up trying to be connected to my heart and the earth and one another and inspiring others to do it also.
Yeah, that's a beautiful description. And I think that one of the things, as I had mentioned, that I had gone back and forth with the what am I context, medicine woman, shaman, healer, what is the right word? And when we're looking at that idea, that philosophy, that archetype of medicine woman, I think that it does invoke the sacred potential within all of us, male or female, however you identify. Is it possible for you to step into this supreme embodiment of what is sacred to you and trust that you have relationship with the land, you have relationship with spirit, and the relationship that you have is good enough? It's the one that you need to manifest healing for yourself. And as we manifest that healing for ourselves and become that embodiment between heaven and earth, we're able to then bring it into our families and then bring it into our communities. And so I'd say that a medicine woman is a human who recognizes that the experiences that have come to pass in our lives and what is happening on our planet do not have to take us down. They don't have to tear us apart permanently. It's possible for us to make a conscious decision within ourselves to become the medicine that creates the healing salve that allows us to step into our empowerment and to bring that into the world. And we get to choose that.
Could I get a slide advance, please? Thank you. All right, keep going, keep rolling. What is a medicine woman?
Can I speak to that? I think that was beautiful. Thank you so much. And to speak to that, we are all medicine, all of us. Sorry.
Hallelujah.
We are all medicine. And you know, when I think about doing this work, what defines the embodiment that Aga spoke of is the way that we hold these medicines as sacred, the way that we honor the spirit that comes through us and that speaks through the medicine, through the people that we're working with, and holding and understanding the reverence of the work that we do and the people that come to sit in our spaces. So,
Tanya, I'd love to hear from you because I know you have this orientation, a clinical orientation, but you really felt this calling that there was like a need to go beyond, that there was something more, there was something calling you forward. I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah, and how do I summarize that? Yeah, it's, I dove in, I did the official route. You go to school, you get your master's degree, and I was getting into the work, and it's not, there's something missing. There's something missing in it. And, I go and I explore, and, I found these things that go outside of the scope of psychotherapy that are profound, that, that we're not talking about in psychotherapy in many respects. And even actually, kind of to the point, the practice of psychotherapy in many respects, or in sort of within this Western medical model, is very much about giving our power away, which is the exact opposite of what we're speaking to here, is reminding ourselves that we are in our power, and when we are not, that's where a lot of the challenge shows up. So how can we get back into our bodies? How can we get back into our power? And it doesn't have to be in big, profound ways. It can just be, what do I want to eat for lunch today? And making that choice as opposed to outsourcing it to someone else. So, all these little moments where we can then turn back towards the self and remind, like, I have that wisdom within me. And in many ways, right, how can we actually listen to our bodies, which is really difficult because there's so many layers of how we've been pulled away and pulled out of our bodies. We've been dissociated. We're in our trauma bodies so much that how do we even know what our intuition is? So it's a process that takes time, but it's a process of getting back into, okay, what is my body actually telling me in this moment? Okay, am I safe? Okay, what do I need here? And trusting those little signals, like whatever those signals are, and it's unique for each person. So it's, it's not a cookie cutter, one size fits all approach. It's very individual. What do I need? And trusting that guidance within the self. And that's why, as the medicine women, or as the communities, being able for us to foster that encouragement for each person to navigate their own journey in their own way. So, yeah.
What's coming up for me too is the awareness that as important it is to do our own work and to find our independence in that. And I first experienced psychedelics 30 years ago, and as a diehard in psilocybin and LSD as a teenager, and had a punk rock attitude that I could do everything and anything myself, which became a huge part of my journey for some time. But the beauty in having somebody else be that archetype for you is so important. Like, I want somebody to sing and pray for me. I want them to smudge me with things. I want them to touch me. I want them to help facilitate a sacred space, because plant medicine helps us to go in this soul healing territory that it needs to be revered as sacred, and to have that witness that's holding that space for us. And we actually can't do that by ourselves.
And one quote that comes to mind, and I'm going to butcher it because I didn't have time to memorize it, but it's the story of if you went to a medicine woman or a medicine man in a Indigenous or First Nations or tribal shamanic culture, and you were sick or depressed, the question was, when did you stop dancing? When did you stop singing? When did you stop being enthralled by story? And when did you stop enjoying stillness?
I think that's Gabrielle Roth, right?
Yeah.
Who's the birthed by rhythms dance.
Yeah. And I think medicine women sing, medicine women dance, medicine women are storytellers, medicine women cultivate stillness. It's bringing in that feminine aspects of life, creativity, intuition, artist, expression, right? All these modalities that help with preparation and integration, all these modalities that help us tune into something and express our emotions. So I think a component of medicine woman is, practicing those or sharing those or inviting humanity to remember the medicine of that.
That was really good. I think we're all of this. Yeah. I'm just deeply present in my, and just how proud and grateful I am to hold space for such powerful women. The feeling I have just being here, like I feel just like flanked by strength. It's a beautiful thing. Can I get a slide advance, please? Strength also, technology can be medicine, right? There's no more slides. Okay. Well, indeed. Why do we need...
We didn't need them.
Well, yeah, but we do actually need this. Why do we need medicine women? I mean, here's a question. Why don't we just give this work over to clinicians in lab coats? Why do we need medicine women? I'm not saying that clinicians don't have medicine, because they certainly do, right?
Because they don't sing and they don't dance and they don't tell stories.
Do they want to? Does your surgeon want to dance?
Imagine walking into your clinician's office and like, all right, we're going to put a tune on and sing along.
Yeah. And I think that's a really good question, because one of the things that I've come to learn as I've been facilitating psilocybin ceremonies, I'm not a fit for everybody. And I used to take people to the Amazon to work with ayahuasca as well, traveling down there between 2008 and 2015. And I learned through experience that not everybody was a fit for the trip. And how did I know? Well, we got there and found out. I could have made some different choices. And so, recognizing that we are in a society and in a culture that is so inundated with a history of utilizing pharmaceuticals to create a certain state of mental health, or the idea of a state of mental health, that in order for us to come out of that, somehow we have to partner the clinician with the use of the psychedelic, and that's not my area. So that's for the clinician, and I'm super grateful for that. And yet it's the medicine person who is able to go into that deep reverence of uncontained, wild, sacred, creative life force, deep down rooted goddess vagina energy that's going to help us to transform and lift ourselves up in a new way.
I loved your answer when I asked you this on the phone.
Well, thank
please.
you. Yeah, I'd like to speak to this. When I think about that, and I think about the people that come and sit with me, people are craving community, and you can't feel that in a clinician's office. It feels clinical. It feels like you're going to get a service done. But when you come into the ceremonial spaces, my understanding is that people are finally feeling a sense of belonging. And it's Gabor Mate who talks about trauma, and how you recover from addiction is having that sense of belonging. And I think that is true in these ceremonial spaces, that you have the opportunity to create community, people get empowered and find their center in themselves. And I think that's a big difference between clinicians and ceremony.
I'd like to piggyback on that, because I do a lot of group work, and people are often really intimidated to come in and like, well, I don't want to share what I'm struggling with because of shame. But you come into circle, and slowly people start opening up with their problems and their struggles, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, I do that. Oh, I'm not the only one. Okay, wow. So this thing that I'm struggling is just like a human thing? I'm not actually broken or weird, or I don't need to be ashamed. And all of a sudden, just that moment in itself is so deeply healing, where when you go to a clinician, it's like, okay, you're broken, and here, how are we going to fix you? Versus like, oh, you're just a human who's hurting. And you know, how can we support your feelings?
I really agree that we all have medicine for each other, right? Like the gathering in groups, you know, maybe the job of a medicine woman is to hold space for people to remember that we are medicine for each other, right? And also to turn poison into medicine. You know, one of the knowings, I think, of a medicine woman is to take what feels like poison, what feels like illness, and find out how it is medicine. Anything else on the topic of why we need a medicine woman? Why medicine women? Why medicine folks?
Well, I think just, you know, a couple pieces that were just coming up for me in response to that were, you know, my first thought was connection. Like there's something in that deeper connection that we may not get in that on the more clinical side. And I know there's variation in all of that. You know, but I even think about when we think of the pharmaceuticals, you know, in the Western model, you know, there's a problem, you go to your doctor, they prescribe you something, and then you take it and you forget about it. And right, there's sort of this disconnection in that space. And, you know, and I'm not, you know, I'm not, you know, the pharmaceuticals have a space in here, but how can we actually deepen the connection with what am I even putting into my body, pharmaceutical or otherwise, food as our medicine. How can I actually connect with what I'm putting in my body? How can I connect with, you know, the people that are in my support circle? You know, where is the connection in all of this? There's right, the connection to the land, which has been spoken about many times already today as well. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we get another round of snaps for that. Some deep wisdom available here. Well, I have lots and lots of questions for them if you guys don't, but I wonder if you do. Because if there are questions in the audience for this panel, I would love to turn it over. I think that's another type of medicine is surrender, right? Inclusion. Any questions in the audience? If you have a question, you're a little bit shadowed to me. I love shadow, so that's great. But if you do have a question, I would love for you to stand up and come near so I can get you a mic.
Sorry, the question was, what's the difference between NN-DMT and 5-MeO-DMT, correct? My understanding of 5-MeO-DMT is that it's 5 to 10 times stronger than NN-DMT. And I don't work with the pure synthetic molecule, but when I experience Bufo and when I serve Bufo, I feel a very spiritual connection with it. And I've experienced 5-MeO pure one time, and I didn't necessarily feel that same spirit. So, yeah, that's my understanding. Do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, so the question is the difference between NN-DMT and Bufo, or 5-MeO. And how I like to describe it is NN takes you to the brow, which is very archetypal energies. You access like a gymnastic playground for the psyche where nothing makes sense. Walls are turning. There's gestures that are like, follow me into this other room. And you're like, this doesn't make sense. Ah! Or they come in and you pass the gesture realm test and you come in and your guides are like, hello, Theodore. We will review your life, blah, 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 right? It's a journey. There's other people, other entities and beings that you're in communication with, right? There's still a you present in communication with an other. There's still duality. 5-MeO or Bufo is the crown. There's no more other, there's no more I, there's simply isness, awareness, presence, love, nothing, everything, love, fear. It's coined the God molecule, and and tells you it's a non-dual experience, but that experience is unique for everybody, and it's ineffable. There are no words because there's no more mind. It's purely vibrational in an experience. Yeah.
Linear time is, wow, it's a big thing for medicine women to try to fathom. We've got time for one more question. I would love to take this one and then pass it on. Two of my dearest teachers are a couple, now grandmother, grandfather, Zapotek family, and they both are medicine people from childhood. And I learned a lot from translating their ceremonies. But what I noticed between the two of them is they carry medicine differently but equally and support each other completely. And just, I'd like to say that they balance one another out. You know, I would say a medicine man embodies every bit of the medicine woman, and the medicine woman embodies every bit of the medicine man. And with a couple minutes remaining, I want to see if we can get some more gold wisdom from over here. But yeah, I would say, you know, balance, respect, reverence, and, you know, carrying the medicine you carry.
Yeah, I like to speak to this one because I work with my partner, my love deus, in ceremony when we hold group, and he's a symbol of the masculine, and I'm a symbol of the feminine. And in those spaces, we understand, especially in psychedelics, that we will then receive the projection of all the unprocessed stuff to deal with the feminine and the masculine. So when you go approaching a ceremony, sometimes it is helpful to have a facilitator that has the symbol of your perpetrator, so that in real time, you can get new information to your subconscious of a loving masculine who didn't attack or use, or a loving feminine, right? And in those moments, it could be really healing. And sometimes if you're not comfortable with a male because there has been a trauma, or a female, you work with one that you feel safe with, that you can feel regulated with. So the choice is up to you if you want to if you want to go to a medicine man or woman. Both are very healing.
I think that takes us to the end. None of us wear watches, but yeah. Thank you so much for spending this time with us and having us be here.
Thank you all so much. All right, so please welcome our next speaker on the topic of sex, intimacy, and psychedelics. This should be a juicy one. Please welcome Shelley DeMarco, specializing in women's mentorship, relationship coaching, and unique retreat experiences. Shelley teaches the techniques, habits, and psychedelic integration methods to radically change mindset and behaviors for living a fully embodied life of love, joy, and connection.
I'm guessing my slides aren't there then. Okay, so slideless. You're going to imagine with me. Okay. Sex, intimacy, psychedelics. No three words have been more underground than sex, intimacy, and psychedelics. And they may seem like unlikely bedfellows, excuse the pun, but trust me, they do connect very nicely. So today I'm going to explain how psychedelics can help us with our love and sex life, Oh, perfect. It's not working well, but you can just leave that one. That's perfect. And so this is where to begin. So there's a reason I have that picture up. But first I'm going to tell you a little bit about my husband and I. When I met him, we knew immediately that we were soulmates. And we were going to be the most amazing couple of all time. And so we did all the things. We went to Gottman seminars, we read books together, and yes, we even did therapy. And it was mostly because he needed to fix a few things. But one of the things that happened along the way was when we got engaged, and we went to have our photo shoot for our engagement, which is where this picture comes from. And on the way, we had a terrible fight. It was one of the worst fights we had ever had. And I got out of the car, slammed the door, and said, I don't even know why we're getting married. And it was just a horrible way to lead into your engagement photo shoot. So the photographer probably picked up on it, and as we were kind of just being very rigid in our pictures, she said, tell each other you love each other. And we were still very stubborn, and we were saying, I love you. I love you. And that picture always reminds me, because that's exactly what we were doing. And of course, as we started to see the humor in that, we started to lighten up, and it ended up being a really actually beautiful day. But then, new slide, as we progressed in our relationship, there were still things that just seemed that were not going the best way that they could be. We had prided ourselves in preparing and doing all the things to be a wonderful couple, but there were still things that were not going the way we wanted. And one day I was listening to a podcast, and it was Charlie Winninger, who was talking about his new book called Listening to Ecstasy. And I was immediately intrigued. He was talking about his relationship with his second wife, who's also named Shelley, by the way. And he talked about how MDMA would produce powerful feelings of closeness, warmth, safety, and how tactile sensations could be so intense and pleasurable. And I thought, now that's really something. That's so interesting. And I loved his quote in the book that talked about the feeling of MDMA being like the sun is rising in my heart. And think about that for a minute. The sun is rising in my heart. And so it wasn't until I experienced it firsthand that I felt like at long last I was plugged into that universal love force. And I realized how much of my own healing had to come before I could really give myself into a relationship. And I realized that at the heart of what was going wrong with my behavior in my relationship was fear. You see, on February 14th, 2007, my father committed suicide. On the day of love, on the day of joy for your beloved, I lost the one man who I thought would never leave me. And I realized, although I'm not here to talk about suicide and depression, I realized from my own healing that I wasn't bringing the best of myself to my relationship because there was this element of fear that Mark was going to leave. He was going to decide, you know what, this isn't worth it, and leave me. And so I never was able to fully give myself into the relationship. And that was the healing that MDMA brought. It was enabling me to look at the areas where I wasn't able to reveal all of myself, where I was able to set down the walls and the barriers that I was carrying with me for all that time, and I didn't even realize it. I thought I was showing up every day. I thought it was Mark's problem, but I realized it was me. It was my own fear. And so I was able to see how my lack of trust and connection was causing my unhappiness, not anything Mark was doing. I was able to finally open up and share with him my feelings, my fears, and I saw all the good that had been there in him all along. Next slide. And so as I moved forward in my connection, I realized that this was something really powerful. And in my relationship coaching, I thought, oh my God, wouldn't this be amazing to have other people have these same revelations and connections through these modalities, these compounds. And so I created a course that I would use with my couples, and it's called Relationship Revolution. And some of the highlights of what I did in helping people integrate psychedelic experiences that they do as couples is to move forward and connect afterwards with specific actions, such as doing a weekly marriage meeting. My husband and I incorporated this into what we do every day, every week. And in that meeting, we start with appreciation of each other. And it brings back that feeling of the ceremony that we have when we're together in deliberate ceremony with psychedelics. And we talk about, where are you at? Are you at 10%, 20%? Where's your emotional battery, right? Because if you know where your partner is, then you can help to mitigate that, or if you're having a tough time, you can ask for the help you need. It also allows us to be curious. So one of the things I really enjoy about doing our ceremonies is we're able to get curious about each other in a way that we're not normally in everyday life. And we ask for the support we need, and we talk about different things that we need to accomplish as a couple and as individuals. And so one of the best things I love is updating our love maps. And that's a term that was coined by John and Julie Gottman, who are one of the foremost relationship experts in the world. And they have taught how important it is to be curious about your partner. And all of us have had new interests pop up throughout our lives. And a lot of times we stop and think, oh, I know what my partner likes. I know what they do and what they don't do, and we just assume. But if you take the time to actually ask and get to know your partner and be curious, then you'll be really surprised at what comes up. And sometimes it actually inspires your partner just by your asking to create new interests and new desires. And that's why it really works well in intimacy and sex as well, because then you can get curious about what your partner's needs are. You start being comfortable with your own needs and expressing them and diving into that and exploring it. And it's such an important part of any successful relationship. And it makes it so much easier when you're taking that time out, regardless of medicine. If you're taking that time to have a ceremony and to really connect with your partner, these are the things that are going to come out of it. And so, next slide, psychedelics help us to reveal ourselves. I'm going to tell you a parable of a conquered city. There was a kingdom that went and conquered a city, and they put all of the warriors from that city in a prison in the middle of the city. And they were wasting away, they were suffering, and there were 4 philanthropists that came by and wanted to help these prisoners. And the first philanthropist said, look at these prisoners, they're hungry, I'm gonna find food. And he used his money and time to raise food for these prisoners and delivered the food, and they weren't hungry. The second philanthropist came along and said, look at these prisoners, they're thirsty. I'm gonna raise money and I'm gonna spend time delivering water to these prisoners. And the prisoners were no longer thirsty. The third philanthropist came by and said, they're cold and they don't have clothes. And so that philanthropist delivered blankets and clothes to the prisoner. And the last philanthropist came by and said, well, they've gotten all these other things, what can I possibly do? And then he realized, I know where the keys are. And he went and set them free. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what psychedelics can do for all of us. And so as I approach my last slide, I want to just invite you I have a free download for my marriage meeting agenda. I really encourage you to use it. If you're in a couple, you don't have to be married, just download it for free, and you can use that as a guide every week to set your marriage up or your relationship up for success every single week, for connection, for true love. And I highly encourage you to use psychedelics in a ceremonial way, in a regular manner with your partner. It's a different experience than doing it alone. It's a different experience when you're deliberately making time to talk through a ceremony, to talk through the medicine, to reveal your deepest self. You will find it's an amazing experience. And I'm very grateful to my husband for being so willing to be taken through this experience as I've been on this journey. And so I invite you to consider that and to welcome psychedelics into your relationship. Thank you so much.
All right, next we have PTSD, parenting, and psychedelics. I'm not sure if it's PTSD from parenting or and. But Allie Smith has been a psychotherapist for over 16 years and has traveled to over 60 countries, hiked 4 Himalayan peaks, fluent in Spanish, and is a practicing Reiki and plant medicine healer. She has worked within the corporate world, prison settings, hospitals, schools, the military, and spiritual community settings. But her favorite venue is on the nature trails alongside her friends and family. Please give a warm welcome to Allie Smith.
Hello, beautiful people. Hello, beautiful people. Say that twice. You're beautiful twice. Okay, what's going on? I just want to get my orientation because I don't have a clicker. So, okay. I'm a little excited and nervous. So if I say a lot of I just want you to think okay? And you'll just be like nourished that way. So, next slide. I could just you. That's the hook. So bone by bone, hair by hair, Wild Woman comes back. Through night dreams, through events half understood and half remembered. Dr. Estes' words here speak to me of healing trauma through the feminine. I was initiated into plant medicine 18 years ago for my trauma healing. At first it came as whispers, pretty incomprehensible, and a restlessness as a seeker of wholeness. But slowly, I heard the call and listened to the call, but it's been quite the journey, as you can imagine. Next slide. So, I want to talk today about how we can have a relationship with plant medicine, heal PTSD in particular, post-traumatic stress disorder, and engage with community in that process, especially for me, sisterhood, and our roles and identities as mothers to support that. So to start that, I want to tell a little love story about this doll. You can't see the back, but I have 2 kiddos, ages 11 and nearly 13, and a new husky. And there's a baby in front and a baby on the back, which is definitely epitomizes me. I still feel like I'm carrying them at 11 and 13. But I had gone to an ayahuasca journey maybe 10 years ago now. And I had bought this doll 18 years ago in Peru, my first ayahuasca journey. And my daughter at the time, I guess she was 5 or 6, had tucked this like a treasure in my backpack. So I arrived in the ceremony space and opened my bag and saw this. And it just revealed to me this kind of feminine lineage intertwined with the lineage of the plant, unspoken. It was like she was handing me my inner child to take care of, but also an extension of herself. So I just wanted to share that to start. Next slide. So ayahuasca has been my primary medicine alongside wachuma and psilocybin, but it has really transformed a lot of my PTSD symptoms. It has brought me to my knees in a visceral purgatory and also to the heights of ecstasy. It has helped me on a very somatic brain nervous system level, like discharging trauma through yawning, shaking, and song in particular. It's helped me access parts of my psyche that I otherwise didn't know through the senses, seeing, hearing, feeling, smelling, tasting. It has helped ground my anxiety and my worries. It has helped me know my invisible allies that support me and protect me, frankly. It has done so much for helping me transform like the trauma voices inside me that I've absorbed, right, and identified with in a negative belief system way. And the plant medicine really seeps in and helps me replace those with more whole beliefs, right, remembering my wholeness. So it has done enormous things for me. But before coming into plant medicine 18 years ago, motherhood 13 years ago, I was initiated into sexual violence in the military. Next slide. So in the military, I wanted to be a fighter pilot, frankly. Saw Top Gun too many times. Ended up marrying one who just retired, amazingly. But I really, that dream came crashing down with all the violence I experienced. And this violence I turned on myself. I internalized violence in my system, really reenacting traumas perpetrated on me. And my method of doing so was through bulimia. So the nourishment I took into my system, I rejected, right? And it also cut me off from my own feminine lineage through my mother, my biological mother, and Mother Earth, literally through food. So I really needed the plant medicine to heal these split off parts of me, right? To call back parts of myself that had been split off. And she is very good about helping me do that. And it really did, before I left the military, it took the feminine to help me leave the military. At the moment where I was suffering the most, my roommates died in a car accident, one I was likely going to have been in, and my grandma was dying. So I literally left the military and arrived at my grandma's bedside in time to sing her to her passing, Amazing Grace. Next slide. So I chose this image that's very Renaissance to represent these three women who really propelled me towards my healing journey. Next slide. So 18 years ago, my relationship began with ayahuasca. And I say relationship because I think trauma really robs us of self-trust and can impair our attachment to self and other. So I think that one of the messages I really want to get across today is that it's a growing relationship, right? As we hold our relationships in our real life, our relationship to the medicine will mimic some of that, right? So we really want to come into relationship with the plant. For me, the plant spirits is my mythology around the plant medicine. So in this process, I've worked, like I said, with ayahuasca, and it's been very important for my trauma healing and my trauma wounds to make sure I sit with the same shaman, basically the same regular community members if I can, and literally in the same space in the ceremony room. That makes me feel safe and protected and more secure to go deep. I've had a husband support me by taking care of the kids. We really need community or family to, as mothers especially, to go deeper, right? So I can't be deep in my role as mother while I'm sitting, or that can feel like I'm split again, right? Clearly I bring myself as mother to this space, but I really need to feel like I have that support so I can go deep to the places in my psyche and my spirit and in my body I really need to go. So that has really helped me discharge and process a lot of the trauma that I've dealt with. More recently, the last few years, I've been working with Wachuma, the San Pedro cactus, and it's been with an indigenous elder, a woman, and that's felt like a serendipitous entry into a closer sisterhood for me. And this takes place where I live in California, or unceded Ohlone territory. So for me, that connection to the earth, and as a white, uninvited guest of the Americas, coming from Europe, my lineage, it's felt really important to hold this connection to the indigenous lineages of the plants. I've self-guided myself in Mexico with psilocybin, which felt quite risky. Just ended up there. I really wanted to start my relationship with this medicine where I had learned about it with near Oaxaca and Maria Sabina. And more recently, microdosing. Now, as you've heard today, like the verdict's a bit out on that. But for me, the most trauma-informed way is to really listen to what this is doing for me in my body, in my spirit, in my psyche, and pay attention to tracking and noticing those benefits day to day, moment to moment. Am I feeling like a better mom? Am I transforming those harsh self-concepts? Am I down-regulating my nervous system when I feel too up-regulated? So these are the ways that I'm trying to integrate tracking and noticing how microdosing is working for me. So next slide. I'm behind on asking for next slides. Next one. So I did want to say one thing quickly about trauma, because trauma, and you've heard some amazing references to trauma today, and there's so many definitions, but trauma itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It's like, it can have natural causes like giving birth. In Spanish, to give birth is dar luz, to give light, to bring light to the darkness, consciousness to human form. My anecdote for that is I've had 3 pregnancies, a natural miscarriage, and then I call it my miraculous conception. My daughter was conceived a week and a half after that, ending with an emergency cesarean after 20 hours labor. And then lastly, a home birth with my son, Everest. And in that 3rd birth, I healed my prior traumas because I played my shaman's Icaros or medicine songs. I made placenta medicine to consume after. I made a lot of birth art. As an arts therapist, you can see it here. But I also made, clay sculptures of my pelvis opening. Like, I really feel like that birth, although a breech baby at home, went well because I was reclaiming through the feminine my righteously inherited medicine, my body. And it was very terrifying and scary because my mom would not come support me. She doesn't believe in home birth. So, I had this connection to the plants and to the medicine within me. So I just wanted to mention that trauma does not always mean PTSD too, right? So PTSD is what happens to you when you don't have the tools, inner or outer, to story what happened to you, to understand, to integrate. So working with ayahuasca has been very important, but at the time I started 18 years ago, I didn't really have the trauma language, even as a therapist, for so many years. So it's been really helpful. Next slide. As my littles were little in Japan, I didn't have access to my medicine, but I had to mother 2 kids under age 2, half the year alone while my husband was at sea. But I kept the medicine thread alive in my being because I believe she never leaves us. And to activate that, I really connected with the feminine through onsens, hot springs, shinrin yoku, like forest bathing, you've probably heard of that, giving yoga and art therapy workshops, and hauling them to Bali on cargo planes, military planes, just to get some sisterhood. And if anyone's been to Bali, it's a very nourishing place where they adore children and just a nourishing sense of spirituality there. So that helped me be a good enough mother, right? For someone surviving and thriving in trauma, it felt essential to claim what I needed in this way. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, I wanted to say the last slide. How do I talk to my kids about this medicine? So often, or until this point, 11 and 13, I say, Mommy has to go meditate. In the earlier years, they said, Mommy, are we driving you away? Like, what, are we too much for you? But I would self-translate without my trauma lens that, no, I need this. I cannot let guilt or shame or confusion keep me here, right? Like I need to go and do my work. And when I come back and they feel a more chill mom, I translate to, wow, mom, this is good for mom. This is very good for mom. So as they grow older, I've chosen not to talk to them about the psychoactiveness or, we already have the foundations in our household of like talking to spirits and having ancestor reverence and using herbs for healing. So I feel like when I'm ready to talk to them, maybe in their teenage years, about what this is, what's available, with the plants, they can make their choices. And that feels trauma-informed for me, to honor what I want to share and how I want to share it with them. So, next slide. Motherhood, actually last slide, because I want to see nope, 2 before, please. Back, one more. Yeah, because they're so cute. I just want to, I'm like, oh my God, I miss that so much. This is in Bali. Motherhood with or without trauma is not an easy path. It demands great compassion and grace, really. It's very important to remember that post-traumatic stress is not an end state, that post-traumatic growth is also possible, right? It's a righteous path. It's inevitable, I would say. As whole creatures, we are not broken. Trauma tries to tell us we're broken, and that's what we start to feel split and are split, but we remember that we are whole. So, next slide. So we enter the light because at our deepest and most unbroken layers, we know we are whole. And that light, by its very nature, can illuminate these darker spaces in our psyche that have traumatic echoes that we're not good enough or we're broken. And the light, through medicine, the plant medicine, can seep in and really dissolve that and make space for listening to our wholeness, to remembering. So I just want to give you some final reflection. The next slide. So my invitations, I guess, is to enter these doorways that trauma, motherhood, and the plants are all dynamic pathways intertwined with each other. And to call upon others, like community. I did not have community when I got on a plane to the Amazon. I hadn't even tried weed, really. So caffeine was my drug. This amazing event that I want to thank the facilitators for putting on. It's just such an amazing gift to us, a loving gift for us to really feel supported and take that walk through the doorways of these different paths. Trust yourself, reclaim your nourishment, and be very mindful of who you choose and how you choose it and where you choose your sacred container. Like someone said earlier, we all have trauma, right, of varying degrees and types, but I think that we want to avoid re-traumatization, right? Like it's very easy. We might not even be aware of all of our traumas. So just be mindful of that. I think it's very important. Hold and be held as mothers. And the most important learning for me the last couple years, even of the 18, is tracking and noticing, how is this helping me? Not just taking it and sitting because we think it's good for us, but really know how it's helping you individually. It's going to be different for all of us. And then be open to the medicine already within you. Song, breath. We've been hearing so much about breath today. I'm like, yes, this is our medicine. Mantra. And so I think the plants just activate the medicine already within us. And it's medicine itself for me, like spirit communing, right? So, but you all have your own medicine. So really remember that and appreciate it and work with it. So next slide. So I want to leave you, I haven't gotten any warnings. Oh, good. I want to leave you with just the chorus. Music is the most healing point to me of the plant medicine if you're working in a ceremonial space with a shaman, the Icaros, right? So music is the only thing, have you guys heard this? It's the only thing that activates the entire brain, like on an MRI or a scan. So we all knew that already, right? Like enjoying a good song, but it really is the rhythmic roadmap. I think I would have been lost on a lot of journeys without anchoring through the songs. And so it's a rhythmic roadmap, it's an anchor, it's the vehicle through which you journey on with the medicine. So Mother Ayahuasca taught me my own Icaro 18 years ago, and I want to share just the chorus with you as I leave. So it's in Spanish, and it's called Madre Selva, which actually means honeysuckle. But I like to dissect that into Mother Jungle, because it's a beautiful, where the origin is of this song. So I do want to invite you to close your eyes for this. And just connect with the floor, where your feet land, and notice your breath. You don't have to change it, but just notice it. Madre Selva, goteando de la para, venas mías, venas tuyas, Madre Selva, creciendo de la tierra, raíces mías, raíces tuyas, Madre Selva, corriendo de río, sangre mío, sangre tuyo, Madre Selva, cayendo del cielo, lágrimos míos, lágrimos tuyos, Madre Selva, Madre Selva, Madre Selva, iluminándome, limpiándome, amándome. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
So beautiful. Thank you, Allie. So we are going to take a 15-minute body break experience with Laurie and Nemec. Now, if you slip out, be sure to visit the tables. We have a few limited edition Sisters in Psychedelics teas left available at the registration desk. So if you slide out, please check that out as well. So Laurie N. Zalorian delights in guiding you back home to your body, breath, and heart so that you can tap into your superpowers of intuitive knowing and clear insight. Beautiful. Thank you.
So, hey everybody, I'd love it if you could stand up because we've been seated a lot today. I just want to acknowledge the long, unbroken line of teachers that have so generously given to us through the decades, the eons, so that I can stand here today and share this yoga medicine with you. Put a hand on your heart, a hand on your belly, and get your feet a little bit wider so you can feel grounded in the earth. Let your eyes close. And picture the fiery core of the Mother Earth beneath your feet. And breathe in that earth fire up to your heart. Breathe in. And as you exhale, send that earth fire out through the crown of your head, out into the atmosphere, and imagine your team in spirit of the highest light and resonance gathering overhead to beam medicine, light technology. Breathe that in through the crown of your head into your heart. And then as you exhale, send that light medicine technology down into the earth and let it ripple all out around you into the field, just knowing that our breath is sending love and peace and light and the medicine through us. So just take a couple more rounds of the breath. Breathe in from the earth into your heart. Exhale, send from your heart into the heavens. Inhale from the heavens into your heart. Exhale, send that light into the earth. Good. One more time. Deep, big breath from the earth into your heart. Exhale from your heart into the heavens. Inhaling, receiving that light from your head into your heart. And then as you exhale, send that down into the earth. Good. Okay, now let your eyes open. Make sure you have a little bit of space around you. I just want you to shake, 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 shake. Yeah. Yeah. Whenever any animal gets traumatized out in nature, it's one of the first things they do is they just shake it all off. Make sure you can feel your toes, shake out your ankles, shake out your knees. Yes, look at those ladies if you don't know how to shake. Good. And make a noise like, yeah, that's good. Okay, now let's tense and release. Inhale, scrunch everything you can, your toes, your arms, your legs, your face, everything, belly, butt, everything. Deep breath in. Exhale, big. Good, 2 more times. Inhale, scrunch. Good, last time, breathe in, scrunch. Exhale. Good, reach your arms up overhead. We're gonna work with a little bellows breath, so it's pause, deep breath in. And as you exhale, bend to your right. Good, inhale to center. Exhale over to your left. Good, inhale, center. Exhale to your right. Good, inhale. Exhale to your left. Good, let's inhale to center, bring your palms together, interlace your fingers, and then exhale to your right and hold that. Really press your left hip out to your left, breathe. Feel your whole body. Take that breath in from your earth into your heart. Exhale, send it out to the heavens. Inhale, heavens into your heart. And exhale, heart to the earth. Good, come back to center. You're doing great, everybody. Breathe in. Exhale to the other side. Good, now press that right hip out to your right. Breathe in from the earth into your heart. Exhale, heart to the heavens. Inhale, heavens into your heart. Exhale, heart to the earth. Good, let's inhale back up. Exhale, release, and let's shake again. Good, so sit down and let's do some chair yoga. Yes. I've been teaching some beautiful senior citizens at a retirement center. It's just such a good reminder that just enjoy your body as much as you fully can every day, because if we have the privilege, the body is going to age if we have the privilege to remain here. So let's maintain that mobility and gratitude for what we have. So hands on your knees, and we're going to inhale, heart up, look up. And then as you exhale, round your spine, chin toward, yes, that's it, you got it. Keep going, inhale, heart up, look up. And then exhale, round. Good. If you want, just let your eyes close and feel your spine like a wave. Work with your breath. And maybe invite in a little inner smile. Feeling grateful for your heart, feeling grateful for your lungs, feeling grateful for your fingers, your toes, every part of your body. 2 more. Last one. All right, so straight up spine, perpendicular to the earth, chin down toward your chest, and painting some gentle crescent moons on your chest with your chin, moving your chin from shoulder to shoulder, opening up the back of your neck. And then bringing your right ear over to your right shoulder and letting your left arm hang long. Wrap your right hand around your head and tilt your chin down and up just a few times. Open up the side of your neck. And then bringing your head to stillness, take your left fingers behind your ear and a little lymphatic drainage massage. So pulling your fingers behind your ear, down the side of your neck and down to where your shoulder meets your neck. This is self-love in action, everyone, taking care of yourself. Make sure you're breathing. Breathe like your life depends on it, 'cause it does. Take a nice deep breath in. And then exhale, release. Both arms down, chin to chest, and you take your head the other way. So bring your left ear to your left shoulder, your right arm's hanging long, and then you can wrap your left hand around your head and tilt your chin down and up and just breathe. Oh, it feels so good to be in a body today. Good, now taking your right hand behind your right ear and press firmly into your skull, moving that lymph along. Find that breath again. Make sure you're breathing deep down into your belly, inflating the bottom lobes of the lungs. That's how we access the parasympathetic nervous system. It's the branch of our nervous system responsible for calming us down after stress. Good, let's take a deep, deep, deep breath in. And then exhale, release. Good. Okay, let's take a twist. Inhale, reach your arms up. And as you exhale, go ahead and twist over to your right. Bring your right arm over the back of your chair if you can. Look over your right shoulder. Inhale, sit up a little taller, deep breath in. Exhale, twist a little more. Good, keep working with your breath and your twist. Come back to that smile. Smile into the length of your spine. Smile into the soles of your feet pressing into the earth. Smile into your beating heart. And take one more deep breath in here. And then exhale, release gently back to center. Let's inhale, scrunch, tense, tight, everything. Exhale. Good. Inhale, reach your arms up. And exhale, twist the other way. Doing great, everyone. Did anyone tell you you're beautiful today? You're beautiful. Inhale, sit up nice and tall. And exhale, twist a little more, look over your left shoulder. Again, make sure that your feet are pressing firmly into the earth. Don't forget your connection. She supports you and loves you. Deep breath, sit up taller. And exhale, twist a little more. Good, we'll take one more breath in here. And exhale back to center. Okay, let's do a tense and release. Inhale, scrunch. Exhale. Okay, let's take our right ankle across the top of left thigh. A little bit into these hips. Oh, some of you ladies and other beings in skirts. I'm not looking. Just do what you gotta do. Okay, so if you can bring your hands to the sides of your chair and sit up tall and lift your heart up and look up. And if you're feeling plenty of sensation right here, just stay here and enjoy it. If you want to go a little bit further, hinge forward at your hips. Oh, yes. Breathe. You can even drop your chin toward your chest and just let your neck go a little. Yeah, surrender to gravity. It's the friend that always lets you down. Let's inhale back up and exhale, release. Let's do a tense and release. Inhale. Exhale. Okay, so left ankle, top of right thigh. Good. Keep that foot flexed, left foot flexed. And then hands on either side of your chair. You can inhale, heart lifts, look up. Stay here if this is enough for you. If you want to go further, hinge at your hips. Yeah, good. Go to that just enough place. Remember, we don't need to fix anything or change anything. It's more of an undoing rather than a doing. Just letting ourselves be. Chin toward your chest. Some slow, deep breaths. Smile into your hips. Thank you, hips. I love you. Good. Let's inhale back upright. And exhale, release your foot down. You can scoot back a little bit more in your chair. Lean back. Good. And then left hand up and right hand across left hand. That's for the feminine beings in the room. The masculine beings, yeah, the other way. Right palm up, left hand. And if you're not sure, it's okay. The universe will not come unhinged. Just hold your hands in a way that feels really good to you in this moment. Let your eyes close and breathe. So as far as I can tell, after studying and teaching yoga for 17 years, actually I've been studying yoga since 1999, the purpose of the physical practice is to get us to a place where we can be still. And this is a really important skill in life, in our relationships. When we go into medicine ceremony, is this ability to hold the awareness of love in stillness in the present moment, to be space holders for ourselves. So just notice your body, notice your breath. If we're going to co-create a future that's better than our past, we need to stop downloading the stuff from our past and recreating the past unconsciously. So the invitation in the present moment is, if you want to join me in creating a future that's better than our past, we need to simply pause for a moment, release that connection from the past, and just be empty for a moment in this mystery, this unknown. And then co-sensing together what that better future looks like and feels like. So as we create better systems of support, better systems of governance, better patterns in our work and our relationships, how will we show up in the world as individuals, as communities, as organizations? What does that better future look like and feel like for you and for us? So can you imagine future generations having access to clean water, clean air, work that is deeply fulfilling, families that are healthy together, that heal together, the earth in balance, people who are living with the cycle of the seasons with so much love and generosity and harmony and celebration. What does that look like and feel like for you? And if you can just breathe with me, inviting that future to take root in our bodies now, so that the code that is already there in our DNA, those light codes, can awaken through our breath together. Let's breathe together. Deep breaths together. And just remember that we're the bridge between the earth and the heavens. It's a very privileged place to be. We link up the imaginal realm, the things we can't measure, like love, like peace. We link it up to the earth that we can touch and sense, smell, hear, taste, feel. Try slowing your breath down even more now. When we slow our breath down, we slow the mind down, and then we can start to feel more of who we are. We aren't just this mind, this name, this story. Feel your feet pressing firmly into the earth. Sit up a little bit taller. Smile into your whole being. Smile as if every strand of your DNA could wake up in light and love right now. As you exhale, imagine beaming out that love and light in all directions. I want to finish by sharing the 100-syllable mantra, the Vajrasattva mantra. That was taught to me by my twin sister, who's been drinking medicine in Hawaii for over 10 years. She's the one that told me to get off the antidepressants so that I could drink ayahuasca. Thank you, sister. So this Vajrasattva mantra, Vajra means diamond, Sattva means wisdom. It awakens our diamond wisdom. It's our connection with the quantum field. This is where we remember that everything that was and everything that ever will be is right now within us in this present moment. And as we awaken that diamond wisdom essence and we really acknowledge it, we become the lights that we want to see in the world. We remember that we are the medicine. So just continue breathing. Om Pema Sato Samaya Manu Palaya Pema Sato Tanopa Tridran Rinron Vevoa Suto kayom me boa, supo kayom me boa, no raktu me boa, sarva siddhimam prayatsa, sarva karma satseme sitsam shriyam kuruhum, ha 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 ho bhagavan, sarva tatangata pima mami mutsa pima bhava maha samaya sato ahum pe. Om Pema Sato Samaya Manopalaya Pema Sato Tanopa Triran Triran Mevoa Soto Kayon Mevoa Supo Kayon Mevoa Norakto Mevoa Sarva Sinimem Prayatsa Sarva Karma Satse Mehe Satam Shriya Kuruhung Ha 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 ho Bhagavan Sarva tatangata pima mami mutsa pima bhava maha samaya sato ahum pe. Om pima sato samaya manopalaya pima sato tanopa triran triran mevoa suto kayon mevoa supo kayon mevoa anurakto mevoa sarva siddhimam prayatsa sarva karma sitse me sitsam shriya kuruhum ha 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 ho bhagavan sarva tatangata pima mame mutsa pima bhava maha samaya sato ahum pe. Namaste.
Lovely. I don't know, Dana B. I'm thinking Kirtan in June. Yes. Awesome. Our next topic and talk is a topic that is extremely precious and close to the heart of a lot of people here, which is accessibility. So as history has shown us, you know, as soon as interests come in, we take from nature what belongs to nature. And how do we welcome these medicines into the broader society while still retaining and protecting access for all people? So I'm very excited to introduce Dr. Yen Kam and her panel. Dr. Yen is a queer-identifying first-generation Chinese immigrant, a self-proclaimed culinary artist. She is passionate about providing holistic care by focusing on physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. Her goal is to provide a culturally responsive, racially conscious, and inclusive affirmative atmosphere for healing. Please welcome her, along with Dr. Lindsay Mackay, Dr. Lindsay Mackay, Sharon Sidhu, Yasmin Sadain, and Dr. Olga, you're gonna have to help me out. Dr. Olga.
All right, thank you so much, Casey. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the accessibility panel. Welcome to the virtual people as well from all over the world. I'm really excited to share the panelists' experience and their... Thank you. Now you can all see me. So my name is Dr. Yen. I'm a naturopathic doctor here in Vancouver, and I work at a mental health clinic called Conscious Mind Clinic. And today I have the honor and absolute privilege of sitting on this panel with these four wonderful, wonderful women who are working tirelessly to pave the road ahead for increasing access to the psychedelic and psychedelic medicines. And really, it's not an easy job to do. So I'm so happy to be here to share and dig a little deeper into what they do. Sometimes when we think about accessibility in medicine, it's kind of oversimplified. We want to go from point A, which is get the medicine, to point B, which is to the people. And there's so many layers of complexity, and you'll hear about it here today, about it's not as easy as going from point A to point B. And so first off, we'll start off with Sharon here from Numinous Bioscience. And Sharon, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Thanks, Jan, and thank you for the society and Dana and team for inviting us. Dana and I met actually when I started off at Numinous, so she was a Numi as well, and grateful to have kept that connection. Thank you, Dana. So I'm the VP of Scientific Research, Innovation, and Lab Ops at Numinous. I actually head up Numinous Bioscience, which is our R&D division, and we are very much focused on psychedelics that are naturally derived. So we don't work with psilocybin at the moment. We are very much focused on psychedelic mushrooms. We are cultivating mushrooms at our facility. We are very honored and privileged to be one of the first organizations to be able to do that in a legal setting. So legal setting being the operative word. So we do work within a legal framework. My job is to make sure that we are working in that regulatory framework, and we are working in accordance to the rules and regulations, regardless of this medicine not being new, right? It's been traditional paradigm, user and cultural paradigms for many, many years. The way that the regulators look at it at the moment, it is a controlled substance, right? So we're working in the realm of R&D, developing medicines from psychedelic medicines from psychedelic plants that are considered narcotic, right? So that's one consideration. The second consideration is, at the moment, it's very expensive. So in the legal environment, it is very expensive to deliver this therapy. It's very expensive to develop these products. It's very expensive to get these medicines into people. So we talk about accessibility. So how do we deal with accessibility? So one of the ways that we deal with it is we develop processes and procedures to make sure that our cost of unit is low, right? So if we can deliver high quality, efficient therapies that can be delivered in our clinics, then at a lower cost, then essentially the therapy cost goes down as well. It is very inefficient of us to develop medications that cost a lot in product development, that cost a lot per unit, because it doesn't help accessibility. So for us, accessibility from a operational and practical perspective is drive down that unit cost. And you'll hear me say that time and time again, because we're talking about marketed products, we're talking about commercialization, we're talking about meeting regulations. And for us, again, accessibility comes down to how do we drive that unit cost down. So what we do in the lab essentially is develop processes and procedures within the realms of the regulations for psychedelic natural medicines to go into people at a cost that's reasonable. Louder? Better? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sharon. And please let us know if you can't hear us, because
Yes,
this information is critical and everybody needs to hear it. So you were talking about how in the lab setting you want to keep unit costs down. What are some of the features that Numinous is working on to keep those costs down?
So some of the features that we're doing to keep those costs down, again, is how do we look at sustainability and scalability, right? Again, if we can create sustainable methods that are scalable, right? Again, we're bringing down that cost. So the buzzwords here are definitely going to be sustainability and scalability. I can't make 6 pills and it be cost effective. If I can make 6,000 pills, that's way more cost effective.
Yeah, and I know that one of the things that Numinous is working on is looking at standardized testing. Can you kind of touch on how standardized testing can lead to a future where mushroom products are more accessible?
Yeah, so again, when we talk about standardized testing, we're working in the realms of drug products, regardless of whether they are natural or not, right? So this is unfortunately the world that we live in. These are still going to be drug products, which are essentially defined as products that are used for Schedule A diseases, depression, mental health conditions. All the things that we've talked about here actually does fall into Schedule A diseases. So anything we produce, again, in the legal realm, will be a drug product. And drug products, when they're developed, we have to fill specifications. And with specifications become the development of standardized testing. But standardized testing is very much honed in on the traditional drug product, so one active ingredient. So it's actually relatively easier to do for psilocybin, but we work with mushrooms, which is a lot more complex. So we talk about complex chemistry. So a lot of different compounds working together to give you a therapeutic effect. Why do we do it? Because we believe it's better than just psilocybin, right? We've got a bunch of compounds in the mushroom that have been working for millions of years. Why would we change that, right? So there's got to be something in there that's going to be more effective than just psilocybin by itself. But with that comes with regulatory challenges, and what we're doing is meeting those by developing standardized tests to look at not one compound at a time, but look at multiple compounds all at the same time.
Right, and obviously there's a huge obstacle with working as the mushroom as a whole instead of working with the synthetic product. So how is it more accessible working with the mushroom as a whole instead of just the synthetic product?
That's where the challenge is, right?
Yeah.
So that's essentially the challenge, right? It's like, it would be far easier for us to say, hey, we're going to develop a psilocybin product, right? We know how to develop, we know how to manufacture psilocybin, we can produce it in a lab, right? But, is it better? Like, is it better? Why would we take away what we've learned from tradition, right, for thousands of years? We know that there's other compounds in there that are going to be effective as a whole. We know that we have a modulatory effect on the psilocybin, which, is effective. Like we heard from Pam earlier today, the mushrooms are better, right? So then how do we take these and put them into a format that the regulator, that the FDA, that the Health Canada is going to accept? And that's essentially what we're working on. But it is going to come down to those processes and procedures and creating sustainable and efficient processes to keep that cost down.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Now, moving from the lab setting where these things are thought about every day about how we're going to develop the product, we need to think in the next setting where is when you finally have the product and you're ready to get the medicine to the facilitators, to the practitioners that are then going to provide it to the patients, how do we then know that the product is going to get into the hands of practitioners that know what they're doing? And that really excites me and brings me to my next panelist, which is Yasmin here, who works at Therasil. So can you kind of let us know what you're doing over there?
Yeah, thank you, Yen. So right now, I'm the Director of Training and Operations at Therasil, so I'm really focused on scaling our training program across Canada and also to the States coming in November. So our goal is to train healthcare professionals as well as spiritual practitioners how to safely and effectively guide a patient or client through their psilocybin experience. So what we're doing is we've offered, back in March 2021, we launched our training program. And to date, we've been able to expand all across Canada. So we've got healthcare professionals in each province, rural as well as in larger cities, who can really support these patients on our wait list in accessing their medicine as soon as they can get access to it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Yasmin. So Therasil, like you said, is helping these patients get legal access to psilocybin-assisted therapy. Can you kind of walk me through what that process looks like to become someone that is legally accessing it?
Absolutely, and it's complex, and we're really working on how to expand access, because right now a lot of patients are suffering or dying without getting access to their medicine. So back in August 2020, we supported the first patients in Canada in gaining access to legal psilocybin through the Section 56 exemption process. We heard earlier from Dr. Pam that that process is now stopped, and the preferred method is through the Special Access Program, where now a doctor or nurse practitioner can prescribe psilocybin to their patient. The problem is it's extremely onerous. It's an 8-page document. It requires a ton of work from the prescribers, and so there's a bit of a we're running into issues. So what our organization is doing right now is working directly with prescribers on how to fill out that SAP form. And then the hope is to connect the 1,000 patients on our wait list to those prescribers, as well as the therapists, nurses, and spiritual practitioners to actually treat them. So what we are about to roll out is prescriber-specific training. We've got 2 trainings. We've got our intensive training that's been going for the last year and a half, and we're about to roll out prescriber-specific training on how to fill out that SAP form and how to really support them through that process. So that's gonna be rolling out in the next couple of months, and alongside that is treatment teams. So we've had the privilege of training about 300 healthcare professionals over the last year and a half, and they are very eager to get to work. So we've got 4 treatment teams that we're gonna be piloting in Ottawa, in the Fraser Valley, in the Comox Valley, and in Montreal beginning in September. And so the goal there is to work with prescribers to fill out the SAP applications, and then link them up with the therapists, nurses, and treatment team so they can actually get their treatment started.
That's amazing. And if you've ever seen this form, it's a
intense.
form.
Yeah.
It's a form. It's not like check this box or, all of the above or anything like that. So it's really amazing to see that TheraSil is coming up with programs that is helping practitioners work through this, because let's be real here, we don't have a ton of time on our hands, and we can't just be filling out these forms left and right, so it's amazing. Let's go back to the patients. Once they go through the form and they are approved, what is the cost looking like for the patients that are approved?
So like you were saying earlier, it's very expensive. Over the last year and a half, we've worked with healthcare professionals to bring their costs down as much as possible, and they are so willing to do so. They really want to help these patients. And so originally it was individual treatment through the Section 56 exemption process that our healthcare professionals were doing with the patients we support. Now we're trying to move to a group model to further bring down those costs, because what the full model looks like is about 3 preparation sessions, the dosing session where there are at least 2 practitioners for 1 patient, and then a minimum of 3 integration sessions plus 2 follow-up sessions, depending on their diagnosis. So some of the patients that have gone through treatment will actually pass within days after they actually went through the treatment. But as we move into more complex diagnoses such as PTSD, the integration framework will be much longer. So right now, in speaking with the Ottawa Treatment Hub, we're hoping to do the initial treatment for group therapy at about $3,000 per patient, and that's with everyone bringing their rates down. Of course, with economies of scale, we're gonna really hope to bring that down even further, but it is more cost effective than individual treatment. So checking in. Another thing that really drives the cost is the venue and location of the treatment. So I would say to date, with the 70 patients we've supported, about 99% of them have chosen to do the treatment in their own home, which significantly drives down that cost, and also offers an opportunity for their pet to be alongside their journey, and their loved ones nearby. So that's been fantastic. And then we also have a compassionate access fund. So we've been able to support patients who aren't able to afford the treatment in accessing that. But the thing I'm most excited about is that some of the doctors that we work with in Quebec, they're very bold. They've written letters to RAMQ, which is in BC the equivalent to our MSP program. And we got a really favorable response that they are keen to support it. So they've submitted a billing code that's brand new, and now we're just waiting to hear back on whether their RAMQ will cover the whole treatment from start to finish with a doctor. So we're encouraging our other prescribers to also write letters to their provinces so we can get this covered. So fingers crossed.
Yes, and yeah, that definitely. And I think that's just one of the things to note on, is that every province is so different with...
Absolutely.
Right? And so one of the things that I think TheraSil is trying to, is doing providing healthcare professionals the ability to be trained to have a very high standard for their practitioners across the board in all provinces, to have the highest level of training so that they can provide the highest level of care. So can you provide me just a walkthrough of what it would look like for a healthcare provider to take the TheraSil training program?
Yeah, absolutely. So the folks who take part in our training are usually physicians, therapists, nurses, and spiritual practitioners. We've got very small cohort sizes of 12 people, and that's really to build that safe container of trust and safety. So the first part of our training, it's about 160 hours in length, are the pre-readings and audio resources. So upon signing on with us, we'll get you access to our training portal so you can be prepared for the actual in-person training. The second part is the 5-day intensive. It's a didactic training with an experiential component. We've got 6 principal trainers across Canada that deliver our content. They each bring a different flavor to the training, but it is highly didactic with an experiential component in the form of breathwork, so that the practitioner can have an experience breathing as well as an experience sitting, and then they integrate their experience together. Part 3 of our training is music. I think many of us know how important music is in a psychedelic journey. And so we've partnered with Wave Paths, who in my eyes are the leader of music education in the world, and offer 6 hours of training with them. So once again, didactic training with an experiential component in the form of deep listening led by Dr. Mendel Kalin. If you haven't heard of him, definitely check him out. And then part 4 is where it gets a bit trickier. That's the experiential component. As of right now, we are not receiving Section 56 exemptions for healthcare professionals. So we've actually moved forward to the judicial review process as to why over 100 healthcare professionals in our training program receive those final refusals to use psilocybin in the context of their training. So what folks are doing right now, patients are still in need of access, and we still need healthcare professionals to be able to support them. So we're allowing folks who have therapeutic psilocybin experience that aligns with TheraSil's clinical protocol to challenge that Module 11 in the form of a 1-hour interview with one of our trainers. And then part 5, practicum and supervision. We don't want anyone working alone. We want them to feel supported. So we offer many supervisors and supervision. We require the healthcare professionals to do about a minimum of 10 hours of supervision as they support patients in their journey. And that can be inside or outside of TheraSil's framework. And part 6, community of practice. Once again, we don't want anyone working alone, so we're building out a formal community of practice structure for people to connect with, consult, and just have more learning resources.
That's amazing. And it really is about community, right? It's about being in a space where you feel comfortable and you can get that support to heal yourself and heal others. Thank you so much, Yaz.
Thank you.
So moving from getting the proper training, the highest standard of training, to get the practitioners to provide the healing to the patients, we have to really go back to cost anytime you think about accessibility. And that's where I'm really excited for Olga here, which is our third panelist, because right now we don't see psychedelic medicine integrated in our healthcare model, but one day it will. And once it does, one day it will. And once it does, we're gonna need platforms to assist employees and patients to get access to this. So everyone, this is Olga here. And she's the founder of Heal3. And it's a really exciting platform. So go ahead, Olga, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Yen. And one thing I'll say is that if we really want to make these medicines accessible, we need the corporate world on board. And it's the reason why I started Heal3. And we're a company that helps corporates and their people to heal. And I can't tell you how important that is right now. Companies are seeing some of the highest rates of disability as our insurance providers, some of the highest rates of absenteeism that they've seen. People are burning out. I mean, there's almost like well, not that the pandemic is over, but there's such a mental health crisis that, I mean, we see it on the streets, but it's also happening at home behind closed doors. People are suffering. And I think employers are realizing that now is the time to do something different. And the one thing I'll say about insurance, having been in this space for a while, is that there's not a lot of innovation in the insurance space. And the models, the healthcare models that we have today, they don't work. And we have to look at the data just to make clear why they don't work. So this is why we created this company, is to really think about new ways to integrate healing modalities into existing corporate benefits. Because it's the right time now, because I think people are willing to listen. If we offered this 2-3 years ago, it would be a very different story.
Yeah, thank you. And I feel the passion in there. We got it, we got. And I love that it's called Heal 3. And is there a reason that there's a number 3?
Yeah, it's mind, body, and spirit. So we really concentrate on holistic healing, and no one in the corporate world is talking about healing of the spirit. But it's what we need. And I think really that's what plant medicines do, is they connect us to the source, they connect us to ourselves, and they connect us to each other. And after the pandemic and people being and working from home by themselves for 2 years, that is what we all need. So that's where the 3 comes in.
I love that so much. Now, what is a challenge for insurance companies to put psychedelic medicines, or how to get them on board? Because once it's legalized, they're going to have to decide, is there going to be any obstacles there?
There's going to be a ton of obstacles. I think it's going to take 10 years for insurance companies to offer this, because they'll be looking for enough data to be able to do this. But we want to do it now by circumventing the insurance companies and going directly to employers and to corporates who are having so many issues around mental health, and working with them to cultivate wellness strategies. And what we offer is not just, well, obviously we will be offering psychedelics later on, but we want to offer a whole, I want to call it a wellness stack. So we talk about stacking psychedelics, we also need to stack wellness, right? So, I mean, psychedelics are important, but wellness is a daily habit of healthy living. So how else can we help people every day to do what they need to do to feel good and to be human? And then obviously that will affect how they work in the workplace, which is what employers want. So we're doing this directly by educating, starting to educate employers about the importance of this, starting to talk about some of the research and the impact that we're seeing around treatment-resistant depression. And then as we start to open up, and we are coming in with broader wellness, because I do think if we came in with psychedelics, there's a lot of companies that would be turned off. But if you come in with a broader wellness solution and then you start to introduce psychedelics, that's a very different way to kind of really sensitize the importance of this. And it is holistic, right? I mean, you need a wellness stack to really help the workforce heal. So we're excited to see where this all goes.
And how is Heal 3 gonna come into play? Like, is it an app? Is it like access through a website? How are people gonna find Heal 3?
So what we're doing, we're creating a directory of best-in-class wellness providers, practitioners, clinics across Canada. So please come and see me if you fall into any of these categories. And we're working with corporates to create a wellness strategy and allocate a budget at the corporate level, but give each and every one of their employees a budget to spend on wellness, and we can help them optimize that spend by linking them to these best-in-class wellness providers. And I just cannot wait to see what happens when we match the corporate world with the wellness world. I think it's going to be magical.
Thank you so much, Olga. And Olga really touched on this, how one of the barriers is that insurance companies need evidence. They run on stats. They're not just going to be like, yep, seems good, I'm into it, let's do it. You know, it's not that easy. Again, it's not point A to point B. And that's why I'm really excited to speak to Lindsay here, who is, you do such amazing work for people that are in low socioeconomic statuses. And it's not something that, you know, is affordable. And so it's just one of those things where we need the research, we need the evidence, we need our healthcare political leaders to know that this isn't something that we're just gonna sit back and say, okay, yeah, we'll just slowly wait to see what happens. So I'm really excited to hear what Lindsay does, and please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, and I'm so grateful to be here today and to share this, amazing conference and day and connect with so many of you. So I am a addiction medicine physician and psychedelic researcher, and I work primarily in the downtown east side of Vancouver, which, for those of you who don't know, is a community that has some of the highest rates of problematic substance use and death. But it's also a place where some of the most novel and innovative programs happen across North America. So it's a really incredible place to work, and also a place for innovation that I think could also be a really amazing site to institute some of the novel psychedelic therapies that we've been talking about today. And then my other part-time job is research. So I've been involved with and led some clinical trials that are still in development using psilocybin to treat problematic substance use. So when I say problematic substance use, I often prefer that instead of addiction. That's a whole other soapbox that I could get on. But I think we all have the right to alter our own consciousness and use substances, and certain substances carry this innate stigma, and I think that needs to be abolished along with the war on drugs, because it really stigmatizes and causes harm to the people I work with. So I'm going to use that term instead of addiction. All right, and yeah, go ahead.
So what term was it?
Problematic substance use is
problematic
what I prefer.
Substance
Yes.
use. I like that, and I'm gonna keep that with me.
All right.
So how do we expand the access to psychedelic clinical trials to vulnerable populations such as people who suffer from problematic substance use?
So this is so important because, as has been discussed today, the cost and barrier to access psychedelic therapy through the current legal pathways, even with using economies of scale or group treatment, is completely unreachable for the population I work with. And I just want to share a bit of the perspective of what it's like to work in the downtown east side and similar communities. For the past 7 years, I go to work, and almost every week I have a notification of another patient who has died from toxic drugs. And that's another lost friend, family member, parent, sibling, child, and it is devastating. And I'm not here to say that psychedelics can fix that problem, because really that's a result of the war on drugs and bad policy. But that population who's experienced so much devastation and trauma as a result of toxic drugs need to be afforded the opportunity to heal. And that needs to be given to them now, because so many people are dying. And it's really what was talked about earlier, where it's a palliative condition, and that's how many people see it. I'll try to address a chronic medical concern for a patient of mine, and they'll say, you know what, doesn't matter, because I'm probably not going to be here in 6 months. And that is the reality of the community that I'm working in right now. And I remember early on in my practice, a patient saying to me, it's so great what you guys are doing, where you're, prescribing a safer or less toxic alternative to what I'm using on the street, but man, I wish you could help me deal with why I'm here in the first place. And that was so profound and stuck with me, and was one of the major drivers for me to do everything I can through advocacy and through research to get access to that other side of the care that is so missing in our current medical model. And that's kind of why I'm here today, and what I hope to do moving forward.
Yeah.
Thank you. So to get a little bit more into the details of that first question about getting access through clinical trials, because that is, even though it's limited, it is a way that people can get access who have no means. So there's some major concepts that I think need to be addressed. And the first two kind of tie together. One is safety, and two is data integrity. So when you have these smaller research studies that are at an earlier phase, which is where most of the addiction or substance use research is at now, you have to make sure that you're able to follow somebody through the duration of the study and monitor for safety and any adverse events. And also, dropouts affect the data integrity and the ability to draw conclusions from the research. So if you have a population who has transient housing or doesn't have a reliable method of communication, that presents a major problem, and that's also why that population is often not included in clinical research. So I think the best way to get around this is to work with community organizations who are on the ground and have long-standing relationships with their patients. And there's so many amazing organizations like Portland Hotel Society, where I work, that provide wraparound care for our patients. We have counseling support, peer support, social support, cultural support, and we also have these long-standing relationships. We know where people are at. We can help house them. We can, ensure there's reliable communication. So for research organizations, forming partnerships with these on-the-ground community organizations are so key and can really help ensure, one, that we have safety, that they can be supported through the duration of the trial and after the trial is ended for ongoing integration. And then to ensure that people are able to be at a place in their life that they can safely participate in a trial. And along with community organizations, residential treatment centers are also a great place because it also selects for a population where people do have some motivation to want to change their substance use patterns. They do have stable housing for at least a span of a couple of months. And if there's any issues or somebody goes through a difficult experience, then they have that support there. So partnering with those organizations, I think, are so key. So that's kind of my best way to overcome that. And then the other point I wanted to touch on is, if anyone who's read a research protocol will know that it is pages of inclusion and exclusion criteria. And what that does, even though it's kind of innate to early phase research, it also selects for people who are not real world. The people I see that are, appropriate for that protocol is not the person I see in front of me on a day-to-day basis. And when you aren't selecting for that person who's in the real world, how do you apply the results of what you see in research to your patients? So the research that I've been involved with so far was a bit unique in the way that we really argued for a pragmatic stance. So it wasn't just, you only use this substance, you're only on this medication, you can't have any of these conditions. We really tried to say, we're actually including people who are using more than one substance, who may have multiple substance use disorders, who may be on multiple different types of treatments, and limiting the exclusion criteria to ones that are truly concerning, so we can help actually do pragmatic research that applies to the people that you see on a day-to-day basis, and also the people who are at most risk of harm and death from toxic drugs.
Wow, thank you so much. There's so much passion. I love it. And just to touch on research, because I find that it's really hard to translate the information from research and clinical trials to the general public. So what are some ways for, let's just say, people in the room right now, if they're interested in either getting into a clinical trial or even reading up on the results?
So, what I do, I have PubMed alerts, which actually it's free for anyone to make an account. And a lot of the full clinical trial results are behind paywalls. So if you don't have an institutional affiliation, you can't get access, but you still can get set up weekly alerts where you get an email that will have, here's all of the recent things that have been published on psilocybin or psychedelics or MDMA, and you can kind of select that as well as the frequency. And at the very least, you could see the abstract and often get access. I've actually noticed quite a few, I don't even have to log in, and it is available sometimes just for a short period of time. So that is another way. Yeah.
Yeah, so what was the website called again?
PubMed Alerts.
PubMed Alerts.
And then, I mean, you could also go on Twitter as well and follow, you know, Imperial College and Hopkins, and they'll kind of post new things that they published, clinical research or, you know, reviews, systematic reviews, things like that. That's another good way to stay up to date.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Now, is there anyone in the audience that have any questions for the panelists today? Yes. Thank you for your question. So let me just make sure I got your question right. How do we transition people who are currently in the health model that are on, for instance, SSRIs to the psychedelic health model? Is that right?
Yeah, exactly, because in their minds, you know, they're scared to get off of those. I mean, I can speak briefly to this. I think there's more and more data that has come out just about the safety of using psychedelics while people are on these different medications, that is showing that it's actually a lot more safe than we thought. A lot of the concerns about you know, QT prolongation or serotonin syndrome are actually, the risk is extremely low at the doses that we're using in clinical trials and that the doses that people are on for their medication. So I think, you know, with appropriate monitoring and follow-up, I think a lot of those concerns are, and as more data comes out, are going to be a bit unfounded. So I don't think, at least from my perspective, my philosophy in terms of medicine in general isn't, you know, the medical model or this. I don't think it needs to be separate. I think we need to meet people where they're at, what their needs are, and help them. I see my role as helping people get to where they want to be. And I don't think you need to be in just the psychedelic model or the medical model. I think there should be a whole array of options that meet that individual's needs. And I think that they can actually be really complementary, and I hope that they will be in the future, that it's not going to be that you can continue on your current treatment with appropriate screening and monitoring, and also have these as an adjunct to your care.
Thank you for your question. Is there anything else the panelists would like to add?
Can I just answer that, but at a societal level, more broadly? Because I think one of the things that we need to do, and I think we should do soon, is make clear that there's a business case for these new type of healing modalities, including psychedelics. Because we have all the data on how much money is being lost treating mental health, but what we need to now do is to kind of show the cost savings around these new modalities. And I think that's really the next steps in scaling this out to the world.
Thank you. All right, everyone, and that about wraps us up today with the accessibility panel. Just want to leave you with a couple of takeaways, because as you can see here, these four women that are on stage with me are intensely passionate, and we really believe in accessible healthcare across all these types of industries. So if there's one thing, or I'm going to leave you with two things. First thing is that if you want accessible healthcare and you're not getting it, stand up and go to your community, go to our community and ask for what you need. There's people that want to help you, and if they can't help you, they're going to connect you with people that are going to help you. So I find that sometimes women, we're not ready to stand up and ask for what we need. So just go ahead, get in with the community and ask for what you need. So many people want to help. And the second thing, and I think this is the most important thing, is that you need to go out and use your voice and vote. You have to vote in your municipal elections, your provincial elections, your federal elections. Women 100 years ago were fighting for our right to have our voices heard. And we're still fighting for women's rights today and rights for all folks. So go out there, use your voice, vote, and vote for accessible healthcare. Vote for the healthcare that you think matters most, all right? Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you.
Okay, that was inspiring and strong. Oh. All right, beautiful. So our next topic is really, really important in this moment we're in, I feel, on stewarding the feminine in ketamine practice. So because of the legal climate we're in this moment, for so many people, ketamine is their first introduction to the medicine world. So it has an important role to play in the days and years ahead. So I am happy to welcome Madison Knobs, a registered nurse providing ketamine-assisted therapy, also known as KAT, in Vancouver, BC. She is passionate about psychedelics and their potential when added to a person's wellness journey. She is currently the executive director of the Ketamine-Assisted Therapy Association, a nonprofit interdisciplinary organization supporting the furthering of CAT in Canada. Please welcome Madison Knobs.
Thank you for the introduction, and to the hosts of this beautiful event, to all the women who spoke here before me. I gratefully acknowledge that I get to live, work, and play in this beautiful city that is on the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. So I want to start off with a question. When did you all figure out that ketamine was a psychedelic? Because when I was first working with it, it was in an emergency department, and I had no idea. It was until years later, when I was practicing at Change Pain Clinic in Vancouver, that I began to see patients transforming and, really wondering what's going on there and becoming inspired to learn about this medicine and as well what was impacting their transformations, outside of the medicine. And so at this point, I have years of experience working with ketamine for chronic pain and mental health conditions. So to speak a little bit about ketamine, many people don't know a lot about its properties. It's a little bit more on the medicalized side of things, so often it's overlooked by some. So it's an NMDA receptor antagonist. It's a dissociative. It's a rapid-acting antidepressant, and it's an atypical psychedelic. It was first developed as an anesthetic medication in 1962, and was first tested on prisoners, actually, when they began to report things such as them feeling as though their arms and legs were no longer attached to their bodies, or that they were floating away into outer space. So this really caught the interest of researchers and ultimately of therapists who began using it in the 1970s as a tool to shorten the time for psychoanalysis. It's a medication that comes along with a lot of stories and sometimes misunderstandings. When I share with people in a more casual setting with people who maybe are a little bit less psychedelically informed, and I tell them what I'm doing, often I get, well, interesting. Isn't that like a horse tranquilizer or something? And, well, to which I say, yes, it is often used in veterinary procedures and all of this other wonderful, beautiful things that I can go on and talk about for hours. So even there's misconceptions within the medical community, such that some believe that it causes pervasive problems with the urinary tract, or that it very easily causes addiction, or that it is unsafe because it causes a spasm in the larynx, which all of these things have truth to them, but it's not usually understood within the full context of how often are these things actually happening, and so that happens as well. Needless to say, it is very widely used in Western medicine, and over the years, the safety data has accumulated. There's this really cheeky saying that captures it well, and it was spotted on a coffee mug, which is, "For energy, there is coffee, and for everything else, there is ketamine." So It's really an incredibly versatile medicine. It's used for depression, anxiety, PTSD, OCD, suicidality, substance use disorder, end-of-life distress, chronic pain, procedures in adults, procedures in children, sedations, and anesthesia, and I know I'm missing a whole bunch more. For depression, we see that it has an efficacy when done in a series of infusions of about 70% to reduce symptoms. And now with research coming out of the Roots to Thrive program, we're even seeing a higher rate of efficacy when participants are moving through the program with a cohort where they're moving through the therapeutic process together. And that's around a rate, as Pam shared, about 79%. The full mechanism of action of ketamine on mental health conditions is not well understood. What we do know is that it causes neuroplastic changes in the brain, and we see that even after one single dose, which is pretty incredible. To share a quote from a Dore paper, it causes a time out from ordinary, usual mind, relief from negativity, and an openness to new ways of thinking and behaving. We have access to many self-reports of people's use on ketamine from clinical settings and from their own uses, and there's many themes that emerge, some of which are that people feel as though they're floating into outer space or floating on a body of water, that their body feels like it's dissolving, and maybe that they're just surrounded by warmth. I am personally grateful to have had the privilege to have had a healing experience in a group context with ketamine. And for me, that experience was many things. It was ineffable, it was beautiful, it was intense and grounding. It was an all-encompassing experience of warmth and safety. And I had visceral feelings in my body of being in the forest, barefoot, roaming around, jumping over logs, and being deeply connected to a sense of my own feminine power. So that was very moving. It's very interesting to me that, from my perspective, this medicine comes from a very more masculine history. It was developed in a lab with a very clear objective in mind, first given to prisoners and then to soldiers, but it has such feminine qualities to it, which I'm going to delve into a little bit more shortly. It is a really beautiful and useful medicine, often misunderstood, as I already said, and it's been the work of many people who have really had an active role in stewarding it forward to bringing it to how it is understood now. So we're going to share with you a little bit about CATA Canada as an organization, how I got involved. In early 2019, I connected with an interdisciplinary team at Empower Health. Helen Loshny is one of the founders who's sitting here at the front row. And when they hosted a series of workshops that was co-led by Dr. Phil Wolfson and the Ketamine Training Center. So I participated among a group of key influencers in the psychedelic space in Canada to learn about this ketamine-assisted therapy model for mental health. From this, there were many people that emerged out of the understanding that there needs to be policy change, education, and that became the foundation of the Ketamine-Assisted Therapy Association. So our organization believes that people should have the ability to access this therapy in a way that is safe physically, emotionally, spiritually, and is in alignment with a person's culture and preference. So providing options for people to explore that safely, and of course, within regulatory frameworks. One exciting initiative that our organization has just released is the Canadian Ketamine for Mental Health Conditions Practice Survey. So we're looking for people to participate in that research and let us know how ketamine-assisted therapy is being delivered so that we can better understand other potential research opportunities. Now, the rise in CAT, or ketamine-assisted therapy, has been aligned with the rising interest in psychedelics, as well as the need for alternative solutions for mental health conditions. It's been a therapy that's been readily available in the States for a very long time, so we've had them as an example to look at what's working, what's not working, and being able to translate that into a Canadian context. So although things are starting to improve when it comes to access, as we just heard, largely access is difficult due to cost. And so an average treatment of 3 to 6 sessions ranges from around $3,500 to $6,000 in Canada, which for some people is enough to make positive shifts, but often people will need to come back for additional treatments. And with an estimated guess, there's somewhere in the range of 50 to 100 ketamine practices in Canada. Now, to be clear, some of what I'm going to share now is not the view of CATA, nor does it come from any research or evidence base. Next slide, please. But is more of a personal exploration that I would like to share with you, and I hope you find interesting in some way. So I'm going to expand us out to a bit of a larger context here. Collectively, we're waking up to the ways in which our society is out of balance. And one of the ways that we can think about balance is looking at masculine and feminine energies. And now, of course, I'm speaking just about the energies, not about male and female, and I think that's well understood with this group. When we have the balance, we have more harmony. And I've been reflecting on this and how there can be some imbalances in ketamine-assisted therapy and what we can do to bring in more balance into that. One very clear example to me is that of the power dynamic that exists in therapeutic relationships. If we lean more towards what it would look like in a masculine way, it might be something like an expert and patient, where decision-making is influenced by that dynamic. And on the other side, potentially the more feminine side, that there could be more co-creation and that the patient would be more involved in the decision-making and the direction of how the therapy goes. When we think of masculine energy, we think of logic, action, assertiveness, and power. When we think of feminine, we think of care, support, cooperation, collaboration. And so some ways that we can bring that in are an in-depth informed consent process by which we move through that process at the pace of the client and not on some other agenda. That we be very intentional with our sets and settings and creating containers and spaces that are safe for healing. That we as practitioners, I as practitioner, am engaging in continual self-reflection and learning, and that I'm open to giving and receiving feedback, and that we're committed to a forever learning process and acknowledge our mistakes. To be practicing in a way that has a code of ethics at the forefront and moving through this with integrity. So for even people that are not practitioners, it's important information to know, and that we are collectively, responsibly being informed and shaping this therapy in a way that is really serving people. It's important for us to understand the complexity of what is at play when we're engaging with clients, including the structure of our organizations and where profits go. You know, as an example, do the profits, they get funneled to the top to a select few, or do they get more evenly dispersed and bring resources back into the community of which they are here to serve? You know, after all, socioeconomic status is one of the #1 key determinants of health. This is a fast and furiously emerging therapy. There are some people who are looking at this from a profit motivation, which begs the question, who are they here to serve? In my opinion, there are as well people who have really beautiful and wonderful intentions, but maybe knowingly or unknowingly contributing to psychedelic service delivery in a way that is actually contributing to the very forces that are making us sick in the first place, which I find quite ironic. I feel that we all have a responsibility to steward this in a way that encompasses the feminine energy, and that is going to nourish our communities and our society, that we're emphasizing equality, support, compassion, connection, expansion, sacredness. We are at a really exciting point where we collectively have the ability, the creativity, the resources, and the enthusiasm to co-create ecosystems for healing that are far beyond what is available currently. It was supposed to be a very impactful moment with the text up on the slide, but all good. This is what I'm personally committed to, and what others that I work with are committed to, is to not over-medicalize this and to not be focused strictly on outcomes or efficiency, but that we are holding process and relationship at the center of everything. So to wrap up my talk, I'm going to share with you 3 practical takeaways. The first being, this is on the next slide now, that ketamine is the one legal psychedelic that's available right now, that's available widely. And so it is partly paving the way for what is to come next with other psychedelic medicines. So I encourage you all, even those that are not actively participating in the therapy, to be informed and ask questions so that you can educate others. That, number 2, that balance in the process is important. So to slow down, to tune into your own feminine energy and allow that to inform the way that you are walking with psychedelics. And the third, that if you are a ketamine provider, to participate in ketamine research by contributing to our survey, which should be at the link at the very bottom. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm...
We have 5 minutes for questions, if anyone has any questions for Nelson.
Well, the intranasal model is not as well researched as IV because of the history of ketamine. It's come from the operating room, it's come from anesthesia, so that's where the most research exists. So that's where we see the most efficacy, but likely it's that because it hasn't been explored as much. Of course, when you're engaging in it at home, there is the question of, are you able to, measure dose as well? All of these kind of things that play into research. But people certainly, anecdotally, are having, really positive effects that way. Yeah. Sure. There's this notion that, plants all have spirits. And that's something that I believe. And ketamine being synthetic, I'm not sure how that lands exactly. So I'm truly speaking from my own experience that I was able to have, is that it felt so feminine, that it's often a lot more gentle than a lot of other psychedelic medicines, that it's often a good place for people to start for that reason. Even starting with a lower dose, that it's gentle, you feel held, you feel safe and contained. This is my experience, of course, and experience of many others. Not everyone has, a wonderful experience with ketamine. But yeah, that's, yeah. There's a couple.
You mentioned that you do group ketamine sessions, didn't you?
That's what, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So the question is group versus individual ketamine therapy, and what is the most impactful, and why. And of course, there are reasons for both being impactful. And it really comes down to the individual. From my experience, many people aren't necessarily ready to launch into a group experience right away. We heard earlier as well that we're like, oh, I'm a little bit scared to share, and not ready to be that vulnerable yet. So that can be something very important for somebody to have an individual experience first before they would even consider moving into group. Of course, when you are in a group, you are able to learn from the wisdom and the experiences of the other people that you're experiencing it with. And I mentioned that it's ineffable. It's a very hard thing to describe. So being with others who have gone through that exact experience can be really helpful. People often experience that it's difficult to go home to your family who, have not had that experience of traveling somewhere else and bringing the knowledge back. So does that answer your question? Yeah. Thank you. One more? Okay. Great question. The 50 to 100 is including the infusion model, and we are seeing now, just because it's an infusion model doesn't mean that they're not doing it with therapy as well. That's been, historically the case, but people are certainly waking up to the importance of that. So with this practice survey, I'm really excited to see what everybody's doing in Canada, because that's actually not well understood right now. So more to share soon. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
It's pretty reassuring to see who's leading the way, isn't it, today? Amazing. So we have just two sessions remaining. We're going to shift gears a little bit for the next one and introduce a fireside chat style. So we'll move over here. Fabiola Perez and Vanna Paran are going to be in conversation around spirituality and ethics in clinical practice. Fabiola is a yogini, doula, and registered counselor with 10 years of experience guiding practices to connect body, mind, heart, and spirit. Fabiola is a psychedelic integration therapist with a focus on early attachment trauma. She believes psychedelics can take us deeper into the wound with a compassionate lens, generating a profound healing experience for her clients and herself. Vanna is a passionate holistic healthcare and wellness practitioner working as a registered nurse and a psychedelic counselor. Her desire to understand the human psyche led her to study different therapeutic modalities, including breathwave, yoga, IFS, compassionate inquiry, psychedelic lead psychotherapy, and the Gottman method couples therapy. Vanna is currently getting certified as a clinical trauma specialist. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello. We're almost done, and I think I'm grateful for the people that stayed, and I think Vanna is grateful for the people that left. So
I am grateful for the people that left, but thank you guys for staying.
So we have discovered that we balance each other pretty well. We have a lot to say, and I don't know how much we will be able to cover because we're nervous, but we'll see what happens. So I'm Fabiola. I'm a psychedelic integrational therapist, and I work for Thrive Downtown. And I'm a birth and rebirth doula, if you know what I mean. And what got me to be able to speak about spirituality and ethics in the clinical practice? I have only been a therapist for a couple of years, but I have been in a spiritual journey for more than 10 years now. So when I went back to school to study therapy, you learn your code of ethics, and you're like, okay, I'm good. You show up all professional to therapy. And then I started doing psychedelic therapy. So it's like, oh, what about that not imposing your spiritual belief system in people? So it's like, oh, interesting, with psychedelics, everything changes. So for my first few sessions, I showed up, again, very professional and neutral, until I started discovering that there's no way to living behind or aside spirituality, even in the clinical practice. So I quickly got to that reminder that the purpose of psychedelic plants is to bring back or reconnect the people to their spiritual selves. And right now we're listening to all these, documentaries about psychedelics, and I'm getting all these calls of clients saying, I want to rewire my brain. And I'm like, sure, okay. That's not how it's going to happen. Yes, rewiring your brain is something that neuroscience says that we can do. But in reality, psychedelics do way more than that. And it takes way more than one session of psychedelics, as we know. And just as healing is a journey, psychedelics is a journey, and it's a lifestyle. And we need to keep in mind more in this clinical setting that, it is a lifestyle and it's not a product. So we'll be touching a little bit more on that, but Vanna, who are you?
That's always a very interesting question to answer. Well, I'm not going to start with who I am, but I want to define what I mean by spirituality, because it's important to provide that definition. And the way I see spirituality is simply the interconnectedness of everything. So my connectedness to myself, first and foremost, my connectedness to you, all of you, and the universe. And whether you believe in a higher power or not, I don't think that's really relevant in being a spiritual person. For example, my personal belief of higher power is all of us, and I mean all of the entire universe put together. That's the higher power for me. For you, that could be different. And part of the issue with the clinical setting is that we're taught to leave that side of us outside completely. And we're not really, it's frowned upon, not even almost frowned upon, it's actually frowned upon to bring that into the clinical setting. And it's the same thing that we do with everything else in North America. We like to put everything in little silos, separate everything, and not really look at the interconnectedness of it. And I think that's doing a lot of harm to ourselves and also our patients. So understanding what spirituality means to the person that's sitting across from you, first and foremost, and then facilitating ways to incorporate that in their care. I think that's a really important part of the clinical practice, because we're literally leaving something out if we're not doing that. And then also, if we really look at some studies, I'm not going to go into them too in depth because my brain has forgotten some of them. But basically, if we look at the spirituality and religious beliefs, and taking religion out of it, because I know that can have negative connotations for a lot of people, how it affects the brain is it actually increases certain structures, the thickness of certain structures, and that also leads to the ability to handle life, the resilience, all of that is added to it. So it's just something to keep in mind on a physiological level. For some reason, humans seem to have this need, and us eliminating that need is taking away from our care. So I'm curious how you experienced spirituality in the clinical settings, and just kind of what did you come across after that experience?
Mm-hmm. So first I would like to talk about a main principle, that we are always exchanging energy. Right now, you're receiving my energy and I'm receiving your energy. So now let's add that when someone in the room, in this case in the clinical aspect, there's 3 people in the room, and one person is accessing this medicine, is in this alternate state of consciousness, which means they're immediately more receptive. So this is where ethics comes into play, which, what am I doing as the therapist or the guide to make sure I am in balance? My self-care has grown in the past 2 years in exponential ways, but at the end I'm a human. So I'll give you an example. There was one day that I was sitting for a client on, let's say, Saturday, Friday, and emotional boss hits me. I'm very lucky to have a great co-lead, and I just called him and said, hey, an emotional boss hit me. I'm not going to tell you the details because I want to stay balanced tomorrow, but can you just please step up for me? So the client is, headphones, eye shades. The client has no idea. We exchange. I'm very normal, smiling at the beginning. They go in their own journey. Later on, a few minutes or a few hours in, she started experiencing what I'm feeling. And imagine what happened for me in that moment when this client is telling exactly what I'm feeling, the situation that I'm living. So it was extremely confusing for me, extremely confusing for the client. So that led me to integration. What do we do with this? The client thought it was completely hers. We don't know, it might be. But it took a lot of vulnerability of my part and leaving my therapeutic ethics on the side to say, hey, I cannot tell you about my life because this is not my role, but there is a chance that what you experienced that day, it wasn't yours. So how can we create that separation? Because that was not the only instance that day. She was stepping into my co-lead and my energy in different ways. So that obviously, I belong to a really supportive team and we have supervision, so I receive a lot of supervision on how to integrate these myself and with my client. So there is not only that energetic exchange happening during a session, but there are also power dynamics. So now I invite you to tell us what you think about the power dynamics in the clinical setting.
Yeah, I have a few different thoughts on the power dynamics. So there is going to be a power, especially when we inject psychedelics into the mix. We're put in a, if I'm the client, I'm in a very vulnerable position. So I'm at the mercy of whoever's in front of me. So there is an actual power dynamic there and something for us to keep in mind. And we need to have open dialogues about this. Even within the clinical setting, we do live in a call-out culture, a cancel culture, and I don't really know if that's helpful in any way. What we can do, what I've heard, and when I first came across this, it was very triggering for me. It was call-in culture. So when something happens, if someone, whatever that happens to be, the group of clinicians or the group of practitioners surround them like a community and sit with them and figure out why did that happen and how do we prevent that from happening again. And so when I got triggered by it, what someone brought to my attention, because I was like, well, no, if they did something wrong, they should be punished. That was my, that was my thought. And then they're like, well, and then what? And then that person potentially goes dark, goes underground, and ends up causing even more damage, right? And so that was my eye-opener, like, oh, so we're not calling people out, we're not canceling people, and we're going to try and find a way to make this safe. Now, the other piece is actually with the client. So as a client myself, as a patient myself, the mindset I have when I go in, I hire my healthcare team. That's kind of just how I see things, and that's how I've always seen my healthcare. So my doctor, I trust them as an expert, however, they work for me. And this is just the mindset I had, and I shared this with like one of my friends, and I realized that's not a common mindset. And so as clinicians, what we can do is actually empower our patients with that mindset. I am here in service to you, to your goal, to your wellness. So you're the boss, you're the CEO, and so the other piece is what happens if employees aren't doing their job? What's the boss's role? They talk to them, they try to address it. They try to figure out what's going on, are the values aligned, are the values not aligned? And then eventually, at some point, if it's not working out, the boss lets the person go. And we also have that power, and I think as patients, we forget that, right? Like if our clinicians, if our providers aren't doing their job and like actually supporting us in our wellness, it's fully within our right to fire us. And I actually say this to my clients, to my patients, like, if I'm not doing my job and we're not able to align on your vision, you can fire me, right? And so just if we just have that dialogue openly with everyone, we empower our clients, and then wherever they go, they're going with that knowledge. So that's how I see the power dynamics. And then when I hire my team, I look for particular things, and this is stuff that I teach my patients too. What are your values? What are your health goals? All of that stuff. You can interview these people. And for me in particular, I look for people that are not necessarily fully indoctrinated in the North American medical system. What I mean by that is we work within the North American medical system, and it's important for us to do so. However, as clinicians, it's our responsibility to step outside the North American medical system, because any one culture is going to be limited, period. Within that culture, within that paradigm, within all of that. Well, what if we took all of the cultures and we bring them together? What if all of us, stepped outside what we know and looked at, well, how do they do this over there? How does that culture deal with this particular condition? Because for example, people with schizophrenia, not every culture treats them the same. Like before leaving, I was working as a nurse in the prison, and in the segregation unit, there were numerous individuals with schizophrenia. That was not the place for them, but there they were. So this is what we do with mental health in North America. We like to just push it aside, and that becomes that individual's problem, but really it is a communal issue. And this is where that alternative paradigms come in handy, where especially from communal cultures, if we can bring that in here, I think we can create a very robust system. So on that note, the way we view mental health in North America can be limiting, and we tend to pathologize what we don't understand. That can create an ethical dilemma for clinicians and for the patient, and I'm curious how you've seen that come about in your practice.
So I have come to divide the experiences of my clients in three. One is the people that experience a mystical experience, the people that experience a spiritual and psychic awakening, and people that have experienced psychosis after psychedelics. So the first one, the mystical experience, is what we're more familiar with, that union, oneness, connection with nature, connecting to the conscious of the cosmos. All of that is the mystical experiences. Doesn't always happen in the clinical setting, but most likely it will happen. Now the next one is the psychic awakening, like this client that I was telling you. She did experience it, and she experienced it for about 6 months after. And again, I had to step up from my role of a therapist, and I had to share my own spiritual tools, energetic boundaries, how to deal with it. She had no idea about any kind of energetic, she was very curious, but she had no experience on it. So I kind of changed my role into guiding her and sharing my own experiences with it. And then people that experience trauma after psychedelics and psychosis. Those are two very important things to talk about, because this is where my integration work comes in. The thing is that I feel like right now in this new era of psychedelics, we're very afraid of just saying psychosis, because that's what led us downhill in the 60s and the 70s, so let's not talk about it, and we're all dancing on the streets. But the reality is that who's getting these clients? People like me, and at Thrive, we're getting these kind of clients. And these are people that went to Peru for ayahuasca retreat. These are people that did a one-day retreat of 5-MeO without any preparation, or just one call before with the guide, and they suddenly are traumatized by it. And I have to help them come back into grounding. Now, there's also other people that go and do a psychedelic experience, maybe on their own, and 2 months later, they do experience a psychosis. They don't know where to go, because if they go to the regular system, they're going to put them in a room and lock them out for 3 months. So they're so afraid until suddenly, thanks that we're being open to it, we can find on a website psychedelic integration, and they might feel the safety of finally talking to someone about their experience. And I have this client in a specific that I asked them, how do you consider your experience? Was it a spiritual awakening, or was it a psychosis? And they said it was both. So then we had to work on separating those two experiences, so she could really take what was meaningful of her spiritual awakening, what tools she can bring into her life, and on the other side, separate the psychosis and how traumatic it is to experience psychosis or a manic episode. So it's coming back into grounding and all of that. Then we're coming back as therapists, as guides, what kind of tools we need to deal with that.
All of them. So I think first and foremost, I mean, the formal education is really important when it comes to trauma and like how to deal with the after effects of trauma. So training, consistently being on top of learning more. And then there's the other piece, there's the interpersonal piece of like your own spiritual health and maintaining the spiritual health. It's really important. So what are your kind of day-to-day needs? Are your needs being met? Is your cup full? When you go into a client's journey as a clinician, there's certain energetic boundaries like Fabiola had brought up. Like she did everything to prepare herself for before every journey. She takes a day, she really prepares herself. So that's a really important tool too, to know where you stand. And then what I touched on earlier is being able to draw from different cultural perspectives or different paradigms in general. One of the things that we learned through psychedelics is that reality is far more complex than we'll ever come to know. And even just sitting with that and understanding that, being able to sit with the unknown, being able to sit with our own discomfort, these are all, we don't think of them as tools, but they're major tools. And when you know a person that's capable of sitting with darkness, because when you're around them, you do feel safe. You may not get to know them really well, but you'll notice with certain people, you're able to just spill your life story out, especially the parts of you that you probably have never shared with another person. That actually comes from their own inability to sit with their own darkness, their own pain, their own trauma. That creates the safety for you to dive into that part of you, right? So those are all also tools that we as clinicians bring to the table. We've all had different clinical experiences with certain clinicians. You can, when you're sitting across from someone, you can tell whether they're doing the work or not, you know? And just by that interaction, you over time, especially with certain clinicians, if you're seeing them repetitively, you feel that. So keeping all of that stuff in mind is really, really important. And then, knowing our own strengths, knowing our own limitations. And on that, I'm curious what you have to add on this, on the radical acceptance piece.
Yeah, I think for Vanna and I, it was important to just tap into the concept of radical acceptance. That radical acceptance of where our client is at, but most important, radical acceptance of where we're at. And this was named earlier on the Medicine Woman panel, that we cannot take our clients farther than we have gone. And then we need to go back into being humble and say, okay, resources. Do I need to refer my client to a therapist? Do I need to refer my clients to a spiritual teacher? To a psychiatrist that is open-minded and has worked with psychedelics? To a medium, to a psychic? We need to have all these tools. And just understanding, as you said, our own limitations is extremely important. And the other thing that I just like to say, more coming from that therapist perspective, is that even if as a therapist, my job is to sit back and guide the person and support them in their inquiry process, we can slowly slide into spiritual bypassing, or we can slowly slide into over-rationalizing. So how are we going to find that balance? And it doesn't have to be only as a therapist, but as a guide. Or if you call yourself a medicine woman or a shaman, how are you making sure you're not falling into any side of the spectrum, right? And we stay a little bit close to the middle. Okay, so should we come to some conclusions?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure how much time we have left. So we do
we're
have
doing
some time
well.
for questions too. So we're not going to get pushed off the stage today. That's great. So I guess like the main thing around spirituality, incorporating that into our clinical setting, is it just brings that humanness to that. So when the client's sitting across from us, they're not sitting across from an expert, they're sitting across from a human. And so and part of the healing is really just the connection we have with the person sitting across from us. That's where the major part of the healing is, where we get to rewire old patterns, where we get to rewire old attachment styles when that person's able to sit across from us. And I don't believe that's fully possible if they're not fully connected to themselves and everything around them. And it's just another tool, really, for us to achieve that holistic wellness piece, which is what's really missing in North America. Like I said earlier, very siloed. And at some point, we gotta not separate everything and look at it in like the whole picture. Otherwise, we're never gonna be able to get to the root cause. We're never really gonna be able to solve what's wrong or what's not working, right? So that's something that I think it's really helpful to bring spirituality into the clinical setting.
I will add to that, I already said it before, but I definitely want to repeat it, the responsibility as a guide, a therapist of our own healing journey, of our own psychedelic journey. It's not about going and doing one training and then suddenly I became a psychedelic therapist. It's happening a lot right now in this city with 5-MeO. A lot of people are taking one-day training and serving 5-MeO, which we heard an explanation from Aga earlier, is that God molecule, and who is ready to receive God? We're living in the city, traffic, and then suddenly I'm ready to receive God. I'm sorry, not. So, okay, try, experiment with these medicines. I can tell you I don't work with all the medicines because they don't all resonate with me. So which one resonates with me, and what relationship I'm creating with the plant that I'm choosing to work with. I heard, I forgot his name, but there's this very famous psychedelic guy that he said, okay, now we're living in an era that everyone wants a psychedelic passport. It's like, ayahuasca, ketamine, DMT, 5-MeO. And it's like, it's not about that. It's about creating relationships with the plants. So I will leave that on ethics. What else do I have here? We have to be okay with incorporating spirituality in the clinical practice. We have to be okay with incorporating ceremony in the clinical practice. And just as you said, really becoming human. Because however I'm dressing up today is just a mask. Tomorrow, or today's Saturday, tomorrow I can decide to be a medicine woman and dress white with feathers and have my drum. And on Monday I'm going to show up at the office, dress a little bit more casual. But all of those are just masks. And doesn't matter if we describe ourselves as shamans, healers, medicine women, therapists, psychotherapists, psychiatrists, we're all just human. And we have to get better in being human so we can sit in front of another human. We did very good with timing.
I know, we talk a lot, so yeah, definitely controlled that today.
So I guess we can take a question if anyone has one.
Oh, there's one over there.
Yes. So if we have experienced someone having a psychosis or a psychic awakening through a Kundalini release, I can talk on my own experience, so I don't talk about clients. But that happened to me with ketamine and mushrooms. And again, I've been on my spiritual journey for 10 years. Very disciplined one, because my spiritual teachers told me since the beginning in Mexico, do not do plant medicine, that's cheating. So I following the rules, so I did not do it until I got to Canada, and after many years I was like, maybe I can open myself up. So again, 10 years of spiritual journey, and then one specific journey with ketamine and mushrooms. I got that Kundalini awakening. And wow, it was interesting. That's a story for the after party if you want. But then after that, I did 5-MeO. You asked about 5-MeO earlier. And I couldn't sleep for about a month and a half. I slept 3 hours a day for a month and a half. And I was like, I got this, I'm vibing. Like, I was fine until the person that served me told me, Fabiola, I know you're enjoying this high, but it's not going to serve you. We need to really ground you. We need to go back to your tools of grounding so you can go back and be a human. Like, I know you're liking, again, being in the skies. That's why I'm closing with, we need to be humans. We're not here. This experience is about experiencing the body. If you believe in other dimensions or lives, we will get that experience later. But right now, it's about being here. So that's a little bit about my my Kundalini story. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, mine is, I call myself the queen of the shadows sometimes, because it seems like that's where a lot of my healing journeys take me. My Kundalini, my awakening was, I experienced severe psychosis, but it didn't feel good. It felt very dark and scary. It took quite a bit. I'm still working through it, if I'm being completely honest. I think I'm still working through it. It was after my 5-MeO experience, and I was pretty, how do I say this? I've worked with psychedelics for many years at this point, and I was responsible, but I was also very irresponsible in how I went into the journey, the intention behind it. So basically, I've been on this healing path for about 20 years, just working through trauma, working through stuff, and I was just tired. You know, I was like, I'm done. Like, can we just get through this already? Can we just be a normal human being? And obviously, I am a normal human being, but this is the mindset that I went into the journey with. And I was like, blast through all of it. Like, everything, get rid of everything. And I was like, I went into the experience angry, actually. And I was like, get this out of me. I want to live a normal life. I want to experience happiness, pleasure, joy, all this stuff. Yeah, so you don't go into medicine with that much anger. And so what ended up happening, when I always say this, and I say this to myself a lot, and I say this to others, be wary of unearned wisdom. And so that's another potential with these realms that we don't realize, is that we don't have the foundation to take on the wisdom that we're getting sometimes. And if we don't have the support system, like, I remember after my first mushroom journey, I felt so lonely. Because I was like, in the group that I was in, there was no way these humans were going to understand me. And I was already a weirdo. So now add this onto it, I'm like, yeah, no one's going to understand me, right? And so these are all things that I think we need to be careful about. And the thing is, I was lucky enough that I have tools. I know how to hold myself. Like, in this particular experience, and this is how dangerous things can get. This is where I don't think practitioners understand how dangerous it can get. You know, I was suicidal. I was ready to kill myself. I booked a ticket because I was like, yeah, you're not going to kill yourself with money in the bank. So go to Costa Rica. That's my brain's way, because I've dealt with suicidality my entire life. So I knew how to protect myself. So I was lucky, right? And I say I was lucky was because my trauma actually served me in that mode. But what if someone else that never experienced these type of states before, never experienced that level of depression before, what if they had experienced that spirit, like that awakening, whatever you want to call it? For me, it felt like psychosis. I don't know what they would have done. I don't know if they would have made it out, right? And so this is where we do need to be very mindful of the medicines we work with. Are we as practitioners ready to work with it? And then are the client sitting across from us, are they going in with the right intention? Are they going in with like the intention of bulldozing all their parts? Or they're going in with the intention of connecting to themselves? So I think all of that is really important to discuss and figure out before going to any, especially these like medicines like 5-MeO. I think it's an important thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. That was so real, so beautiful. All right, so we're heading into our final panel of the day, but before we do that, I need to mention prizes. So B and Donna have some prizes for some of you that will be announced at the end of the day, right? Following this last panel? Following the last panel, so please do stick around, and that's going to happen outside? Right here. Oh, right here. So stay parked where you are after this panel. Beautiful. So we're going to talk about the all-important topic of integration. Our moderator for the integration panel is Jess Wilmot. Jess currently works as the Clinic Operations Manager for Numinous Health, The Drive, located in the heart of East Vancouver. Much like the neighborhood that the clinic is located in, Jess is an intersection of culture and identity. She brings this intersectional lens to every aspect of her work. She is passionate about ensuring the principles of justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and that they are built into the foundations of the growing field of psychedelics-assisted therapies in Canada. She is joined with her panelists, Christine Grace, Naomi Schultz, and Cheryl Hanula. Please welcome Jess Wilmot and the integration panel.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Last panel of the day, brains bursting with new information. What a great time to talk about integration. So when we first met this panel, none of us really knew each other before. The first kind of question that came up is, well, what does integration mean to you? So for me, as my introduction stated, I work in and around psychedelic psychotherapies, but I am not a practitioner. So I get the question a lot, and I have a very broad, simple answer. It's the practice of grounding the knowledge, the realizations that you have during your journey in your conscious everyday life, and making those practices part of your everyday. But when I met with these lovely women, I was blown away about just the wildly different modalities that everyone is working with. We have an excellent representation of a very diverse field here, and I'm just so excited to get started. And so our first person that we're gonna be asking, does integration mean to you, is Naomi Schultz, Reverend and Chaplain and Spiritual Advisor.
Thank you, Jess. I appreciate it. I'm less of an advisor. I do sometimes claim a counselor every now and then, but mostly I do accompaniment, which is the role I'm most comfortable in. So I just want to mention that I was deeply moved by Ali Smith's talk earlier, and everything and more that I feel I know about spiritual integration was already exquisitely touched on in her talk. So the very embodiment of that which I'm talking about today. One of my passions is spiritual development, but the main reason that I'm here with you today is because I'm most especially passionate about how mystical and spiritual experiences support everyday life and well-being. I work to normalize mystical experiences that people have in everyday consciousness, as well as those that people experience on psychedelic journeys. I also support people with integrating spiritual, mystical, and religious experience into our everyday lives, just as Jess mentioned. What I found in my work where integration is concerned is that it's essential for bringing mystical and psychedelic experiences forward into our lives and making them meaningful and accessible so that they can emerge with us, we can co-create and blossom into the world, as I feel we are called by my understanding of the divine. One of my favorite definitions of integration, a sort of formal definition, comes from a mentor of mine, Dr. Bill Richards, who does research at Johns Hopkins. And Bill's more formal definition is that integration involves repetitive, intentional movement within our awareness, between memories from alternative states of consciousness and the demands and opportunities of everyday existence, going back and forth between the memories and what's right here in front of us right now. And he includes in that definition former habits of thought or action that may feel out of sync with the new knowledge or self-concept, because so much data, new data emerges for us during mystical experience and on psychedelic journey. And what we do then when we start to integrate through reflection, through practices, is that we notice how what emerges helps us to be more open and more curious, more present, and I especially like more choiceful in our everyday lives. Because I learned working especially with folks with disabilities that sometimes a choiceful life is what leads to us becoming fully who we are. And now from here, I just want to pivot a little bit and touch on one of my other passions, which is specifically religious integration. And I know that here I am, a pastor, formally representing a symbol of an organization that, of course, is known to have been a force of oppression in the world. And so here I am also understanding religious trauma. And I just want to touch on that a little bit because religion in general, just the mention of it, will bring up strong feelings. And so whether we were raised in religious backgrounds or secular backgrounds, just having a sense and understanding of what those feelings are and allowing them to be part of our becoming is, I think, important in this journey together. And because religious trauma is indeed a sensitive topic, often profoundly so because it gets right to the heart, you know, that divine, that source that breathes through us and that we breathe. Because any hurt to that, I have found, is really life-altering. And so I just want to talk about my understanding of what that is in my experience. So I grew up Catholic in rural Ireland, and it just so happened that in that upbringing, I had a former priest and a former nun as my parents. And so no matter how I cut that cake, there was no way that religion was not going to be part of how I become a human being and how I become fully who I am and how I find my voice. There was no way around that one. So I also, you know, growing up female, growing up queer and bisexual in a very patriarchal and homophobic context, finding voice, finding spiritual expression that felt congruent with who I am, and that allowed the richness of the tradition that I loved as a child to be fully expressed is sort of my life's journey. And so, of course, it was its own path, more than I can go into here, but going to seminary for me, facing that which I felt most hurt in, was really what allows me, I feel, to flourish in the world and draws me here today. So anyone, and all of us know someone, who has been told that they cannot be a whole human being for religious grounds. They may be our queer friends, female friends. It may be because we are an atheist, so we're told, well, there's no, you know, how can you be fully human? And so how do we, in psychedelics, right, not all of us, but many of us will have a mystical experience, will be reconnected, perhaps with a sense of divine source. So in those journeys, that which is so sensitive will become touched on. And when that happens, it is an opportunity, but it's also a challenge for us in how we heal and how we hold those. And so I believe, the reason I'm here today is because I believe that when we hold those opportunities with care and sensitivity, that they are opportunities for transformation. So for some of us, connecting or reconnecting with the source of our life, the ground of our being, is a lifelong desire and journey. And this is part of spiritual journey, our journey of becoming. And mystical experiences, which to my understanding of comparative religion are fundamentally at the root of religious tradition, are one way that we can connect with the divine, however we understand that. as more and more of us explore psychedelics, which sometimes lead to mystical experiences, I believe it will be helpful to have language and practices around how we integrate them. And for me, the language doesn't matter if it's religious or secular. But as long as whatever language we use helps us to become and be and grow in the ways our hearts desire. As we've heard today, it can be hard sometimes to integrate experiences, those ineffable experiences, if we don't have language for them. Sometimes religious traditions offer those language and framings, and I also feel that religious traditions offer framings that are non-language, framings for understanding our experience that don't have to find language, that there's a place for that, and that is important in integration as well.
So, and if I can break in, as someone who grew up in a church and left, I really appreciate the folks who are doing the work for those who want to return, to create a safe container within religion, within faith, and within the church, because for folks who want to come back, that severing can be incredibly painful. And I just want to thank you for that, for doing that, for helping create that safe container. And speaking of safe containers, those can be very different for different people. And I think Cheryl will love to share about her particular safe container.
Thanks, everyone. Hi, nice to be here today. I am Cheryl Hanula. I am an embodied meditation guide, as well as a nature-based therapy facilitator. And I'm talking today about using nature-based therapy to help facilitate the integration of your psychedelic experience. So what is nature-based therapy? Most people don't know. It's a complementary modality that is a creative and experiential approach to healing. And it takes place in nature and functions through the direct contact with it. So basically we go outside and we touch the trees and we play with the plants and get closer to nature, because using nature metaphors can really help open up a psychedelic experience. Nature-based therapy, it integrates elements of art and narrative therapy, eco-psychology, adventure therapy, shamanism, and embodiment. So it's it's really holistic, and it has many ways of having a parallel experience with psychedelics. But for integration, from my perspective, for nature-based therapy, it's kind of like when you plant a tree in a garden. In the beginning, the tree doesn't look like it's supposed to be there because you've dug in the ground and there's this big hole and there's all this dirt. But after a while, grass grows around it, the tree grows, and within a season or two, it looks exactly like where it's supposed to be. And so it's become integrated into your yard, into your garden, into the landscape. And so that's how nature-based therapy works to integrate the psychedelic experience. Interestingly enough, nature-based therapy and psychedelics medicine are both plant-based. One you take internally, and the other one is used externally, sensorially, as a catalyst and a container, so that you can almost walk along the path with parallel examples of how they both work. Nature-based therapy often mirrors what's happened in your psychedelic experience, so that you can then revisit it in a way that may not be as demanding as a psychedelic experience can be, but it also is just as effective to integrate and to bring it home and to really cement those neural pathways. They both require a connection that requires stillness and quiet, and to be able to understand that experience. In nature-based therapy, we talk about a concept that an Aboriginal woman named Miriam Rose Ungamer Bauman coined, which is called Dadiri, which is the notion of a quiet listening, a quiet stillness, a tuning in and being fully present. And of course, anyone who's done psychedelics knows that to be able to take advantage or to use the experience properly, you have to be fully present and still and quiet. And so is nature-based therapy. So again, walking along the same path, they both do the same thing, but from different perspectives, coming at it from little different viewpoints. And psychedelics are also famously known for, for helping one to tune into themselves and tune into their inner knowledge. And it's this continuation of this quiet frequency that can help to solidify the medicine experience. In nature-based therapy, we believe that there's a holistic form of wellness. It's not just your physical being, it is all of you, and we have 8 dimensions of wellness that you can tap into to understand that if one of these dimensions is unwell, then it can bleed into all the other dimensions of your being and cause illness in other areas. And those dimensions are your physical, of course, which is where the allopathic medical system always takes you, your emotional, social, cultural, intellectual, environmental, occupational, and financial. And most people don't think about, especially those last 3, the environmental and occupational and financial, that they really, really can affect all aspects of your life. If you're not happy at work, if you don't make enough money, it affects your physical health, it affects your social community health, it affects all of it. And using that along with psychedelics can really help you to understand that we have to integrate all of those parts of our beings to be healthy individuals, to be happy, to be fully realized. And if one of these aspects is out of alignment, it can bleed into multiple areas of your life and can cause disease, as most people have talked about today. Nature-based therapy subtly uses nature metaphors to help you heal and to help you grow and to help integrate a psychedelic experience. So it's not something that is overt, but it's something that's very subtle. It talks about how, what your personal internal ecosystem and your personal external ecosystem are like and how they all work together. So it can uncover destructive patterns of behavior and thinking that also, again, can be uncovered in a psychedelic medicine experience, and how it can help you understand, see, revisit, and then work together to make it better in your life and in your body. One of the acronyms we use in nature-based therapy is STOP. It helps our clients to recognize that there's more to life than just busyness and everything, and it stands for slow down, tune in, observe, and be present. And again, with psychedelics, that's what you do. You have to do that. And so giving people the opportunity to really say, no, it's okay. It's okay to sit here and be quiet. It's okay to just tune into your breath, tune into your being, sit with a tree and feel you both breathing together. As you exhale, it inhales, and as it exhales, you inhale, and you're sharing something that is much more profound and bigger than our daily lives. But we're so caught up in the be busy, we have to be productive. Well, some of the most productive things you can do are to sit quietly with yourself. So there's also a fluidity of time that is present in both nature-based therapy and psychedelic experiences, so that, and it goes along with the STOP acronym, that it's okay. There's no timeline. You can be in a psychedelic experience for 6 hours and it can feel like 2 minutes, but it can also feel like 12 days. And it's the same with nature-based therapy. When you go into the forest or to the ocean or wherever we take you and we work, people are often very, very surprised that, I've been here for 6 hours. Oh my God, I'm just getting started. I just want to keep it going. And so this fluidity of time really goes across both modalities so that you can dive deep and really go into yourself and feel who you are and get to that pain and suffering and trauma that you need to work on. There's also some nature principles that we use that help with psychedelic integration. Nature is resilient, it's adaptable, and has tons of patience. And so it teaches us that we need those principles to become the people we want to be and to become whole again. And again, nature-based therapy often uses metaphors. We don't, we use it as like how nature can act for you and not tell you anything. It's more of an uncovering, taking the icing off the cake, seeing the cake itself without the icing. And it can help you understand and process and integrate a psychedelic medicine experience in a way that is more accessible than approaching it directly. Nature and psychedelics also allow for the understanding of the interconnectedness of the entire world. None of us are separate from the natural world. We are all together. We exist within our ecosystem, not outside of it. Everything is intimately connected. Psychedelics can be considered the catalyst, and nature can be considered the container to work together to create the beautiful new you that happens after a psychedelic experience. And one of the most beautiful things that I have found in research lately, that one of the most unintended but beautiful side effects of using nature-based therapy and psychedelic integration together is that we get a deeper connection with the natural world. People are starting to really realize how important the health of the planet is to the health of ourselves and to the health of our communities, our families, our nations, and hopefully it will cause a new generation of environmentalists to start appreciating and wanting to save the earth. And it's really important. Yeah. And so the safe container that nature-based therapy provides, there's many other types of containers, and so Christine is going to take over with talking about relationships as a container.
Thank you, Cheryl. So I'm Christine Grace. I'm an integration coach and folk healer, and I have been working with psychedelics for over 12 years. And my definition of psychedelics is actually the process that we go through to shift how we relate to the world around us. And so in relationship is one of the ways, obviously, that we practice how we relate to the world. And I've been running integration circles. So that's the thing I'm going to mostly focus on. So there's all these different relationships. There's the relationship we have to ourselves. So there's actually the relationship we have to the medicines that we work with. And then there's obviously community relationships. And integration circles are one of those things that we hear about a lot, but are a very underutilized tool because they provide a place for people to actually express themselves differently through what's been informed to them through the psychedelics. So one of the ways that I actually kind of explain this to people sometimes is like, let's say you have a pie chart and you've been somebody who 25% of your expression has been anxiety. Part of a psychedelic might come in and show you that you actually want to shift something there. And so your pie chart, you want to actually change it so that you're now maybe 15% anxiety and you're bringing in more stillness, as both of them as mentioned, and you're bringing in maybe more as elements of play. So now that 25% is you're relating to it differently. Well, now you have to practice that in your actual existence. And so an integration circle is a place where you can come to and actually do that and receive different feedback from people. Maybe where you're anonymous, you've never met these people before, so you can actually put yourself out there in a way that you're not so scared to because you're never going to see them again. Or you're actually in a community where you get to see the same people over and over again, and they can give you the same reflection over and over again, so you can actually step more into that. An example that I'll give you for that is like when I was trying to integrate, or when I was like trying to learn how to step more into myself, I'm scared of that. I'm legitimately scared of like, what does it mean to step into myself? And I joined a community where all I kept getting was, we love how you are. Okay, so I was getting this invitation from other people to step more into myself because I was surrounded by people who had also worked with psychedelics. And so when people have worked with psychedelics, it also elevates their own relationship to themselves and their own relationship to others, which means that they have wider capacity to allow me to shift my relationship to myself and my relationship to others. So how we relate to each other is one of the biggest containers that we can actually utilize in psychedelics and not just like look at it like, oh, group therapy. I don't want that. It's actually, oh, I can actually practice something in this container of safety and sorry, in a container of safety and relationship, because that's where we grow. The other thing I just want to say is, it's that idea of when you're a kid and your mom tells you you're beautiful every day. Do you believe it? Most of us don't. We believe it when our boyfriend tells us, when our best friend tells us, when we get that from numerous people. And so if you're doing a psychedelic and you're getting the same reflection from peers, and you don't have that other reflection from new people in your life or a new group of people like can be provided in an integration circle, it's hard not to fall back in old patterns because you're getting old reflections at you. But when you actually have an integration circle where people are giving you new reflections based on their awareness of the higher state that they've received from their own integration, you get to have compounded integration at the same time. All through this element where two people are sharing or multiple people are sharing aspects of themselves in a vulnerable way. And you get to share in vulnerability and build up yourself through relationship. And so I actually think integration circles, not just think, I like deeply feel integration circles are one of those underutilized tools that really should be utilized more, particularly if the container is really held intelligently and safely.
You're beautiful. I'm blown away by this group of women, of humans, of people here, because I am consistently shocked with how much I don't know. And I want to stay that way, because I think when we get to the place where we know everything, we might as well just sign off. So one thing I do, also person in second row who is just snapping and clapping, like, thank you so much. We love an active audience participant. So I'm digging that. One thing I want to acknowledge in the sphere, because I have the microphone and I can. Historically, people who look like me, people who look like my family, do not get a microphone at an event like this. And I want to acknowledge that we are in a space where we're elevating voices that haven't been heard. And one of the things that with all of these topics that I just want to be able to hold the space for other folks like me is that oftentimes nature has not been a safe space for Black people, for Indigenous people, post-colonization. People have been removed. People have been made to feel unsafe and have been shown that they will be unsafe. So being able to reclaim that in a healthy way through groups, through communities facilitated through spaces like the church, places like group integration circles, where you can have a small community of people who share your lived experience and can reflect that back at you, that is so important, and it is so well facilitated in a space such as this. So thank you. Thank you. And we left just a ton of time for questions, which I'm so happy for, because this is such a great group of people to ask questions of. So if you folks are good to start fielding some questions, I'd love to take some. Yes.
I love nature so much, and I have really been wanting to take people out into nature, and I haven't been trusting myself. I just want to do yoga hikes, but I've had this voice like, you don't know what you're doing. What about safety and liability and marketing and la 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 and pricing and la la? So it's
So how, Cheryl, would you recommend someone start performing nature-based therapy?
Wow, there's so many ways at coming at it. I took a course because I'm that kind of person. But if you love nature and you can mirror both the good and the not that there's no bad aspects of nature, but there is inherent danger at some points. If there's bears, if there's waterfalls, if there's people don't know how to swim, and there's bodies of water, you go about it slowly. Go about it. Take yourself out first. Take yourself out for hours at a time. Find a safe space. That was the first thing that I had to do. Is I had an enormous safe space that I used to go to, but then I moved. And now that's what I'm doing. I'm searching for that safe space because there's lots of spaces I go to, but none of them that are quiet enough. None of them that that you're not going to get run over by a biker when you're there. So it's just go out yourself and find a spot that makes you feel amazing. That you just were like, I want to be here every freaking day, and then. It's a lot of intuition. Nature-based therapy really is a lot of intuition. It's, breathe with a tree. It can be as simple as that. You learning that, trees breathe. And when I saw a video of the stoma opening and closing, it blew my mind. And it made me just almost cry knowing that these incredible beings give us our oxygen and we're cutting them down because we want to make more money. We should be keeping them there, and not just for us. There's bugs, there's birds, there's all types of forest animals, and the mycelial network underneath, which gives us the psilocybin that there's just so many ways. But I think the best thing is to just go into nature for yourself. If you love it, you will be able to show that to people. Yes, you do need to get if you take people out into nature, you do have to get insurance, unfortunately. And then the marketing is my personal hell. But, after a while, it just takes one. It just takes one person to find you and like you, and then the word of mouth can change your life, and it can change other people's lives. I've seen people go from, absolutely being terrified to being out in nature to being like, I want to come here every day. So.
Snaps, yes. Snaps for nature, snaps for biophilia. I see a question over yonder. So, hot tips for running integration circles for folks from different backgrounds, medicines, and practices.
Number one, set up agreements. Very, 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 very clear agreements at the beginning that everyone adheres to. And make sure that you interrupt if someone doesn't adhere to an agreement. That is you the one keeping up the boundary. By doing that, as a facilitator, if I actually uphold the boundary that I just made everyone agree to, I'm also teaching them what that looks like to uphold that boundary in that moment. If I don't do that, I'm just negating the whole process. So if, as a facilitator, figure out what your agreements are for holding your circle and hold them very tightly. And then give people freedom within that to explore. And sometimes it gets tense. I've had some people who they start triggering each other. How I go in and keep that in a way that they can learn from that experience is also crucial. And then balance it. So the other thing that I do is I'll split up people's time between a share and feedback, and they can opt out of the feedback if they want to. Always, always, always. But I encourage people to receive feedback because usually it's the feedback where they get the reflection that they need to move forward in life. But it all starts from the agreements that you set at the beginning.
We love a boundary enforcing queen. Yeah. Yes. Okay. I think we have time for one more question. If anyone's got one. Okay, yeah.
I don't have a question, but it's part of working
interested in a men's circle, please see Kyle. Kyle, could you stand up for a quick sec, do a turn so people know what you look like? Awesome. Awesome. Amazing. Okay. Questions? Hi. Hi. Okay, so I think to all of you, when words fail, what's your next step?
Sit with them. Let them feel it. Let them express that. If that means I'm sitting with them and watching them cry and I start crying, then that's it. That's their 10 minutes if I'm in a circle. Cool. We don't need words to necessarily understand emotion or energy. It can help, for sure, but we don't always need them. And if someone just needs to be with whatever they're with, just sit with them in that.
I've found that some people love ecstatic dance or love to draw or journal. You know, anything that doesn't require words but is somatic based is wonderful for holding that.
Yeah. And I found that, trees don't really speak with human words. So it's so easy. You just go sit with them. Much like Christine said, sit and be quiet with them and let them know that whatever they're feeling is completely okay, completely acceptable, and they don't need to talk if they don't want to.
Can I add one thing?
Absolutely.
One thing to my previous question earlier, and actually invite them into the space. So every single way that I start is I have people, we set agreements, we do all these things. I talk them through a meditation practice, and then I invite all of them, all aspects of who they are, into the space. Mm-hmm. And doing that actually gives them the opportunity to show up with all aspects of who they are. So that's crucial.
So just with our closing moments here, I just want to give our lovely panel here an opportunity to thank the group and be thanked. So in this last moment, just take a few seconds here to express gratitude to yourselves and each other for being present today. It's a full day, and it is a lot to absorb all this information and to be present the entire time. So I want to thank you for that, but I also just want to allow you guys to thank each other. So yeah, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Thank you, Jess.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's a real privilege to be present and share with you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you to the Sisters in Psychedelics for having us all here and for putting this on, this incredible event. And I'm just have so much gratitude for all of the beautiful container we've created today. So thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go slightly off script for a second, B. Okay. When B and I and our steering committee were putting together the agenda for today, and then we shared it with a few people, and they said, no, you can't do it. Too many people, too many talks. People will not flow in and out. You got to have 5 minutes in between each speaker. I said, they're all women, and Casey's running it. And Casey, did we finish at 5:30 or what? Woo! So with much, much gratitude to our MC for today, thank you so much, Casey, and we're pleased to present you one of our limited t-shirts.
And thanks to some of our very generous donors, we also have prizes for you. And you, and you, and you. I feel like Oprah. So for our live audience here, here's how to find out if you won. Okay, so everybody please stand up. And look underneath your right armrest. And if you see a piece of paper with some words on it, please keep that, because it means you can trade it in for a prize.
Are they getting t-shirts? No. Well, some of them. Okay, and once you, is this working? Hello? Okay, once you have checked if you are a winner or not, everyone can sit down and just quiet for one moment. Now, we are going to read out what the prizes are, and if you have that prize, please stand up so we know who you are, and we're going to tell you where you can get your prize at as well.
So from Sisters in Psychedelics to limited edition Inaugural Summit tea. And on your note, it should say which booth you can collect it from.
And from Numinous, 190-minute breathwork journey for deep emotional release and transformation.
From Conscious Mind Clinic, 1 microdosing package, which includes capsules, a journal, and Amanita Mascara pain cream.
From Sarah Salter Kelly, 3 copies of her book, Trauma as Medicine.
From Wakeful Travel, 2 intention journals and 2 integration journals.
From Cassie, 2 mental health kits.
From the Neuro Lounge, 4 gift cards to any of their services.
I think those were $250 each, so pretty nice.
Quite generous,
Thank you, Neuro
generous
Lounge.
donors. Yeah.
From Microdosify, 5 mini pack bundles.
From Magic Mushroom Kit, 3 mushroom grow kits. Oh.
And from Microdrops, 2 Microdrops daily stacks.
Yeah, so let's give a big round of applause to our winners and our donors.
And that is actually not the end of the prizes. We have some more prizes coming up. For example, 2 tickets to Wonderland in Miami, 2 virtual tickets to Psilocybin San Francisco, where I'll be speaking next week on transformational microdosing. And in order to be in the draw for those prizes, you need to follow Sisters in Psychedelics on Instagram.
Yep. Cool. And wow, what a fucking amazing day, huh? Right? I feel like we learned a lot. We were so inspired and made so many new connections, as I'm sure you did as well. And we hope you feel that we achieved our goal today of elevating and celebrating women in the psychedelic space.
And we hope that what we have done today by highlighting the voices and perspectives and caliber of women in this space will make a dent in the historic average of 8-to-1 male to female representation at psychedelic conferences around the world. There is no reason for the imbalance. We have illustrated today that there is an abundance of strong, capable, compassionate experts who are women in this space.
We're also very proud that 70% of our speakers and sponsors are local. Yeah. One of our many goals for the summit was to shine a spotlight on the active psychedelic community and the groundbreaking work being done right here in our hometown of Vancouver, which I dubbed the psychedelic capital of Canada.
And once again, we are just filled with gratitude for every single person here with us in person, joining us virtually, and for every brand who made today possible. Thank you first to all the wonderful women who shared the stage up here. Thank you to Numinous for our venue sponsor, to Conscious Mind Clinic, who is our after party sponsor, to our sister sponsors, Filament Health and Microdrops, to our table sponsors and ticket donors, to our many volunteers, to Deanna and Marissa, who kept things running behind the scenes.
And we'd like to give a very special shout out to our in-kind sponsors who supported us with everything from media relations to videography, from beverages to printing, and even medium psychic readings at tonight's after party. So a big, big thank you to Butcher Brew, Cohen Print, Edna's Cocktails, Jazzfly Video Productions, Kafka Cafe, 9 Point Agency, Squamish Water Kefir, Think Mushrooms, Wendy the Witch, and Yerba Mate.
We are sincerely and deeply filled with gratitude. Thank you.
So with all of your help, not only were we able to make today happen, but we're also able to give back. So we realize in many ways that all of us who are interested in psychedelics and sacred plant medicine are indebted to the Indigenous people, to their culture, traditions, and knowledge. So we're working with and donating a portion of our proceeds to support a Canadian organization called Digital Diva. Their mission is to empower Indigenous women through digital literacy so they can stay in their own local communities while working remotely online. So check out page 3 in our program booklet for more info. If you're looking for a VA, a virtual assistant, please reach out to them.
And with the day wrapping up, it finally kind of feels like the end. But it isn't. It's only the beginning. There's still a lot of work for all of us to do to continue to work towards a more gender balanced and generally inclusive psychedelic future. There's also a lot more fun and learning to be had, and that does start at the Full Harvest Moon after party. So we'll see everyone with a VIP ticket there this evening. If you don't have a ticket, we have learned for next year to get a bigger venue. We are oversold. There will not be tickets at the door.
Second, tomorrow at 1 p.m., we're hosting Vancouver's first ever psychedelic walking tour, where we'll be sharing the history of the local psychedelic movement, visiting 4 iconic dispensaries and clinics, as well as getting access to some exclusive in-store offers. So we only have a few spots left, I think, so get your ticket on Eventbrite now to secure your spot, and you can use I Love SIP for a 15% off discount. I Love SIP. That's pretty easy to remember, yeah? Okay, on page 18 in our booklet, you can find out more about our upcoming regular and special events. In particular, we'd love to invite you, to those who are still in town, to join us for an open house social this coming Wednesday night at the clinic of our venue sponsor, Numinous Wellness.
So some people are wondering who can join us at these events. Are they for women only? We'd like to be clear that Sisters in Psychedelics is a community and platform that empowers people to elevate the divine feminine and other underrepresented voices in the psychedelic space. So yes, we facilitate safe spaces and events for women only. And we host a number of events that include our Sacred Brothers, because we know it takes all of us together to make the change that's needed for the psychedelic future that we want, to make it balanced, inclusive, safe, and welcoming for all. And as Kyle mentioned, we are launching our first ever men's sharing circle for our Sacred Brothers. So check out Meetup. Yeah, Meetup, that's where we are.
Heartbeat.
And Heartbeat, yeah, there we go. Everyone is welcome to join our complimentary membership at Heartbeat to get the details of what's happening, find out who they're for, register for events, build relationships, and stay in the loop of everything we have planned.
Okay, just 2 more things before you can head back out to the vendor tables and connect with new friends. First, save the date. We hope to see you all back here in Vancouver next year for Summit 2.0. It will be a 2-day event happening in June 2023. And starting tomorrow, for 1 week only, we'll be offering 50% off all the tickets. So if you loved today and want to come back for next year, please keep an eye out for an email from us. In fact, you should probably have it in your inbox by now.
And secondly, we'd like to leave you with a quote from Madrina Rita, the Brazilian matriarch of ayahuasca, that applies not just to psychedelics, but to life in general. Go and discover what you don't know. What are you afraid of? Thanks for joining us today. Have a wonderful evening.